Welcome.
Good morning. All right, both doing it.
No.
You go for it. Go on, send it.
You,
Oh.
blue skill, you take it,
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on in to a fresh day here for the CCT Series number 7. We've got the first day of the groups underway right now. We're finally going to start seeing teams compete for that $50,000 prize pool. These are the really important games, so this is where teams have really got to start trying their hardest to get the wins as much as they possibly can. And it should hopefully lead to some very exciting games, right, DK?
Yeah, definitely looking forward towards these playoffs. A couple of teams, of course, did get eliminated. Some that I did not expect to get bumped down so quickly, but the remaining teams, I mean, for me, the big surprise is Apple City Gang. Like, they made it with not a single series lost towards the playoffs, and that's I mean, surprising result considering they were in a group with Night Pulse, One Move, Asakura. Like, pretty strong teams to face up against.
Yeah, 100%. Like, obviously this organization completely unknown, but the players have been knocking around the scene for a few years, so it's just interesting that they picked up by a completely new org, and it seems to be working out so far for them, so very impressive. Like, UI, Jewel Rays, Norma, Astral, Flacco. I'm pretty sure, like, UI, Jewel Rays, and Astral have been on the same team for, like, 2 or 3 years now, just constantly play with each other, so that always makes things a lot easier when you've got that kind of camaraderie and you're just very familiar about each other's playstyles.
It's essentially the old Passion UA, really, that's play. I mean, a couple of swaps, but those three, I think, were playing in Passion UA in January. And then Passion UA got new players. I mean, they got crystallized and stuff, which is the fun part, because of course Passion UA will be their opponents right now. So yeah, you're gonna have maybe a little bit of a grudge match facing up against your old team. I am a bit disappointed in Apple City Gang not having any images of their players. As we can see, that Passion UA, they do have images of their full roster available, and the biggest name, obviously, in my book, will always be Crystallize.
Yeah, he's a veteran of the Dota 2 community for several years. I mean, he's been knocking around from like high-level teams, was on VP for a bit. I think he was even on Secret for a while. Like, the guy has really been on some top-tier teams over the years, so it'd be interesting to see what he's going to be able to do now on the role of Passion UA. But yeah, this is going to be a hard series indeed. Like you were saying earlier, Apple City Gang coming out top of the groups, winning every single one of their series, which is pretty crazy to see. But I feel like if there was a team that could potentially knock them down right now, it will be Passion UA. So we'll see how this one goes here.
Yeah, of course. Wow, sorry. Of course, a lot is going to ride on the draft in this patch, considering the patch still reasonably fresh in Dota terms, and also still very strange to me how some heroes DK get buffed when they're already so strong. But nonetheless, looking forward to seeing what these two teams are going to bring to the table. They have had some interesting choices because, for instance, Apple City Gang has not really had the biggest like stack on one hero to pick. They like the Lifestealer Monkey King, Lesh obviously in this patch, Night Stalker, as we've seen a lot of teams even run Night Stalker +4 as of late. But Passion UA, their most picked heroes are the Phoenix, the Muerta, and the Ember. So if there's a Night Stalker, well, Night Stalker's banned, but normally you'd immediately see the Phoenix as a counter pick in that situation. But I do think that this is the nastiest hero in this patch. I hate DK with a passion, but Abaddon is disgusting this patch.
Yeah, I love it. I've always been an Abaddon fan myself, so I always like seeing when my favorite heroes come into the limelight. So it is cool to see him picked up a lot more, but we'll see how this one does play out. Obviously, TB, a very highly prioritized carry hero in this current meta as well. Just the way that they buffed the Zealot Zeal, whatever the hell it's called, just makes the hero pretty much always viable in several team fights. Like, you don't need your meta anymore. You're always going to be able to bring the action. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do. Another thing I want to mention is that, you mentioned the Muerta there for the side of Passion UA. That's also the most picked hero for Apple City Gang as well. So I'm kind of surprised that she wasn't banned or picked in that opening phase. Like, finally now Passion UA do drop a ban towards her, but yeah, just I thought it would have been highly prioritized.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a surprise there, I would say. I think in this patch, Terrorblade is still pretty solid. I do not see it as much as an off laner anymore. I think it's more safe lane. It still does get played as an off laner depending on what you're up against, but the matchup against Abaddon is interesting, of course, because Terrorblade reflection onto Abaddon. Abaddon just shields himself and then removes the reflection, so it's like, it doesn't really work that well against Abaddon. So it's interesting to see that the Terrorblade gets picked into the Abaddon. On the other hand, reflection with the Abaddon's curse of the Avernus, hits himself, blah blah blah. It's also still pretty good. And Abaddon is like Terrorblade will be able to just sunder Abaddon if things go awry. That's one plus that you'll always have because he doesn't have like that silence unless he builds into it. So for the most part, this matchup I think I've seen about 4 or 5 times in this patch in pro matches. Tends to have like a very, if this is a core Abaddon, it has like a versus core TB. TB gets like really strong at like 35 minutes, and then the 40-minute mark hits, and no one can kill Abaddon or his team because he gets Ags, equipped Ags, and it's over. Like all the damage in the world doesn't matter. You can't win a team fight.
Yeah, I mean that has always been the big thing about Abaddon. Just eventually does become so unkillable. You just have to kind of ignore him and go for the teammate. But like you mentioned, as soon as the Ag comes out, that also becomes extremely hard to do. But Weaver is actually going to be the hero of choice here for Apple City Gang as their second pick. Have they played a lot of Weaver in this patch? I don't think they have. No, this is their first competitive Weaver pick here in 7.38. So very interested to see where this turns up.
I would assume a post 4.
Yeah.
It doesn't really care about the Abaddon. If it's a safe lane Abaddon, you just juke around it. It's hard to control that, most importantly, so you're going to need to get some heroes that have roots available to them or good stuns to keep the Weaver from just chasing you down. Flash is a good one because if the Weaver tries to Shikuchi through him, you just die in Diabolic Edict. You just straight up die. It's just not fun anymore.
No, I mean that's always been the crux of Weaver. Like you're one of the most squishy heroes in the game, and just all that AOE damage is very hard to deal with. But both teams don't really have any reliable forms of lockdown as of yet. So there's gonna have to be some things that get addressed. Obviously, the Maiden comes on through, another very highly prioritized position 5s in this current meta. So we'll see how well the Maiden does. Once upon a time, you only ever really saw a Maiden if it was picked into like a Beastmaster or something like that in the lane, just some easy way to win, but she's just always good now. Just default pick, go for the Maiden. Obviously, you're still going to die a lot. It's just the way the hero works, but she still actually does a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a nasty hero if you can get inside the trees. With any control hero added in the mix, obviously. In this patch, you have that new facet, the Arcane Overflow. No one really picks it. It's primarily still just the Glacial Guard, which is, for a good reason, really strong. It's a little bit disappointing, of course, because that new Arcane Overflow facet looked fun for, like, damage, Crystal Maiden, Pulse 4 maybe, but it just doesn't seem to pay off.
No. It's always, like, you see one video online of some meme game where it works and everyone's like, oh my god, this looks overpowered, and then people try it and it's like, no, this is actually awful. This doesn't work against normal human beings that aren't AI. So yeah, probably not going to see that one come out. But Pangolier was picked up from Apple City, so looking like their mid laner to go up against this Lesh. And we'll see what other hero they're going to pick up. Most likely will be the position 5. Question is, what is that 5 going to be? There's been a fair amount of IO picked up from Apple. Oh, no, never mind. That was first phase ban from Passion UA. Never mind. No IO today.
I mean, I'm surprised at the fact that in this patch, I haven't seen anyone really play Ancient Apparition, considering how much stupid healing there is in these games. Like, you're up against Lesh Abaddon. It seems like a perfect Shatter game. to me, but obviously it has other downsides in the fact that it's like the slowest hero in the game, and for the rest of his entire toolkit's terrible compared to just his ulti being pretty solid.
Yeah. I mean, there's some ways his lane isn't too bad now with like, well, now, but Chilling Touch makes it a bit better. But Marcy's definitely going to be in position 5, which teams have been favouring a lot more. So I think that's a bit more of a stable pickup in this lane. Like the whole, was it lift pickup or whatever the hell it's called, the new facet, where you can just pull people out with your rebound, super strong.
Yeah, it also has some downsides. Sometimes you see them make the wrong move, jump in, and then they both die. But it is very strong in this patch, and obviously Marcy has always been a very good laner. If you're up against a weak off lane, that is. Abaddon, not the, like, you have a Terrorblade Marcy, yeah, it's very strong. Abaddon, though, is a very solid off lane. It could also still be a Lesh Pulse 4. I'm assuming it's a Lesh mid 4 now, but Lesh could always easily flex to that position 4, as a lot of Leshes have done. And then you could like get a Shaker against the Pango, because it would be also good against Terrorblade and Weaver, in case, you know, that is the way they want to run it.
I mean, I like you're saying about the Lesh going position 4, in which case then it could open up for Passion UA to go in for their Huskar, maybe to lane up against this Pangolier. Like, Pangolier would struggle like hell, just would not have a lane. It plays really decently against the Weaver and the TB later on. So potentially that could be a swap round, as Alchemist has been picked up. So that's, yeah, they're carry down. So it is just the mid or support. See what Passion UA are going to go for.
That's another big heal hero. They of course banned Doom because of the anti-healing, but if only you could still play Marcy Core and just go for that Ancient Apparition. I mean, you're gonna need to get Pangolier, Shiva's Guard, Terrorblade, Skadi, and then Weaver Vessel or something, just to get rid of the healing from the Alchemist, Lesh, and Abaddon this game.
Yeah. We'll see if they want to do that swap. Monkey King taken out, but I think Apple City Gang are considering that Lesh to the support role themselves. Question is, do they also get rid of that Huskar? Because obviously that's just sort of like the next most picked winning mid hero for the side of Passion UA they've come out with. Like you were saying earlier, they played a fair amount of Ember Spirit, but is this a good Ember Spirit game? I mean, it's not bad. There's not a huge amount of lockdown for him, so he could really just be quite uncatchable in the team fights.
The plus of Abaddon, Ember is kind of the same with Pangolier. There are only a couple of heroes that still run the Mage Slayer, and when you play against Lesh, you need a Mage Slayer carrier. Otherwise, the damage output's going to be too much. So it wouldn't be the most surprising. I mean, Pango off lane, you put an Ember mid, but on the other side, Passion UA, like Ember is still a very good pick to go for, regardless. In this patch, it just has one of the ice win rates there. It gets banned, so that's not really going to be working out. Now, let's see. Is Passion UA going to go for, as you said, Huskar? Maybe pick up the Shaker, something to face up against Pango, or are they going to go for the Pulse 4 pick?
Time will tell, but they don't have much of that. Reserve time only on 1 second. They're not going to get towards it, and Wind Ranger is actually the hero of choice. Okay, I didn't see that one coming out. That's interesting.
The Wind Ranger is really good to blow up the Terrorblade in one shackle shot. It's always nice for that specifically. I'm not a big fan of the Wind Ranger in this patch, especially mid Wind Ranger. It feels very, I don't know, weak.
Especially up against Jewel Razor's Invoker now. Like, that's not going to be an easy matchup. Like, Norma just takes the Pangolier, run that into the off lane.
It's a plus 4 Wind Ranger, actually.
Oh.
So it's a mid Lesh, plus 4 Wind Ranger. Then it's even weirder.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I've not really been seeing a huge amount of position for Wind Ranger, but Passion UA have played it once, and they did win, so, you know, clearly they've got good track history with it. They know what they're doing. We'll see how Fernand's going to be able to perform with it on this in this game. Obviously, like Abaddon Wind Ranger, it's not exactly a scary kill lane, so I feel like UI should really have a decent time on his TB. He's not going to be too threatened unless like he's just out of position or Flacco's just caught pulling a camp or something like that. But yeah, I feel like Apple City Gang's safe lane should relatively be good.
Yeah, this game, I do think Apple City Gang have a pretty fun lineup. It also depends. I've also not seen Voker in this patch with the changes. I also didn't read through all the changes on Voker and like Arc Warden because they're just a wall of text, and I was like, I don't play them anyway. I'll see how they work in the game. But yeah, I think Passion UA, and the scary part about their lineup is the fact that they have a Tricore that is very tanky and hard to kill. Then the Wind Range Crystal Maiden are pretty much there just to set things up. You Shackle Shot the Weaver, then afterwards you blow them up with a 1 Split Earth into Diabolic Edict Wombo combo. And late game, you're just going to have a struggle to kill off these 3 heroes. I think that's the biggest issue. They're really hard to take down.
Yeah. So would you say like there's a timer for Apple City Gang? Like they have to win by a certain point, otherwise Passion UA just can get completely unstoppable? Or with the late game TB power, is that going to be enough, do you think?
I don't think you can ever really win against an Abaddon past 50 minutes. Like when he gets that equipped, Aghanim Scepter is an extra, like he's a click core himself. And then Pangolier at that stage doesn't really do much anymore except for minus armor and a little bit of lockdown in the team fights. And Terrorblade is so dependent on his metamorphoses. If you use the borrowed time to then circumvent the metamorphosis, then Terrorblade eventually will drop from the like lose a spell and be completely useless.
Yeah, for sure. So not going to be easy. I'm expecting there to be a lot of BKBs this game as well. Like, there's not a single Magic Immune Piercing stun on this entire game, which I feel is really rare to see. Like, there's always something like a Roar or anything else, but literally none. So, yeah, BKB is going to be very highly prioritized in this game. I think Fernand as well scouted out that a ward got placed right in front of him, but he's not dropping the sentry. He was pinging it out exactly where it was, but he's just leaving it for now.
Actually, the kill shot facet on Wind Range is pretty cool. Like, the max execute threshold to nuke someone. In the ultra late game, at least, could be very important and impactful. Speaking of which, Wind Range on the run. There's the shield. Will be fine. It looks to be 3 bounty runes, possibly. Oh, Crystallize versus Norma. The chase for the bounty. It seems that Norma is going to be able to secure it.
Yeah.
So 2 for 2.
Which is definitely what you need up against the Alchemist. Can't afford to go giving away plenty of early bounty runes towards him. A bit too dangerous. Gonna get a concoction thrown. It's just friendly right click. Well, not so friendly, but just tag teams.
Yeah, Shield Crash absorbing most of that damage for the time being. Mid matchup, Voker versus Lash. Voker went for the Agent of Galaron facet. I have no idea what that does. Oh, it gives him the what's it called? The Sunstrike
Cataclysm?
thing. Cataclysm.
I mean,
I have no setup, but sure.
I was thinking, I was like, there's no RP, there's no Ravage, there's no Black Holes. It's like, is that
They've got Dispose.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, over the years, I've always loved it when Invoker players go all in for Exort. So I just love like Sunstrike in other lanes, assisting getting kills, but really you need a lot of lockdown to make that worthwhile. Their top lane, Weaver and Pangolier, 0 stuns, so no Sunstrike set up there. And down at the bot lane, they have the rebound from Flacco, and that is it. So out of all the games, I think this is the one where it doesn't really work out that well.
I was actually quickly checking out like the stats on Invoker. It has a rounded up 95% pick rate on this facet, and the other ones have about 2.5 and 3% in their pick rates. So I guess this is just the default one, and he does get a Sunstrike opening first blood, so
yeah.
Value.
Literally, just as I'm saying there's no setup for the Sunstrike, he just casually gets a Sunstrike kill on the bottom part of the map. Okay, I'm just going to shut up, DK. I'm not even going to talk about it. He knows what he's doing, right? Dual Raze is a professional.
Yeah, he's also going for the Hand of Midas build, so it is back to old Exort Voker, I guess, in this patch. Hand of Midas, and then not a right clicker anymore because no longer universal, so really interesting to see what the rest of that build's going to be. I mean, the rest of the heroes, we primarily expect what they're going to go for. Pangolier is going to very likely just go for the Mage Slayer. Weaver, Rod of Atos? Orchid?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What you're saying is we've gone back in time, and we're just going to see classic builds renew. You know, it's like fashion. Everything comes around again, and I'm here for it. I love those days. Those were great fun.
I actually really enjoyed the right-click poker. It made it interesting. But I did miss Cataclysm. That is true. I did miss the big blast. Speaking of which, this bottom lane is looking rough for Passion UA right now.
I mean, I was saying in the draft, like, I felt like UI's lane, he's going to be able to farm, but I wasn't really expecting them to be able to get aggressive and start finding kills themselves. That is a big surprise. But speaking of being aggressive, Astro in the mid just dives, gets killed. Sunstrike, though, will finish him off, but Fernan's can't get the counter kill there with the power shot. Ends up being a trade for one, but Apple City Gang, they're happy, you know? Dual Raze gets solo experience in the enemy mid.
Yeah, gets another Sunstrike kill, so yeah, Quas Exort the build, I guess, if you hit all your Sunstrikes. Oh, this like... Baron is struggling in the bottom lane.
He really is. He's constantly getting zoned. I mean, as soon as Fernan stepped away, they're like, yeah, let's just bully him a bit more. And I'm really surprised how much damage that Sunstrike did, seeing as how he only has 2 points into Exhort. Like, that seems a lot more than it should have been.
Yeah, and now 3 points in Quas. Let's see. Okay, he needs 4 for the extra spirit to come through. And one of the better things, of course, about Quas Exort is always it was just a better farming tool compared to Wex. Wex was horrible for farming, but good for ganking and early game momentum.
Yeah, but hey, he's got the early game locked down already, apparently. 2-0 up there in terms of CS. In fact, all 3 cores on the side of Apple City Gang at the top there. They're having a really, really nice time.
Jump in onto Batube, dropping low, toss back, another kill comes in.
Oof.
And that Abaddon is getting destroyed. Barely any farm in that bottom lane either.
Yeah, Batyuk is 11-1 at CS at 5 minutes in. This is an absolutely depressing start for himself. And again, I mean, like you were saying earlier on, Marcy, a very strong laner in the right setup, and apparently for Apple City Gang, this is the right setup here, DK Truman. Like, they are just powerhouse in that bottom lane. And I just don't really see the pressure relenting for like anytime soon. This is getting very scary.
Yeah, and this also gives some time for the Marcy to head out towards mid, see if he can get a jump in onto the Leshrac possibly. Voka just turned level 6. It did get a point in Wex now, so has a whole array of spells added into the mix that he can use in case a fight breaks out. But with the Terrorblades Metamorphosis ending, might get bullied, but should get bullied back by the Wind Ranger Abaddon for the first time in the lane, because TB 31 and 14 denies that's too much.
Yeah, this is like a dream start for every TB player. But, you know, things could be changing right now. The CM has gone through the Twin Gate, so Krek are going to try and set up for a gank on towards this guy.
Oh,
and
Flacco
if they
misses
can slow him
mid.
down, it's going to be big.
Flacco tried to get the jump in, but level 2 rebound didn't have the range onto Niche. There is a Weaver coming in as well. So there's a 3-man gank in towards mid, while 3-man gank bottom is being attempted. Niche gets tossed back. The Sunstrike is not going to connect. Niche seems to be able to get out. Flacco in response gets taken down. Niche is still alive, but the last tick from the cold snap is going to be enough to secure the kill.
So again, Niche gets a kill before he dies, but Dual Raze still gets like the bonus experience for it at the end. So it's not like clean trades from Apple City Gang, but it's all they need, you know. Dual Raze is now 3-0-0. He's outpacing Niche in terms of CS as well. He's having a very, very fun start, and it's actually only about 500 gold in terms of net worth between these two mids. I was kind of expecting it to be more, but still a very good start.
Niche still gonna get jumped once again. Kraken needs to help out. Niche dropping low. Fernandes is in the area. Flacco will help in securing the kill onto Niche, who's gonna have to make the walk of shame back to the lane.
Oof.
And this is really painful because the side lanes, they can easily 1v1 on the TB and the Pango. They have no problems there whatsoever. So if they keep forcing everyone mid, they just perfectly aligned to secure all the farm.
Yeah, and now Dual Rays with his Hand of Midas online sub 7 minutes in. This is an absolute dream start. Looks like they're just going to try and compete for this Wisdom Rune. Fernandes in the 1 versus 2, but unfortunately, don't think he's going to be able to come out on top here.
But you're not going to stand in the Experience Rune area. Oh, now he does. Sunstrikes come flying through, and the high five by Yoi. Astral still alive, Yoi alive. They get the Shrine of Wisdom secured, and that's just straight up painful.
Yeah, this is quickly getting out of control now here for the side of Apple City Gang. They're 2k gold ahead. Sure, you know, the farm of Crystallize is still comparing to the rest of the cores.
But that's an alchemist, so...
It's an alchemist, yeah. It's like he needs to be ahead. He can't afford to be...
Marcy has about the same experience as the Abaddon, though is in trouble now. Sunstrike comes out. In response, Batyuk dropping low, one more hit. He gets away just barely. But the rest of the team not going to be so lucky. Fernandes has the wind run to try and dodge and weave. Slow comes out. Fernandes is going to get chased down. Vision gain to Yoi, and he gets a double kill.
Well, I think, you know, killing a position 5 and giving the enemy carry a double kill was 100% not worth. They just can't really seem to get an easy trade here, Passion UA. It's just constant battles, which they're just coming behind him.
Of these 9 kills, they have 5 kills on Terrorblade, 4 on the Voker. Like, all the kills are on the 2 main cores for Apple City Gang.
Yeah, that's horrible.
On the ex-Passion UA players, by the way.
Just for a bit of, like, salt in the wound. Just... These are the guys that got... I don't know. Well, I don't know if they were, like, removed or if they left, but either way, they're showing that they've come out on top here in this trade of rosters.
Oh, Crystallize barely dodging the Sunstrike topside. Durazi has his Hand of Midas done. And the Orb of Destruction as his neutral item. Interesting. I guess it works well with the Forged Spirits to farm faster.
Yeah, up top.
Tango has a Rolling Thunder. They'll pop it, and they should not have anywhere close to enough damage to kill him off.
He's rolling quite aggressively.
Unless he gets low enough that Power Shock can kill him. Because that's the interesting aspect. Does it work through... Because you still take damage. Does the Facet work through BKB?
I honestly don't know, to be honest with you. That might be something that has to get tested in like a offline lobby. Power Shock 5 does connect, but he's still able to get away. Man, even when Passion UA are desperately trying to get any kind of kill of their own, they just can't seem to get it. Norma just wasting the time with 3 enemy heroes. Meanwhile, the rest of Apple City Gang just take down the mid-tier 1. More space mate, and now Niche, he's in a really awkward spot here. Can he get out?
Well, he does do a lot of damage. Flacco jumps back to his death. Oh, that's just... Never... Even if his lane was going bad, Diabolic Edict is just stupid damage.
Yeah, it is absolutely melted. Okay, so I feel like for the first time in a long time, Passion UA do get a kill without being punished for it. But at the same time, they still brought in both supports and their Alchemist, and they weren't able to get anything extra, so maybe Apple City Gang still don't even mind, you know, space created for the TB.
They kind of need to stop this Alchemist from farming. They're going to try it with Yoi TPing topside, Dragonlance, Falcon Blade, both done. But the Alchemist needs to be stopped from getting his Radiance, because he's still on a pretty decent time. But yeah, he's 3rd in net worth, but he had that's mainly because the other ones have so much farm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to take down this top tier 1. I mean, Passion UA are in the general area, but it doesn't look like they're interested at defending this, so it's just going to be another objective secured here for Apple City Gang. The map continuing to shriek for the Dire side, and you have to start making some moves eventually, but, you know, as they have the Alchemist, he wants to just carry on farm as best he can. He has the very classic Radiance queued first, but still about 1,700 gold away from completing it, which is a fair amount of time. See how much work Apple City Gang are going to be able to do until then.
Well, Fernandes has level 6 on the Wind Ranger right now, so it does do significant amount of damage on a singular target. It's not the most, because of course you don't have a Javelin, but if you get a good Shackle Shot or a Freeze from the Crystal Maiden, who, by the way, went for level 3 Frostbite this game to get that lockdown in, which his team is lacking. Considering normally you go for max level Crystal Nova because of the Facet. It is an interesting, slightly painful choice that the Crystal Maiden has to go for.
That's Crystal Maiden used to painful situations as Astral gets caught out, killed though. Counter grab on towards Niche. Down goes the Leshrac. It's a good trade, but another support does go down. 2 for 1, but they lose a core, but in comes Norma, and this is classic CM gaming. You're just dead. Oh, okay.
No.
Make it all good.
CM!
Right. Can't get out there.
Yeah, no Force F, no nothing. Pangolier closing in on his Mage Slayer. I still find the build for Mage Slayer the dumbest I've ever seen. Yeah.
It is. It's just like a lot of random items which you wouldn't think make sense to make it. But,
yeah.
You know, it's just Dota 2. A lot of things don't make sense. We're just used to it.
It will get better the longer we play / watch. Batyuk going for the Urn of Shadows. He's very poor right now on the Abaddon, as his lane was straight up disaster. Just nothing positive about it.
Yeah, it was shut down entirely. You know, I feel like the Wind Ranger pick would make more sense if you're against the Abaddon. Oh wow, that actually does land. You managed to get the rebound, and Burns is just gone. And now they're gonna have to try and contest this triple stack on the Ancients to get stolen away, and if they don't do anything, that's a lot of gold. They can't afford to just sit on their hands here.
Yeah, but Alchemist is so close. He's just getting his Radiance delivered right now. He really doesn't want to take a fight before he gets his item. And even then after, he probably is looking to get his BKB first before he takes any engagement. Niche, though.
Okay.
Walks right in. Now Crystallizes here. Cracker wanted to get bumped to the low ground. Power shot onto Flacco. Marcy's dropping low to the burn, but they blow up Crystallize. Niche second. And a triple in favor of Apple City Gang. Looking for more. Fernandes going to be chased by the Pangolier. Shackle Shot holds him in place. This is also the Pangolier showing up his Mage Slayer for the first time. So that damage output from the Leshrac, from the Crystal Maiden, it just didn't matter.
No, it's literally made no difference at all. And it's just so unfortunate for Passion UA. Like, they come in to contest their triangle, but they've already lost the stack. They all still die. Then another Wisdom Rune gets stolen away from them. I just don't really see anything that's going right this game for them here, DK. Like, it's just this game from bad to worse continuously. Like, what's the dream scenario they need here to balance this game out, do you think?
Don't get taken out of the game just yet. Try to just get farm. That's the only thing that you can do. You have a... I mean, Wind Ranger's not even the best Crystal Maiden either for just cutting creep waves, especially because Crystal has one Nova. Maybe if Crystal Maiden has the shard, you could try and keep on cutting creep waves. So I think that might actually not be a bad choice to get early on, just so that they can like push out the waves the entire time. Because TB is a hero that can hit high ground. Fokker is a hero that can hit high ground. Pretty remarkably. Speaking of which, Fokker is even going for the Aghanim Scepter right now. So Rod of Atos, Hand of Midas, Bots, Ags. That's the build. Obviously later you'll have Rod of Atos turn into Gleipnir, which will give him the extra AoE bonus, which is kind of cool for the Cataclysm, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that would increase by like 75 or
you're
something.
right.
Don't mind.
He does get stunned, but they need to get away because Rolling Thunder is going to chase him down. Sunstrike in onto the Crystal. Lockdown onto the Alchemist. In comes all the damage in the world. They blow him up. Batyuk is in trouble, going for the TP attempt, but he just gets tossed around like is nothing. Double kill secured once again. Creeps pushing out top. They're going to go for the tier 2, and yeah, they're just in complete control.
Yeah. I mean, seeing how Apple City are playing this gang, it's no surprise that they just dominated their group, right? Like, they won every single series, and if they've been playing like this every single time, it's no wonder. This is like really clean bit of Dota 2 coming out for them, and it doesn't seem like there's anything Passionate can do. Like, they just lose their mid laner elsewhere on the middle part of the map. Just no core is having a good time. Crystallize is still 2,000 gold behind his counterpart, and as an alchemist,
And
may
he's
as well be
stunned,
like 4K
and Sunstruck, and he's dead.
Oh my lord. Alright, if you're Passionate away, are you just thinking about game 2 right now? Because this is just horrible.
You're definitely not thinking about this game anymore, because this game is over. The way it's gone, there's just... If your safe laner starts making those mistakes, there's some tilt in there.
Yeah, they've just started chaining deaths continuously now the last couple of minutes. Like, it kind of feels like they've mentally checked out here, Passionate way. Yeah, this is not easy. I mean, I don't know, how much can we sort of put this on the draft? Is it a serious drafting problem, or is it just how the lanes were played?
I think, partially it's, I just really didn't get the win range last pick. That one just, it didn't really do anything for the lane. It didn't do anything for like rotations or ganks or anything. So that was a bit of an issue. But I also think that they really screwed up the lanes. Just all things considered, that bottom lane, they shouldn't have died so quickly. I have to congratulate Durazi, of course, with his impeccable Sunstrikes in the early game to make that happen. Because that is one of the plus sides of having a Voca Quas Exort. You always have an extra hero in the lane, essentially, with that strike potential.
Yeah, like, especially like we're saying, not even any amazing stun setups either, and he was still landing the Sunstrikes continuously. Like, quite obviously showcasing why this guy is Grandmaster tier on the Invoker. He's played it a lot, he knows exactly what he's doing. And he's probably like been waiting for a patch where Exalt Folk is actually good again, and here it is, and he seems to be excelling quite nicely. As Niche, dear me, he's just dead again.
Yeah, still doesn't have Bloodstone done either, so there's no way you can even survive anything. And even if you do have it done, by the time you pretty much have it finished, TB is building his Scotty, so yeah.
Yes, I don't know. Yeah, into the Roche pit now. There will be an Aegis on top of everything else, probably given into the hands of your Y. Yeah, this is another thing as well, like, back in the day, TB with Ags was pretty crap. Yeah, you die with Meta on cooldown and your heroes is useless. But with the advent of Demon Zeal coming on through, it's actually still good. Well, it actually now is good, so you can just do a lot of work now as TBs.
The Aegis, it's still not the best carrier, obviously, because if you try to right-click your way in the team fight, you'll still most of the time get blown up. I wouldn't have even put it behind them if they just gave it to the Voker, but he is more magic damage oriented, as his right clicks are not the greatest.
No. But hey, he's only 1 kill off getting the godlike spree, so he doesn't even seem to care. Now just going to try and wait for a chance to go for the high ground now. Only one tier 2 standing at the bot lane, which it looks like Appleseed Gang might be going for. There's a creep wave coming into it very soon. In which case, then, every single high ground will be exposed on the side of Passionate Way, and then it's going to be very hard to try and defend against.
So just being a nuisance in mid, keeping them all the way back. And, yeah, Crystallize is he has his Blink Dagger now available, is going to go for the BKB next, but he's just so far behind. Damage output's minimal against that Mage Slayer as well, that reduces the spell damage from Unstim Concoction and Acid Spray.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, I've even just looked at the net worth of Batyut. Like, he's basically a support. Like, there's not really any way that you can look around it. The man is just very poor. Try to go in for a Manta next. Do you think like this is a game where he might just need to just go in for the Ags now? Like, just have some way of improving their team fight? Because at the moment it's just really rough. As another Whisper gets stolen away, Jewel Rays hits them all with the 3-man. He just destroys them! What on earth did we just see?
That was beautiful. That was just absolutely. It's unfortunate that they didn't perfectly connect, otherwise he'd have a quad kill there. But beautiful stuff coming out from Durazi, showing that Exo Invoker is back.
Oh.
Ouch.
I would not have blamed Passion away if they literally just typed GG there and then. Like, that is demoralizing as hell to just get destroyed like that, 1 versus 5. And now Norma's just diving the base on its own. Why the hell not? Get a free kill, why don't you?
I take down the Lash, dead for 45. The one plus that they have is that they're still so under-leveled that their respawn timers aren't that high. But yeah, GG gets called. We knew it, they knew it. It was very over in this game number 1 as Apple City Gang demolished Passion UA.
Yeah, I mean, that did not even look close, really, in that entire game. Sure, the net worth lead wasn't, like, massive for the side of Apple City Gang for a long time, but just in terms of momentum, how well the side lanes went, they completely shut down Niche on his Leshrac as well. It just looked like the Apple City Gang show from minute 0 onwards. Just very, very hard game of Dota 2 there for Passion UA. And I don't even know like what they're going to be able to take going into this second game here, DK. Like, do they have to ban this Invoker or something? Because it just looks so strong.
I mean, he played it really well. I don't think Invoker is necessarily a ban hero currently. I think their lanes just went horribly wrong on Passion UA. Maybe a different +4 could have been the idea, or you put the Lesh +4 and you get a different mid laner to deal with the Invoker. There's a lot of choices. They could have gone for the Ember themselves on Passion UA, for instance, instead of banning it out. But nonetheless, Apple City Gang, they just showed how strong they were in this game number 1. But of course, this is a 3-map series, so we're going to go towards a short little break. We'll be back for game number 2.
Alrighty, welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen, to the second game here for the CCT Series number 7. We have the first game that went the way of Apple City Gang in a very, very clean match. It did not look close whatsoever, so it's going to be up to Passion UA to see if they can take this second game to push it to a full 3-game series, or whether if Apple City Gang are just going to win the first game of the playoffs in an easy 2-0. Hopefully that doesn't happen, because that's not as exciting, but any sort of predictions you can give us here, DK, what we're going to see in this second game?
I don't even know necessarily if they would change their bans after that game, because there wasn't really any. Maybe the Marcy could get banned. Yeah, the Apple City Gang actually are the ones that banned the Marcy. But yeah, for the most part, I think most bans made sense, and I mean the Abaddon going through was the big surprise, but he played. Oh, the Abaddon was just useless that game, so it didn't really matter too much.
It didn't really turn to a good game, but I feel like maybe the main thing there was like the reason this lane went so badly is because they went for this last pick Wind Ranger, which just didn't really seem to do anything for them the entire game. So we'll see if that's gonna happen again. This time round, Apple City Gang get the first pick of the Magnus. Like last game, we didn't see any AoE control, lockdown, nothing. But now we're starting off with the big strong RP.
I mean, Magnus's great strength is the fact that it's a tri-lane core at the moment. It plays all 3 roles: safe lane, mid lane, off lane. So it's as flexible as it can be. You also have B-Body, who's a really good Magnus player for the off lane in case they put it that direction. Passion UA going for another run with the Leshrac. I do hope that they keep it open as a flex this time around, though he did not have like the worst lane last time. It was a bit hard for him considering he was playing 1v3 in that mid lane most of the time. But yeah, I need a little bit more maybe sustain to keep him alive, or rotating supports to help him out, because his supports last game, the Wind Range and Crystal Maiden technically could do a lot of rotating. They just never really did to get any ganks in that mid lane.
No. Yeah, that is very true. Like, it was just always Apple City Gang that are putting the pressure onto him. At the very least, every single time he died, he did take someone to the grave with him, which was probably, like, the only reason he wasn't, like, completely destroyed in terms of net worth. Like, it was the only thing keeping him in. But, yeah, 100% feels like Passion UA need to put a bit more emphasis and protection towards this mid, because it is a very, very important role and you can't just sacrifice him willy-nilly. So yeah, hopefully for Nish's sake this time round he gets a bit of a better game, but only time will tell. But there is that Moeta ban at long last. It does happen. Like, again, I'm kind of surprised it didn't happen in the first phase, but yeah, clearly they just don't want to play it this game.
Also, my bad. I said B-Body, I meant Norma on this playing the Magnus. I get confused because old and new and stuff with the Passion UA rosters. But yeah, I like it that Warlock has been returning as a like a mainstay support. I think with heroes like Abaddon coming in, it makes it very hard to play as Warlock, because Warlock is a great hero. Unless the lane you're up against, you literally can't do anything, then all you are is a heal bot at that stage. But it still has a big fat team fight cooldown combinations that are always just marvelous to see. Emberband, yep, Mage Slayer remover. And there's the Phoenix pick. Passion UA, that is their most picked hero in this patch so far. The Phoenix that they love picking almost every game.
Yeah, so we'll see how it does this time round. Obviously, Magnus not known for his attack speed prowess, so far the egg's looking good. Maybe where you can counter-initiate if the rest of your team gets RP'd as well. But, I mean, how much emphasis do you think Apple City Gang are going to, like, pay to this Phoenix? Like, do they have to draft, like, a Snapfire or something now, or they just not really care? I mean, Weaver's already a good support to deal with this egg, to be fair.
I mean, you definitely want to have some egg clearing potential. As you said, the Weaver is a good one for that. I don't think Snapfire is necessarily the one you want to go for. In this patch, Snapfire has been looking a lot weaker. But Voka, you know, you give the Alacrity buff, that's more attack speed. You give it to the Magnus, who has insanely ungodly damage. Then he gets attack speed plus extra damage involved. You have a lot more threat this game, especially from the Vokers. Like Cataclysm, which we saw that was a build that he went for last game, so it wouldn't be too surprising if he does go for it this time around as well. And now you have to deal with RP into Cataclysm combos. I do think Apple City get something more that has a little bit more lockdown, because he hit amazing Sunstrikes, but it's a lot easier if you have your own Crystal Maiden, for instance, that just holds someone in place and then easy Sunstrikes come through.
Yeah, 100%. Like it just makes your life that much easier. And I'm wondering then, do you think this could be... I mean, I know it's still early in the draft, but Shadow Shaman's looking pretty decent. Like the Hex for the Phoenix is great lockdown, stopping diving away, getting the egg off. And then obviously you got the Shackle set for the Sunstrike. More control for the Storm Spirit as well, which is fantastic. Not so great against PA, you get deleted fast, but I don't know. I mean,
I still have the break, right, at level 15? Or
yes,
don't they have? Doesn't
I think you
have it anymore.
That's
always nice, I guess.
Have
but
to do a quick check.
You also, the plus against playing against PA is you have the clock or whatever it's called. You turn it into chicken if he tries to blow you up in one fell swoop. The downside is Lesh always has AoE around you, so you're very likely still going to die. But it's nice to be able to have something survivable. I don't think it's a great +5 though. I think that's the weakness of Shadow Shaman. His attack range and cast range are too small to really be that effective as a +5. Maybe now with the facet where you turn someone into a chicken, it's a little bit better. But you're up against a Lesh. Like Lesh is just gonna Diabolic Edict, run towards you, and you can't really do much on a Shadow Shaman to stop him from killing you. You shackle him and you die from the Edict. That's essentially what it comes down to.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, that's like the life of a position 5, right? Make sure you get the enemy kill, but you're probably going to die at the same time. We'll have to wait and see. But obviously, Apple City Gang with this Pangolier pick could very well be into the hands of Norma, so a repeat from him. In which case, we're looking at a Magnus carry or maybe Magnus position 5. Which one do you feel is more likely at this point?
Okay, definitely Magnus carry.
Yeah.
All the safe laners have been playing it, so it's the hot stuff on the scene right now. And also Magnus 5 is terrible. You're playing against Lesh, same story. Like even if you like skewer him under the tower, Diabolic Edict will probably still kill you. The Pangolier pick also makes a lot of sense. Mage Slayer builder. I mean, you've got like 2-3 heroes in Dota that build Mage Slayer. Pangolier is one of them. You're playing against Lesh, a Storm Spirit. Hell, even a Phoenix with the Sunray damage is insane. So Pangolier is always nice to have to try and circumvent that. You don't really care. Like they have very little scary lockdown for the Pangolier. They've got Electric Vortex, Split Earth. Like Pangolier gets roll up, you don't care about any of their spells at that stage anymore, and then you just roll through the team fights. A very good Pango pick.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Passion Away are in a very similar situation as last game, with just not much lockdown. But the exact can be said for Apple City Gang. Like, where are their stuns? They have Magnus RP and Cold
Rolling Thunder. And Volker's entire toolkits, but yeah.
That's true. Yeah, but I mean, two of those stuns are ultimates, which are obviously not quite as reliable. Okay, they've got Arrow now, but obviously that's a skill shot, so you can't always bank on that. And again, there's not even a stun set up for the Arrow. Like, Apple City Gang just don't really care about comboing any spells where they're just all hitting them willy-nilly. Who cares?
There's a hero that is still like one of the best team fighting heroes in whatever patch you play. It hasn't been played much last patch, and I've barely seen it this patch either. But obviously the arena is still ridiculously strong to hold in the Weaver. Magnus can't like get through it, Mirana either. Like they're kind of stuck inside the arena, and then you have Phoenix Egg next to it, Lush just standing there with the ulti Storm Spirit zipping in and out. It's a really good pick. He's going for the Victory Feast facet so far. Does he have new facets or?
I'm unsure.
No,
they're the same.
Oh wait, no, I think it's the Victory facet. Victory Feast works. Yeah, I think the change from the last patch was his allies now get 50% of the bonuses that he gets from it. And that used to, he only used to be able to get the bonus, I think. And now they also get 50% of the, like, 30% heal or whatever it was. I guess that's okay. The Invis thing was still very annoying to deal with, though.
Yeah, it was. Sheer lack of vision is always frustrating to play versus. But I feel like in this game, the 5v5 team fights are going to be very entertaining. Like you mentioned, you've got all the Lesh spells, the Egg, the Arena, the Storm Spirit doing work in the fights. But then on the same side of Apple City, you've got RP, you'll have Cataclysm on top of that, you'll have Rolling Thunder. Like, both teams have the capabilities now to have very strong team fights, but it's all going to come down to initiation, I feel like. Who gets the best jump to start the fights off, and that'll probably dictate who's going to win this game. But I feel like just factoring in how that last game went, I'm probably just going to be favouring Apple City Gang here in this second game myself.
I don't know necessarily, because the one big thing that I always find scary is PA. Like, it's a PA. It just pops off at one point in the game and you can't do anything about it unless you have a really tanky lineup that can, like, survive and kite him. They don't necessarily. They're reasonably survivable, but, like, these supports, if you get any stun on them, they just get blown up in one fell swoop. So I'm still going to go for Apple City Gang because of how dominant they were last game, but I think this game should be a lot closer and probably a lot longer.
Yeah, I mean, just for entertainment's sake, we definitely hope that is going to be the case. But I agree. Like, draft-wise, this seems extremely close. We don't have any last pick Wind Ranger to cause any head scratches. You know, it's all pretty good, pretty strong. Looking forward to this one. I mean, like, in terms of like the laning phase, is there a team you think is going to come out ahead, or do you think it's all going to be very skill based?
I think it's reasonably skill based. I mean, the reason they picked, for instance, Mirana is so that he can get out of range of the Lash in the lane. You're playing against a Lash Mars lane, spear into Split Earth, you die pretty easily. But there's also the potential of being dragged underneath the tower if they're not careful against the Magnus. Rotations towards mid as well with the Mirana. You cold snap the Storm Spirit, Mirana hits an arrow. So they have a little bit more dynamic in that regard. I do still think that Passion UA have horrible ganking support. I mean, Lesh is okay, but the Phoenix is very weak for that. So you don't have like a easy setup of heroes that can just run around the map and quickly get kills, considering Lesh just has to slowly walk behind the Mars. Mars just tend to go for like Yule Scepters these days for an earlier item than the instant blink, so it might just get delayed in how fast you'll be able to get your ganking active, whereas the Weaver plus Pango are just going to constantly be running at you, plus the Mirana ulti now being just guaranteed the Moonlight Shadow. You're always going to have to deal with invisibility as invincibility.
Yeah. There's a lot to address there. There's a whole lot of things going on in this game, which is always good to hear. It means it's going to be chaotic, which is what I like. But yeah, it should hopefully be much, much closer. I mean, at the very least, I feel like Niche is going to be having a better time in this mid. Like, I still feel like Invoker's going to have a natural edge in this lane, but I definitely feel like Niche is going to have a better time. Again, like you were saying, the supports aren't really going to be able to rotate it to help that much, but maybe we won't need it. I mean, already he's winning the harassment war here.
And you always still have to be careful of those sun strikes on the side that might be coming through. As bottom lane, Flacco's doing a good job at harassing. He also went for the blinding facet on Starstorm.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Yeah, I think the other facet's evasion and Moonlight Shadow, I think. That was his old talent.
Yeah. I mean, I feel that probably against the PA would make more sense, would it not, do you think?
No, I actually have to check out what the Mirana's other... Oh, no, wait, never mind. The other facet is the leap into root.
Oh, okay.
I don't know my ears anymore.
Man, too much has changed. Like, it's gonna be a while before we know every single thing that's different. Like, we're only human. We can't keep track of everything.
Let's see, what does Phantom Assassin... Does anyone play the other facet? Not really. They all stick with the guaranteed crit facet instead of the... I mean, the other one just gives you the RNG, which is nice with some specific items.
But Methodical was the pick before 7.38, and it continues to be after 7.38. Like, not really enough was changed there to make people change their minds. But looking at CS, this mid lane is actually going really well for Niche. 17-2 against Dual Raze's 9-1, so nearly doubling him up already at just 2.5 minutes in. I mean, as the levels start piling onto Dual Raze, do you think that's going to change? Or now that Niche has this like slight lead, is he going to be able to hold on to it?
That's the plus side of Storm Spirit. You have easy right-click potential with that Overload and Static Remnant to secure creeps. And Voker alone doesn't really... Quas Exort Voker alone doesn't really have much that he can do against Storm Spirit. Like, Storm Spirit, Dual Raze summons the Forge Spirit, and that's just 45 extra gold for Niche. He blows it up in one spell.
Yeah, I've like been jumping over to that lane every now and then, and I've seen 3 Forge Spirits get killed by Niche, which is... That's a lot of gold. That racks up quite quickly. It's like more than an entire creep wave worth of gold that he gets extra there, so... Dual Raze is going to have to be really careful about how he uses these. I mean, at this stage as well, last game he already had a Sunstrike kill in the side lane, but unfortunately, no one on the side of Passion Anyway is getting low enough for him to attempt those kills at this stage. I mean, Flacco hasn't even got a single point into Sacred Arrow for like any kind of Sunstrike setup here. But it's not really playing for it this game.
Yeah, it's not a really good tool for the laning stage. It's nice to clear out a random creep in a camp, for instance. Or if you're going to go for a rotate gank towards mid. Oh, Skewer underneath the tower, but you drop in low, charge in. Flacco does have another leap, but will be a little bit too deep. Also, Fernance, because he's playing against the Mirana, did not level Diabolic Edict, which is weird to see on the Lesh these days, but it just doesn't do anything against the Mirana. He just leaps away.
Yeah. I mean, like you're saying, like, some people would probably just default into that build because it's going to be useful later on, but you know that your lane's going to be extra trash as a result, so you just have no choice but to change the skill. I'm kind of interested that you put 2 points into Split Earth rather than 2 points into Lightning Storm, but, I mean, if you land the Split Earth, it makes a lot more sense.
They do have a Mars, so the setup is easier than it normally would be. And it is quite a lot of damage that you can get, plus added stun on the enemies. But there is a rotation coming out from the Phoenix. So they are looking to possibly take a fight in... Oh no, actually Phoenix cancels his TP. Make sure Crystallize doesn't get taken down. Speaking of which, Crystallize is going in aggressively on towards Astral. Crystallize dropping low. He's taken down by Norma. Will be a trade-off. Cracker needs to be careful. Sunstrike's coming in, and the absolute read from Dual Raze. Oh,
that was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. They get the first blood on towards their core. Crystallize doesn't even get the kill credit for Astral, and then they just get the +1. That is a dream scenario there for Apple City Gang. They are very, very happy about that one. And, you know, just like that, maybe it's going to be the snowball that starts the avalanche here, DK. We'll see how much more momentum that's going to give them at the end of the day. I mean, already, just looking at CS, Dual Raze has managed to equalize this mid a fair bit. Like, he's still behind, but he's closing that gap bit by bit. So maybe they're going to have to start putting a bit more emphasis on trying to shut down this Invoker very soon.
Yeah, rotations towards the runes coming in from both sides. Splitter thrown out. He picked the haste rune on the storm, and he is out of there. They're actually continuing. Fernance is not going to get Sunstruck because of the arrow connection. No. And now Astral is going to get chased down. No, Shikuchi. He actually has only level 1 Shikuchi, so that's an easy kill.
That's unlucky. Like, both of you throw a skill shot, one of them hits, which causes the other one to miss. That's a feel bad man moment right there. But, you know, it's hard to coordinate those kind of things, so yeah, you let it off.
Nah, that's just no faith in your Mirana right there. Zero faith.
To be fair, like, if the arrow wasn't thrown, it looks like that probably would have hit.
Oh yeah, it would have, but you know, if you just expected your teammate to hit that shot, you would have had the Sunstrike ready for the move right afterwards. So no faith from Joe Rizzi.
That's a man that plays a lot of pubs. You know, he's used to just playing on his own. It's like, why rely on teammates when you can do it all yourself? But 7-minute wisdoms are spawning. This time round, it looks like Apple City Gang are not going to contest the Dire side. So I think for the first time in this entire series, Passion UA have a wisdom rune. That's nice.
Yeah, that is a plus this time around. Top side, Norma takes some damage, popping the Rolling Thunder, going in. There's also Flacco coming through. Sunstrike not going to connect, jumped out just in time. Arrow's going to fly right through, but it misses both skill shots off the mark. And now Norma is in a bit of trouble, needs to get himself back, has a level 3 shield crash shield on him, so will be surviving. Swashbuckler comes out, they get 2. Still, in the end, they manage to get 2, and the Storm Spirit is walking in that direction. Needs to spend most of his mana, can very likely get a kill onto Flacco. But maybe an earlier TP if you had one, they could have actually gone 3.
Yeah. As it stands, I mean, it's only supports to die, I suppose, but it is still a 2-for-1 trade, obviously favouring Apple City Gang, and you force a rotation out from their enemy mid and waste a little bit of time, so all in all, they're going to be happy with that outcome. Also scaring the absolute hell into Crystallize. Like, he nearly died a couple of times there, was able to avoid it, but Batyuk down the bot lane, he's not going to be able to avoid that one. He will go down. Yeah,
skewered RP, skewer under the tower, and then in comes the Sunstrike. Easy setup for this Magnus, who is almost done with the Mask of Madness. Focus got his hand of Midas, so he's already going to be able to start getting his farm going. But Niche, in the meantime, is top net worth of the game. So a very different field to last game. Yes, they're still ahead on Apple City Gang, but they at least have someone who is very good in early game or mid-game rotations, ready to be able to join in any of these gangs, specifically with this Mars, who is smoked up heading towards mid.
Yeah, if they can get this jump onto Dual Ray, it's going to be a really nice kill. It doesn't look like anyone from Apple City Gang are in a position to respond to this one. Yeah, look, they're predicting his movements exactly. He's going to come to this camp. Oh, the smokes break, and the Forge Spirits are there to just get all the vision. Dual Rays solo avoiding a 3-man gank coming his way. Nearly kills Ferdinand as well there. That Sunstrike just barely off the mark.
Yeah, it's playing dangerous gaming up against this Evoker. It's also a 3-man smoke. So much time wasted. Now a 2k net worth lead for Apple City Gang. And the Mars is wasting time that he could get some farm going. Flacco is going to get spotted. Mirana ults out of fear to jump out of there in case the arena gets dropped.
Yeah. Better to be safe as sorry. Oh, maybe actually trying to make a move on towards this
Shield
mid.
Boom is on the floor. There's the
though.
arena drop. Big catch coming out. The Phoenix Egg as well. Duruzi is stuck. Astral as well inside. Nice Rolling Thunder, but is it going to be enough? Batyuk on the high ground, still alive. Spears away Flacco to the low ground. No one dead so far. The Phoenix dive actually delaying them even more. Chase deeper from Norma. Crystallize is in trouble. Can he get away? Skipper comes up. The RP will find the kill. And now Yo Magnus will have to pay the price in response. Nice zip dodge there from Niche, who is looking really good this game.
Yeah, that was like millisecond perfect dodge there for the RP. Otherwise, it could have been a good turnaround for Apple City Gang. But what was that? That was 4-for-1 exchange, which is very, very good. They're going to be super happy about that one. It's basically leveled this game out entirely. As I think the net worth lead is 200 gold. Yeah, it's nothing.
That was a great arena into Phoenix Egg combination that they had there. Norma closing in on his Diffusal Blade as well right now. Did go for the Diffusal instead of the Mage Slayer. But I guess he has been having such a good game that he feels like he needs to be a bit more active.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. Does mean Apple City Gang just goes straight into pushing the mid. They're like, there's no egg, there's no arena. There's no way they can defend. Even though they're also missing like Roll Up Thunder and RP, but the confidence enough to push it means we'll at least get something out of that pretty disastrous teamfight loss. What else is going to fall here? Thing is, though, it is still crystallized at the bottom of the net worth. Like, still quite a ways away from a Battle Fury as well. Like, 1,500 gold, something like that, maybe more. It needs a bit more time yet.
Yeah, he's very far behind. Bottom of all the cores. His Pulse 5 Phoenix I was laning with him is actually not even that far behind him. Which is pretty scary. Yeah, that's definitely not good. Crystallize needs to catch up. He doesn't have the big farm mechanic as the Alchemist does. So it's going to take quite a lot of time. And on the other side, Magnus has got a free Battle Fury that he doesn't even have to use on himself anymore with that facet.
Yeah, that's pretty easy life. Just going to happily free farm away whatever the hell he likes. I mean, maybe a fight coming their way as Passionate wants to push this bottom set of barracks, but...
Oh, Sunstrike.
Gang.
Yeah, the Mars is going to quickly die, chasing for more. The Lesh dropping low. Split Earth is going to connect, but should not be able to get away. Shield crash. Normat with the... Pretty much those two kills all belong to him right there, because he is playing really well and showing up with that Diffusal Blade. So the Diffusal Blade right there is a good way to at least get those Sunstrike kills.
Yeah. Gotta have some extra way of setting up for them, at the very least. But, well, they really need him. Because again, now up to a 3k gold advantage for Apple City Gang, feeling very comfortable how this game is progressing. Not as dominant as the first game, I'd say, but still they're going to be feeling themselves that they're quite ahead. So all 3 tier 1s gone as well, on top of all the kills, so yeah, they're happy.
Right now, I mean, Batyuk as well, he still has queued up that he wants to go for the Vlads, but I assume it's going to be the Blink Dagger first item, as they need to start making plays to delay this game, because right now, I mean, the Magnus is getting to a scary point. Once he's got the Harpoon, he is ready to just keep going.
Yeah, how far away is he from that? About 1,900 gold, so, you know, still a couple of minutes away. And with that Blink now delivered on towards the Mars, they go for an immediate smoke play. And this is where, like you said, they've got to try and find a kill. There's also the Moonlight Shadow being used at the same time. Breaks the smoke of Niche, so maybe that's the end of this aggression already before it even began.
Sure is he. Fucking pretty close, looking to see if he can find an angle. But yeah, they're just going to keep farming in the meantime on the Magnus. The Mirana ulti for the smoke gank. That's a nice attempt. Batyuk still has the smoke going, though. So you always still have to be a little bit careful of getting jumped with the arena.
Yeah. But you could just say that this is just more wasted time for him, though. Like, he's just been running around the mid, hoping that a fight comes his way, but it doesn't. Meanwhile, the Magnus is still AFK farming, Jewel Rays was still farming. Sure, the PA's trying to do it, but still trying to just get the Battle Fury himself, which is not good.
Blink Spear missed as Astral used time lapse just in time before he could get hit by the spear, but they are smoked up. And Yoi, they'll spot them out. The arrow comes flying through. It's not going to connect on anyone, but this is a great Rolling Thunder target. Astral will lose his life. Orma is going in. Fernandes is an easy target, so they're just going to suffice with that kill.
And that was like so extremely ballsy from Astral. He just like runs into the backlines completely on his own. No ultimate available to get out, but I guess he was just hoping to set up for a really good fight. Oh, that arrow! If that hit, that could have been an amazing team fight start here for Apple City Gang, but they're going to go for it anyway.
Okay, big arena. Catch coming in. Niche gets the zip out just in time. Dual Regime. Nice disarm, but the burn is too much. Flacco's going to be a second one down. Yoi's trying to chase someone down. They're going to just ignore the Phoenix Egg for now. But the Madness actually in a little bit of trouble. Has RP available in case it's needed. Gets the RP off on the Crystallize, but he needs to actually skewer out of there. It's still on cooldown for a little bit longer. Crystallize can get the jump and skewer right back. They lose Yoi. Batyuk on the back and gets taken down by Norma, who's still alive and kicking. Chasing for more. He's got the Empower buff as well. Crystallize now going in for Astral. Time lapse comes through, and Crystallize is slowly but surely gonna get actually a kill before he gets taken down. Bit too over aggressive there from the Flacco, who die-backed from that fight, but still they managed to take down quite a bunch of them.
Yeah, a very expensive fight from both sides, but according to the chart, it is actually a 200 gold and 200 experience advantage for the side of Passion UA, so yeah, you know, you could make some argument that they won that, but if that means now that the Tormentor just goes the way of Apple City Gang, then it's a definite no. Like, a free shard is always nice. Depends who gets it, of course. There are some heroes which just do not care.
Yeah, Torment is a big jump in gold. That goes to Flacco with the extra leap charge. Yay.
Yeah, the critical strike part is meh as a support, but hey, you know, it's an extra means of evading the PA, the Lesh, the Arena. You know, you can make some value out of that.
Yeah, it's kind of the problem for both their supports, right? They have two supports that have not great facets. On the other side, Passion UA, their supports have amazing facets.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, 100%. So just the fact of taking the Torment away from them to make sure the other supports don't get it is probably bigger than getting the actual shard themselves. But still, you know, despite the fact that it is a net worth lead here for the side of Apple City Gang, we could quite easily see how Passion UA are still going to be able to take these fights successfully and bring this game back. Because it's like we were saying in the draft, the team fight from both sides is just so strong. It's all going to come down to that initiation.
Norman now also has the Aghanim Scepter done, so Aghanim Scepter plus the Fusel in the team fight. Don't really care about the arena at that stage, and you just keep on shield crashing, doing tons of AoE damage. This Pangolier is really doing the heavy lifting right now for Apple City Gang.
Yeah, man is extremely rich, so they're going to go for a quick grab on towards Fernan's. Easy kill underneath the tier 2, although...
Niche in response. I don't really... Like, he just used... Okay, he still had a regen rune going. I was like, he just lost half his mana for absolutely no reason.
The balls on this man. Yeah, luckily enough, there wasn't, you know, just a Magnus sitting in the trees with RP, otherwise that could have just been the end of him, no problem. So, a high-risk, low-reward situation there. Yeah, fortunately enough, not punished.
Dire are scanning.
Still
Right now.
UI, man, just free farming off. Like, going in for the BKB next as well, on towards this mag, which might be the main reason, or the main way they actually kill this egg, because the Phoenix Egg Arena combos have been devastating for him so far.
Yeah, Durazi, there's a lot of enemies around him, and he's just going to TP out before they catch up to him. Going for his own BKB at the moment on the Voker. Hanamitis, bots, Rodovatos, BKB. It's so disappointing not to see the Cataclysm come in just yet, but it makes sense. The arena is really catching him too many times, and he just, in there, you can't do a single thing until they kill you, or you kill them. Your team kills them. In mid, niche, very close to... I know he has this Kaya. He didn't go the BKB himself just yet.
I suppose, you know, they're at least paying up against an RP, which can always pierce it, so I guess, like, the priority for it isn't as high, but still going to be very valuable, just avoiding a lot of other stuns and control that comes on out, as Fernan's will die yet again up towards top.
Yeah, this Fokker just getting freebie kills. His second kill of the game. Actually, would have expected a bit more, but most of them went to the Pangolier, who hasn't died so far this entire series yet.
Ormro is showcasing a very good game. Almost on his own Blink Dagger, so an extra form of initiation for Apple City Gang will be coming out very, very soon. As, yeah, your Y, I think, has completed BKB. Yep. That's just been delivered, so now he's going to go back in for that Harpoon, but another 1,700 gold to go. Looks like Apple City Gang might be going for a smoke play here. They've all TP'd by their tier 2 tower, but no, they're not doing it just yet. Who needs it? They're just going to find Cracker anyway.
Oh, there's the Orchid reveal. Sunstrike comes in. That's a lot of damage. Does he get the dive away? No, he does not. Yowai gets a kill. And with the Phoenix dead, you definitely cannot take a fight if you're Passion UA, because the egg's the only thing that's really been the constant in these fights. It just doesn't get focused.
Yeah. I'm actually really surprised that they didn't just run straight into the Roche pit after killing him. Like, they're right outside the pit. No Phoenix Egg, like you're saying, is massive, but I guess they still don't feel confident just going for Roche in that situation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now, are they going to go for it now? I mean, only 10
it
seconds
seems
for
so,
Phoenix,
but
though.
yeah, they're on the other side of the world. There's not even a TP on the Mars. So they should be able to get it for free.
Yeah, it's dropping way too quickly here. This will be UI getting a free Aegis, which is going to be super valuable for himself. He's happy. But it looks like Passion Yue actually going for a smoke play of their own, as a BKB has just been picked up from Crystallize, so I think that's going to be enough to try and make a play, but obviously have to do it into this Aegis, which is not easy at all. Wrecker, smoke breaks. Only sees Astral though, not a big target.
Astral, there's the invis from Mirana coming in. He breaks the smoke, knows exactly where Butchuk is. And Cracker in the trees, though, is going to get spotted. Goes for the dive, roofed it up, drops the Phoenix Egg. Can they kill off the Phoenix Egg in time? Yep. Yes, they can, and now it's a chase for the rest. Rolling Thunder is going to go for more on the side. Butchuk spotted, but they're not going to go deeper with the Rolling Thunder on cooldown.
I mean, that is BKB used, though, so maybe it's not too super bad for Passion Yue, considering that is the 9-second gone. I mean, they're still hanging around like they want to take a fight, but that's not easy, missing their, large part of their team.
Arena catch, but there's the BKB from Durazi. Butchuk in a bit of trouble. He pops his own. There's an RP ready, but he can't get the cost off. He wants to go for it, but they get out just in the nick of time. We'll focus down Fernand's regardless, but Yo doesn't get the targets that he wants to, and Butchuk walks away.
Wow, the timing on that Vortex to cancel the first RP out from UI, that was so damn clutch. Otherwise, that would probably just been a double kill straight away, and then that would have been a tier 2, maybe more even going down as a result. So, yeah, quick reactions there from Niche probably saves them from disaster. Still doesn't really turn into a good fight, though, either way.
Yeah, it just makes sure that it doesn't go a lot worse. As they are now 8k behind. PA is catching up to the rest of the cores, has his Battle Fury BKB done, going for the SNY as his next item. Still feels like he needs quite a decent amount more. As you mentioned, Magnus RP is always going to be a scary factor.
Yeah, it's always hard just trying to play up against that this entire game. As, Niche. Yeah, he's got enough money, he's fine. I mean, on the side of Apple City Gang, do you think someone needs to build into some kind of break? Actually, they still found Niche.
The Orchid, silence, Rolling Thunder holds him in place. Can he get away? Zip to the back end. Swashbuckle misses because of the secondary zip, and Storm walks it off.
That was very close. I'm kind of surprised Norma didn't try and bounce off the wall, and go back into him. Decided to, judge where he was going, which he did judge exactly the direction that Niche was zipping, but unfortunately, yeah, just still had too much mana and got away from him. Very close, though. Very, very close.
Well, looking at Norma's next item is going to be the BKB. He also has the shard. At one point, when he gets his basher, that's going to be really dangerous to play against because of the constant AoE stuns that will happen against the PA, the Mars, and soon to be the Storm once that BKB is done. Storm queued up that he wants to go for the Axe afterwards. Yeah, then you got very scary team fight all of a sudden on Passion Yue. Drag back on Flacco, but the spear does not connect. Gets the leap out of there and will be able to disengage. So a lot of gank attempts this game that just barely missed the mark.
And hey, that's actually where that free shard comes in clutch. If you didn't have that, Flacco probably would have died there. So everything has a knock-on effect at the end of the day, I suppose. But one thing I want to say though, I'm really sad that we're back to a point where Thunderbolt is just never picked on Pangolier. I absolutely loved it when that was in the limelight for a good couple of weeks and everyone was just playing it. It just seems so damn good, but it seems like the default was to go back in for the double jump. Not happy. I'm not happy about it.
I'm actually quickly checking, and for mid Pangoliers on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, Thunderbolt has an 80% pick rate.
Oh, well, I'm chatting out my ass, so you can ignore me.
Though for off-lane, double jump is still the more favored one, and 5% higher win rate. But for mid, Thunderbolt's 1.8% higher win rate.
Oh, okay. That's pretty close to it. So Thunderbolt should still be the default.
Yeah.
Bring it back, people. I mean, I just like it. It's like, even in that situation, they were going for the Storm, you know? The Thunderbolt would have probably secured that kill. But on the flip side of that, there's probably been a couple of situations in this game where the double jump saved Norma or enabled him to get a kill extra, so it's always hard to tell if something is just completely better than the other thing.
I mean, that's just the beauty of Dota. Heading in for that Torment, do they get another free shard? This one goes to the Weaver. So now I guess he can farm faster, but you'd rather have it given to the Voker.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be alright if it targeted the egg. That could be kind of useful, but
wow,
unfortunately,
I didn't even notice the Voker shard. If Sunstrike damages an enemy hero, a Force Spirit of current level is created at the location. So if you pop Cataclysm, you have like a gazillion Force Spirits in the area.
That's the thing. So you create a Forge Spirit, but when you cast Forge Spirit, that said you make 2. So do you make 2 per hero, or is it just 1, I wonder?
I would assume just 1. But if you use Cataclysm, you throw 2 Sunstrikes. If multiple people are on top of each other during an RP, you have like...
Yeah.
Like every Sunstrike gives you... what? 4 Forge Spirits.
That'd be funny. Oh, Wisdom Rune.
Oh.
Attempt to steal here
Force
from
pop
the side.
the BKB. Norma does have the time lapse. Hassel does get away. Rolling Thunder is going to continue. Charge in, but doesn't get the RP target. Joe pops the BKB, gets the RP onto Bachu, who's out of mana on the Mars. Will be taken down. Chasing in for more immediately. Fernand is going to be the target left behind as the rest of Passion UA try to disengage. Storm wants to just cut the creep wave, it seems, but they will lose that fight. And yeah, it started off with immediately Storm using BKB and Phoenix Egg drop, so you were always going to be in a rough spot.
Yeah, it was all just in the attempt to steal the Wisdom Rune, which Niche does do, at the very least. They get something, but at the same time, they still lost their own on the other side of the map, so all they really did was equalize the experience and then lose 2 more heroes. Just not a great outcome whatsoever, and maybe it's going to get worse as Cracker's underneath Observer Water. Oh, what is this pause timing? Okay,
yeah,
he hasn't been hit by Suchi yet, so he doesn't know he's there at the very least.
Yeah, and the Orchid's at ready to silence him. The rest of the team is a bit too far away to really do anything, but maybe a good Sunstrike plus the Orchid damage. And Astral, of course, now has the shard, so the Shikuchi shard, so a little bit of extra damage joining into the mix maybe would be enough, but this Phoenix does have 1700 HP and a bit of extra armor now with the Veil of Discord done.
Yeah. He's
And
got
even
the old
Gale Guard.
Gale Guard, yeah. I mean, how do you know what we talked about? How do you feel about all like the new neutral items and the crafting system now?
I think it's cool. Yeah, I guess I like it more than the previous one because it was way too RNG. And now you have a little bit more of the choices. Though I tend to just stick to the same like choices every single time anyway. I'm a support, I get GPM.
Yeah, you can't really go wrong with that, can you?
If I don't get GPM, my game's over. I'm sad. And everything's just not fun anymore.
Such is the life of supports. I mean, I found like when it first came out, because obviously like casting the group stage for CCT, it's all solo casts, and it's like it's just impossible to keep track of all the neutral items plus what upgrade everybody's gone with, whilst also having the rest of the game to go on. It's like there's so much more to focus on now. They're not making the casting Dota too easy for us, are they? They're really not.
No, but that's also the entertainment of it. Oh, Weaver does have serrated shift, so maybe with a couple of lucky procs. Oh, just in time before the dive came through. Gilgard, he's not going to get out, and he does lose his life there on the Phoenix. So no egg in general for 50 seconds regardless. Crystallize has his SY. They're ready to maybe... They can't really threaten high ground. The heroes are very bad for it. They do have Cataclysm now, though, so that's pretty fun.
Yeah, I feel like they're just going to have to wait for this second Roche, which potentially is up in 15 seconds. We'll see just how quick it's actually going to be here.
It's
But-
actually very weird for us as a spectator to not be able to see when Roche respawns. Like, we get the same as the in-game players. Like, it's...
No, we get the actual time, yeah.
No, we get... Within 3 minutes, it can respawn. We get the exact same as the players in-game see.
Oh.
So it's also a guess for us when it respawns.
Wow. Yeah, that's weird. Actually, I have noticed as well, like, we can't even see bounty runes through Fog of War, for instance.
We
Like,
see him on the mini-map,
yeah.
but we don't see him in the Fog of War, which is strange, because... Why?
Yeah, there's quite a few things that need to be changed, but it's fresh patch problems, you know? I struggle to sort it out.
Yeah, but they fix a problem that never was a problem. Like, they already fixed it previously, and they just reverted the fix. I guess maybe they wanted to be more entertaining for like online like casts and stuff, so that now we don't even know when it's gonna respawn, so it's really on time. Oh, actually,
Whoa.
Norma just one-shots Niche. Not even a Sunstrike was needed there. Speaking of which, Cataclysm comes flying out, will not be able to really connect. Crystallize forced to pop the BKB. The rest of the team is rotating through. Cracker is dead. In the meantime, to Yoi, Arrow comes flying out, not going to be able to find a connection, but they're all trying to disengage.
Oh!
Okay.
Kronos gets hit from the ogre! He just
That's
gets clubbed
just-
to the face!
That, sometimes, you know, Ice Frog's just a prick.
That is evil. Like, you lose 2 people on your team else on the map, you try and TP out, and a neutral just comes along and smacks you in the face. Like, what is that? Oh my god, they even see Crystallize down bottom. He's underneath the Observer wards. He's
No
in danger
BKB.
here.
Yeah, Crystallize, no BKB. They're coming from different directions. Through Z, Rod of Atos, EMP, hold them in
Yeah,
place,
he's
disarm, high five, high five, high five, goodbye.
Oh my lord. In just like the matter of a minute, they lose 4 heroes in 4 different parts of the map. And they probably just hemorrhaged several thousand gold. Roshan's just respawned as well, so Age is now going to be on the table on top of everything else. Oh my
And
god.
the banner, oh. That means you can actually push high ground, because they don't have a hero that can take care of the banner from long range.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, this is rough. This is going to be real rough now. So the game's just all of a sudden got extremely more difficult here for the side of Passion UA. I mean, they were behind anyway, but that's just mean. Completely unnecessary. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with this one. I mean, the PA... What have they even got here? Still really just like BKB, Sanjin, Yasha, trying to go for the Satanic next, but still needs like another 2,500 gold. He's not going to have that anytime soon. It's just not really going to be much of a help coming into this next fight. So it's all banking on the back of Batyuk and Krekker, I feel. They have to get a Dream Egg Arena combo, or, I don't know, Holdings is going to be so hard.
Yeah, Niche does get back to base. Has Parasma built up instead of... Okay, I was expecting the Aghanim Scepter to come through. Oh, Batyuk, RP, Cataclysm comes flying out. And there they kill off the Mars. I mean, it's just free pickings for them at this stage.
Yeah, just gone for another 50 seconds. Does have buyback, but see if he's going to be forced to use it. This tier 2 top is 100% going to go down. Just depends whether if Apple City Gang want to try and risk pushing for a high ground as well. Remains to be seen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if they do. They have a banner. They've got Aegis. They've got Vocal with the Alacrity buff, of course. And this Magnus does about 400 auto attack damage per hit.
He is missing RP though, but doesn't seem to care enough. Up to the high ground, and yeah, the Mars up and now in 5 seconds. Could definitely see Passion UA defend this one. They've got to bring the heroes there. But the PA and Storm Spirit are just cutting waves.
Yeah, unfortunately not the wave. Top side, Arrow lands, Cataclysm comes flying out, and there is the kill on the Fern and chase him from Norma onto the Phoenix.
Oh.
Who got hexed up by the Pangolier in the trees. Batyuk just chilling. Who's gonna throw out the spear. Misses the mark though. Norma rolling thunder is gonna get interrupted. Then he gets blown up by Crystallize, but he's running into the meatball. Takes a heap of damage in response. Norma going back in, and the Rolling Thunder is going to be able to just become an ultimate nuisance. He got out just in the nick of time on the Pangolier.
Well, it's turned into a horrible fight. They lose 3 heroes technically, so die back from the Lesh. They don't get anything out of it. They lose a whole set of barracks. Now the middle set's threatened. They don't have arena, they don't have egg. Holding just feels basically impossible now, especially with RP off cooldown in 5 seconds time. Like, this is Mega Creeps guaranteed.
Yeah, and Cataclysm is also available again, so Focus ready to rumble. Does he have his, yeah, he has Gleipnir now, so he even has bigger AoE on the Sunstrike. There's going to be the Cataclysm onto 2-0! Oh my god, they're just dead. They're all just dead. Gleipnir catch is huge. Listen for more RP, but you're done, and they take the series 2-0. So X Passion UA takes down current Passion UA in a dominant 2-0 fashion.
100%. That was just super strong game. Dual raise on this Invoker, man. What an absolute demon. This does work all the time. You know, sometimes you can rely on your Magnus to land a big RP, but who cares? If you've got your own Gleipnir, just up like Cataclysm people anyway. And even in the first game, he got that 1 versus 5 4-man Cataclysm, which just basically won the whole game off the back of it. Just, yeah, phenomenal performance coming out from Dual Raise in this game. And just read the whole entire team, Apple City Gang, showing why they are the people that won their group stage. Every single series they destroyed, and I'm expecting them to go far here in the CCT Series 7.
Yeah, this Pangolier of Norma as well. 2 games in a row. 0 deaths so far in this series. So beautiful stuff coming out from him and Apple City Gang. They are still 5-0 now in the tournament. Haven't lost the series. Only lost 2 games in, I think that is a total of 14 matches they've played. They've lost 2 maps. That's a really dominant performance. Of course, in the playoffs, a couple of other teams were added into the mix as One Win and Navi Jr. have joined, so 2 very strong contesters coming into play. But those 2 teams will be playing later today. Next game is actually going to be the Zero to Nasty versus Night Pulse, and I did see Zero to Nasty. Like, they have been there for a while, but I did see a post online on Twitter that they officially joined the Dota scene, so now they're like contracted officially here to stay with the Zero to Nasty roster.
It's good. Well, hopefully this roster is going to be able to stick around for quite a while. Like, just looking at the lineup of Zero to Nasty, there's some well-known players on there. They've been knocking around the scene for a while, so hopefully it is just a case that they found the teammates they've been looking for their entire career, and they're able to stick with each other and get really far. I mean, that's always the case, isn't it? Like, you start with Dota 2, you change between teams again and again and again until finally you find a team that suits you, and maybe we could be seeing that. But obviously, like you're saying, that is going to be the next series coming up on this stream. Still 1 hour and 15 minutes to go, though, ladies and gentlemen. Quite a long break. So, you know, go get some breakfast, lunch, dinner maybe, depends where you are in the world. But do make sure you come back later on, guys, to see the continuation here for the CCT Series number 7. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second game of the playoffs here for the CCT Series 7. My name is DK Truman, and I'm joining Blue Skill for what is definitely going to be another exhilarating match, isn't it?
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be a very close series. Hopefully we get the first 3 games of the playoffs right now. I mean, judging by the performance from group stage, these two teams are relatively similar in performance. Like Night Pulse won 3-1 in their groups, as well as Zero Tenacity also won 3-1. So just looking at those alone makes this a bit more closer, considering how first series was a 4-0 team up against a 2-2 team. So yeah, quite close in that regard.
Yeah, I do think that Night Pulse was normally a team that I wouldn't even expect to lose a match in the group stage, so that was a little bit of a surprise factor that they got taken down by Apple City Gang. I think it was even in a 2-0 fashion. But yeah,
Yes.
I mean, they're just a really scary team with a lot of experience behind them. But they're also going to be playing up against another scary team. But first of all, here we have, of course, the Vailama won a Tier 1 event with, of course, Heroic recently. Kami, Warwick, Desire, Kadaro, like these guys have been on the scene for the longest of times.
Yeah, very, very experienced players. And another thing to note is they all have pictures and with matching jerseys as well, DK. Like, it's just unheard of. It just doesn't happen. It's amazing.
Yeah, finally, a team that at least gets their stuff ready to show
priorities.
And
you know?
I'm
Should always be the
curious
first
how
thing they sort out.
because the lighting is all different, so it wasn't in the same space. They probably all got a jersey sent at their homes and then quickly took a picture.
Yeah, I just like to think then that Desire was pulling this angry face, just like looking into a mirror, you know, taking the picture himself, or getting someone to take a picture for him. Either way,
They never
funny.
smile. Like Kidaro, a little bit of a smile, but they like why is everyone always so serious?
Yeah, just a cheeky smirk. That's all we get. But you know, Dota 2 players see happiness as a weakness. You know, we're all miserable at heart. We all sump hours into this game where we most likely just lose a lot. You know, so it's I think in that regard we're all masochists in some way, DK. So yeah, they're just embodying it. You know, they're just wearing it on their sleeves, as you do.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely a scary team to face up against, but they are not going to be playing up against no slouch team either. Zero Tenacity on the opposing side, team that won their group stage with, as you said, a 3-1 fashion. Stoikov, I mean, they have probably the oldest man in the scene right now with LeBron Dodara, 34 years old. Is turning 35 this year. Absolutely ancient right there. But of course, not looking like he's going to stop anytime soon and trying to perform at his best for this Zero Tenacity roster.
Oh, for sure. You know, I expect one day he'll get a Zimmer frame delivered to him and it'll have a couple of like Dota 2 bumper stickers on it, you know? Like, you just gotta roll with it at this stage. Same as like Karaoke, you're always seen as like the veteran of the Dota 2 scene. People always know you've been around for a while. And unfortunately, that also means that chat likes to give you grief because of that, don't they? You know, as nice as chat can be, sometimes you guys are ruthless, evil people. But I love it.
Yeah, old man, all over the place. Of course, one of the pretty solid performance. Hasn't had like an outlier in quite some time, but still very scary to play up against. Then you have Pablo as a +4, who's been, of course, I mean, the team that I always remember him the most for is the Team Bald Reborn. Obviously, has been in a lot of teams, but the Team Bald roster will always be in my heart for how weird it was. Stoikov as that mid laner has been honestly all over the place. Even played in NA for a little bit, or SA for a little bit with Leviathan. Hasn't really, like, considering how talented he is, he's mainly always been a substitute player for a lot of teams and not like a mainstay player. So it's good to see him being picked up to this roster, and hopefully that will be a nice run for them in the end. Of course, Retsu to finish it off, another player that has been mainly been in random stacks here and there, but always has shown his performance to be admirable.
Yeah, I think that's like the case for a lot of players in this tournament. That they've been bouncing around teams for so long. It's just trying to find that forever home for themselves, and hopefully we do get that one. And like what you said about Stoikov, where he's been a stand-in for quite a lot of teams, and I feel like it's kind of because like his play style. He either looks unstoppable, really, really good, or he just looks kind of It really does depend on how he wakes up on the day and if he's feeling the Dota 2 or not. So hopefully that is the Stoikov we are going to get in this first game, as the draft is now underway, and let's see what happens. One thing I want to note is that Night Pulse have been playing a fair amount of Silencer, DK Truman, so I want to see it. I want to watch this.
Yeah, I saw 6 picks of the Silencer, which is very wild. At 66% win rate, so they won 4 out of their 6 games that they played with it. But it's a hero that I have seen being picked up a couple of times in some pro matches here and there, but not really the reason why it gets picked up that much. As the hero, like, Global Silence is nice, and you steal a little bit of int during the game, which is also nice, but it feels similar to me like it's Ancient Apparition. You're like, oh, there's a free kill, and then you just hop in, jump him away, and then you continue on with the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Silence has always just been in that point in like Dota 2 where a patch will come out, people go like, oh, Silence is viable now. They play him for a bit, and then teams show that no, actually this hero is just not that good, and then he disappears into the Netherworld again to not be seen for another year. So I don't know. I always like seeing Silencer come on out, and hopefully Night Pulse can ride this Silencer train for as long as they possibly can. I'm here for it, and so far Zero Tenacity have not banned it out. I don't know if they've been first picking it or not, but I would doubt it. It doesn't seem like a first pick hero.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, no one bans it, so why would you first pick it primarily?
Yeah.
The other heroes here that have been banned out, are there any outliers that haven't been removed yet for you?
All the old big boys have all been stripped away. There's been a fair bit of Ember Spirit that's been prioritized from the side of Night Pulse, still in there. Leshrac obviously still in the pool. The most picked hero actually for this patch on the side of Zero Tenacity is the Clock, which is quite interesting to see again. Like, a lot of teams kind of moved away from him, but apparently Zero Tenacity still like it. So we could very well see that be the first pick. Maybe they might even wait for the second phase. We'll have to wait and see. But
not a single support was banned. Huh. It's interesting. I know that the cores are very strong right now, but there's also not like the biggest pool of support heroes that are currently being picked.
Yeah.
So interesting move, but of course the Ember Spirit does get first picked for Night Pulse Mage Slayer Builder, one of the highest win rates in the mid position at the moment, and with the change on his ulti, pretty much removing the delay, it's just back to its former glory.
I mean, now that like Ember Spirit is pretty much guaranteed to be the mid, right? He doesn't have any kind of flex to be support or even a carry.
Not playing anymore, so
yeah. So I'm wondering if Zero Tenacity just go for like some obvious mid lane destroyer, like a Shaker or maybe even a Huskar, and just completely shut this hero down. But instead, they're going to go for Moeta, a hero which I was expecting to see in the previous series, which we didn't, but it will appear now.
Yeah, Muerta, plus 4 mostly. I don't really see it being played as a core. The Aghanim Scepter is ridiculously good, especially once in the late game you get the 2 charges on the Fear. And it just, it's a survivable hero. It has an interrupt. You build into the Rod of Atos still anyway. All things considered, still a very solid pick to go for. And one of the better parts is that you can go for a mid rotation while not being close with the dead shot range, where you bounce it off a tree and then it continues forward. So the mid laner might not expect it to move. It's like a Mirana arrow. You don't see it coming because they just went missing in their lane, and you're like, they're probably in the trees, and then already you get ganked. So Muerta really good for those early mid lane ganks.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see if that is going to be what they're going to be doing a lot of focus on. So Yeah, it feels very like this would be like the position 4 for Pablo. We'll see if that is going to be the case, or maybe they might be surprised us and swap it to a different role. But yeah, if you're on Night Pulse right now, surely you're just banning mid heroes that could just destroy this Ember Spirit, right? Like, that really needs to be the priority for the second phase.
Yeah. Ember is a very strong hero, has some very big weaknesses. Luckily enough, Monkey King is already out of there, and they banned out the Pango. The Slark is a surprise one. But yeah, the Huskar was one that I was thinking about as well when you mentioned it. One thing that's always nice about, or weird with the Ember Spirit, you lose the lane heavily. I think Huskar has become better in the later portions of the game now in this patch than it used to be. But the biggest problem for Huskar is at one point Ember Spirit, he has the Mage Slayer, uses his Mage Slayer hit, and then the damage output from Huskar all of a sudden drops by 40%. And then the hero he struggles. Even though he counters Ember in lane, in game, it's a whole rougher dynamic.
Yeah. Well, they'll probably leave their mid for the second pick, like their third, fourth pick here, as Jakiro will be the hero instead. So already starting off this game with their support duo on the board. Again, like you were saying, considering how like no supports are even banned, so they are able to grab all the ones they could really want. We'll see how this duo does end up performing. But 2 more picks here to come out from Night Pulse. What will it be? I don't actually know where they play this silencer. Is it a core or do they play it as a support, do you know?
I don't think they play it as a core. I don't think anyone plays it as a core right now. That's a little bit crazy. Psychotic.
I love it though. I'm always here for seeing heroes in wacky spots, but there is going to be the Warlock. Obviously guaranteed position 5, so probably unlikely to see the silencer come on out now. Sad.
I was hoping for the Clockwork. You're playing against Muerta Jakiro. Jakiro can't cast any spells when he gets battery assaulted. I don't know if Night Pulse still plays a Clockwork, but if you go for that's another hero that I haven't seen. I don't think it even got banned in the previous series. Darkseer, which is like one of the best offlaners at the moment in combination with any melee. So it's kind of surprising to not see the Darkseer being banned in the previous series or this series so far.
Yeah, just completely skirted around. I mean, Night Pulse have played it 3 times in this patch. They've won every game. But on the side of Zero Tenacity, they've only played it once and they lost to it. So clearly not a favoured hero amongst these guys.
I mean, they played it Clockwork 6 times, and they played the Darkseer 1 time, so I already see the problem there. And they're going to go for the Dark. I mean, you did just mention the stats, 100% win rate for Night Pulse on this patch, so not a very surprising pick. But then what are you going to combo it with? Clockwork is still an amazing combo with the Darkseer. Yeah.
Clockwork would be really strong. Maybe you could even make an argument for Nyx Assassin, perhaps, like plenty of AoE spells that you can trigger Spike Carapace on, lanes relatively well with the Iron Shell. Could definitely be a toss-up between either two, but you don't really see that much Nyx now in this stage. But Shaker picked up. There is your mid lane matchup versus the Ember Spirit. Zero Tenacity, happy with that one.
Yeah, that should be favorable. It's not 100% for Shaker. Obviously, Shaker wins the lane, but I've seen Ember Spirits also be able to do a good amount of dodging and at least keep the lane even. Whereas when you're up against Huskar, you've lost the lane. There's no chance that you come back from it, like you win the lane in that case. But against Shaker, it's still doable. You can decently dodge a couple of those Enchant Totem hits, for instance. But Zero Tenacity going for Troll. Good game for an Aghanim Scepter Troll. Very good Aghanim Scepter Troll game against Darkseer, Warlock, Ember Spirit. A lot of spells that you want to remove from yourself, purge from the enemies.
Yeah, 100% looks good so far. They go for the Lifestealer pickup there on the side of Night Pulse. So I suppose you can always just go for like the Infest Runaway once the Troll Warlord pops his ult, or even once you've got the Ags, just to go inside him. Unless they've changed it. They've definitely changed it. That's still the Ags, right?
That's still the Ags.
Alright, okay, good. Whew. Well, I might have completely missed the boat there, but okay, yeah, I can see why. But yeah, just still not a huge amount of ways of really kiting the Troll Warlord so far. It's just really Searing Chains or Surgeon and trying to run away. That's all they've really got.
almost every single series I've seen in CCT, last phase, everyone bans Doom. No one picks Doom before the last phase, but everyone always like the first ban of the last phase is always Doom because we have a lot of healing, for instance, and then they realize every single lineup you ever play in this patch is currently consistent of 90% healing.
Yeah. But still no Ancient Apparition, like you said in the previous series. You know, that's another hero with a massive AoE in situations to just deal with the entire squad. But just no one likes AA. Very sad. Maybe he'll come back. Who knows?
Doubtful. Unless he gets a mobility spell, doubtful. He's just too much of a sitting duck. They would have to completely rework his other spells. Though they do ban out 2 aggressive heroes that could go together with the Darks here right now. Nightpulse has a very, very strong lineup with that lifesteal. He can really just completely go wild and run them down against like Jakiro, Muerta. They're sitting ducks. Muerta, of course, has his ulti to survive a little bit more, but even the Shaker Troll are normally easy heroes to kill. The only thing Lifestealer might have to be a bit worried about is something like a Razor off lane, or maybe Slardar off lane that just can kind of run him down in the lane and then push him out, because the other heroes also don't do anything against him.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Tusk is going to be the hero of choice. Like you're saying, it had to be some kind of melee-based hero that likes to get into people's faces to really pair up with the Darkseer, and I guess after the Clockwork and Master both gone, that's the best choice they had. Like, maybe I still could have seen a way to go for the Nyx. Like, there's more sort of AoE spells that even the Troll Warlord throws on out. You can get him. Earthshaker as well to some degree, but yeah, I guess Nyx is just... he was just nerfed too much. No one wants to play him. He's just completely gone out of the meta, it seems.
Yeah, snowball save is always nice to have against a troll. You kind of kite his entire ulti against the Shaker as well. Like, but that one's really hard to pull off because you have to like jump in the middle of Echo to dodge the damage. That one's very unlikely to succeed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's nice as well. Like, if you eventually get the Axe, Trollwaller pops his ult, just boot him to the other side of the fight. Maybe kick him over a cliff. Like, there you go. You go sit over there for a while. It's a nice way of always kiting him out. But obviously, requires your support having a very farmed game, which doesn't happen too often. Still Zero Tenacity. One final pick to come. It is going to be their offlaner. Maybe someone who brings a bit more AoE control to the field. Like, they got some good damage with the Echo Slam. Macropie as well is good, but yeah, just need some full control.
I mean, that's... the plus side of Tidehunter is the fact that you can send them Muerta towards mid, and Tide is going to be just fine because they have no TP interrupts with the Lifestealer Warlock. Warlock does nothing against the Tidehunter. Lifestealer does a bit, but Tide can just primarily 2v1 that lane easily, and then you just send Pablo to gank mid whenever needed.
Yeah, it's true. In which case, then we could very well see just Kedaro also being sent to the other side of the map, and then... But then again, it's a Warlock. Like, what the hell does he really do in the early parts of the game? He just kind of throws out Fatal Bonds every now and then. Maybe just make loads of stacks. I don't know.
They even nerfed his upheaval. Like, the linger duration of his debuff is now 1 second instead of 3 seconds. It's actually even worse to get in the early game, so it's literally just heal and Fatal Bonds, and then you just stand there. Yeah.
That's basically it. Yeah, it's not really the most entertaining hero to play or like flashy, but you know, sometimes his work is necessary. Even though, like, towards the later parts of the game, you just want to run in and die, so you get that extra golem stun a lot of the times. It's a real feels bad man hero, but you know, it is what it is. But looking at these two lineups here, DK True, who are you favouring for this game number one?
I think both of them have like really good team fights and amazing tools. I think the supports of Zero Tenacity are scarier. Jakiro plus Muerta late game become really dangerous and turn into essentially extra cores, especially once they both get their Aghanim Scepters. But I would still slightly go towards Nightpulse. I think their Tricore is really strong, Lifestealer with the Surge. Darkseer is one of the strongest heroes, offlaners in this current patch, and obviously the Ember with the Mage Slayer is going to be able to do a lot of damage reduction against the Muerta and against the Shikiro Shaker. So
Yeah.
I like Night Pulse, I think a little bit more, mainly because of the Lifestealer being able to pop off.
Yeah, it's not like this Tidehunter pick screwed him over at the end there. Like, as you were saying, it's going to do fine in the laning phase. Like, Nefret should be able to still do what he wants, but it's not really going to be a hindrance for that Lifestealer. And I don't know, I always just have like a really weird relationship with Troll Warlord. I just never really feel like he's a scary hero, you know? Sometimes he feels too easy to deal with. Like, he just pops his ultimate and ends up just hitting neutrals or running around in circles a lot of the time. I don't know, it's an odd one, but we'll see what Retsu's going to be able to do here in this game. Hopefully a good showing.
Yeah, that's the weird part, right? About Troll, you get a Yule Scepter, something along those lines, and Troll's entire attack is useless until he gets Ags. Then it's very hard to control the Troll. You're gonna need to get out of range, and that's a little bit hard to do. Speaking of hard, the free drop in low tag team is gonna be enough. First blood for Ember. So should be able to get his items fairly quickly in that run. Has his magic wand being delivered. He's playing against Shaker, kind of like a Storm Spirit in that regard. He's just constantly going to keep spamming the enchant totem. That will give you charges.
Yeah. No, really good start. Like, you get the first blood on your mid, and he's not even the one that took all the harassment to get the kill either. Like, it went towards the support, so it's not like he's even low HP coming into the lane. Hopefully that's going to be enough to set him up for a decent time here. Obviously, still favouring the Earthshaker in general in this 1v1 matchup, but you know, maybe Warwick can work some magic and balance this one out. Obviously, level 3 is the scary part for Stoikov. You know, that's when the Shaker really starts pulling into his own.
Yeah, he should normally have a decent advantage, but Warwick not a bad. Like, he's played this same matchup so many times in his pubs, he should be just fine at keeping it as close as possible to Phylama. He just wants to pull the creeps at the back end, but he's being chased by Retsu, and like there's multiple lanes in the top end of the map right now. That's just Darkseer gameplay being walked down by the LeBron Jakiro.
Yeah, I mean, he just doesn't get anything though. Like, he ends up running around in circles up top, no creeps. Meanwhile, Desire's the one who gets like an entire creep wave between the tier 1 and tier 2, so not the way he wants it right now. Warwick actually applying good pressure here on towards Stoikov underneath the tier 1. Slugger, man, so strong.
Yeah, but he's got the bottle, and no rotations yet towards mid, so should be able to get an easy bottle refill. Well, bottom lane, Lifestealer. Lifestealer is open wounds now being one of his base spells. It's just still strange to me.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like the fact that he has so much healing in the laning stage. Like, he already had insane healing. And now they just gave him a spell that gives him
even more.
Ridiculous.
And then he's also
healing.
now laning with a Warlock, so triple healing. It's like, really don't see him really falling in this lane whatsoever. Meanwhile, in the mids, Stoikov trying to fight for these runes, but man, this Earthshaker is getting bullied so hard, man. He's always low now in this mid. It's actually getting quite scary for him.
And the downside as well. Oh, he's actually going to get gone on. Stoikov dropping low, is looking to be taken down. Oh no, the shield drops. It worked.
Oh.
Is he going to get the kill? No, he's not. Stoikov survives and got him. That's a great job there from Stoikov. The downside is that the creeps are not going to be underneath the tower fast enough. He is going to miss a couple of creeps though on the Ember, but Stoikov going to walk it back. There's no bottle refills anymore in this patch, so.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of professional mid players that absolutely hated that change, but I think as support players, we're secretly happy, aren't we? Now we're not going to get pinged every time we die.
just bugger off. Oh yeah, as a post 5, leave my safe laner alone while I TP mid. Sure, buddy.
Yeah.
Then I get screamed at by my mid laner and safe laner at the same time, and I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to do?
You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Just play your own game. By hand with Midas, that's all you gotta do as a support. If you want a free loss, anyway.
Retsu tried to Desire dealing a lot of damage. Defy Llama has got, of course, those iron shells on him. So you take quite a lot of damage. At one point, you can just hug someone to death with those two heroes.
Yeah, it's quite scary to deal with. There's constant fighting on all the lanes, to be honest. Like, everybody is so low all the time. Speaking of, looks like LeBron up top is going down. Llama gets low, but Retsu not going to be able to control. He too will die. Double kill for
double
Nightpulse
kill,
in the
bottom lane. Okay, they tried to go for Kadaro. Actually, Kadaro heals himself up and looks at Pablo like he's a snack right now. Very slow chase. Pablo might just suicide by the neutrals and does exactly that, which of course will give him a pretty hefty respawn timer.
Yeah, he's gone for quite a while. Never feels good, but such is life.
Look at Tide, 100 HP. He can't even do anything in that lane anymore.
Yeah, I mean, even if like the Moetta comes back into the lane, it's not like she's really gonna be able to push the Lifestealer out of it and give him loads of free space. Yeah, he might require a relatively early rotation either from the Kira or maybe even the Shaker. I'll have to wait and see. Obviously, Stoikov is going to be able to at least get his ultimate.
Yeah, Boric a little bit behind in terms of experience against Stoikov. Level 6 is going to be a big moment for the Shaker. In 40 seconds, the first runes in the lanes will spawn. That's going to be very crucial to try and secure. So you're going to need to send some rotations to make that happen. Bottom lane, though, TP in from Desire. He's got the tag team going in for the Tide Hunter. And Tide knows he's going to die, so he's trying to get as many creeps as possible before he falters. But a kill does get secured, and that should force a rotation. In the meantime, Tide is going for a Mage Slayer first item rush, where he just bought the Cornucopia as his first item.
Okay, I suppose it gives him some sustain in the lane at the very least as well, so it's not like the worst build-up for him. But yeah, very greedy to go for that. Not even brown boots, by the way. Just pure rush on the Mage Slayer. That's very risky. High risk, high reward, I suppose. Move on mid. Big rotation on towards Stoikov.
Yeah, Stoikov has the Echo. He's ready to pump it, but he needs some more creeps. He is actually going to get taken down without dropping the Echo entirely. And Warwick is looking for more. It's not level 6, but it's not needed yet. Second kill secured in that mid lane. And early rotation as well from the Lifestealer of all heroes.
Yeah.
Going for Desire next. LeBron, who is now stuck. Doesn't have Ice Bath, nothing to be gained. Taken down, 3 kills.
Wow. Yeah, 3 kills by a tier 1 and the catapult wave as well, so this tower's going to take a lot of damage in response to this. This is an incredibly good move here from Nightpulse, and as a result, they're just going to gain such an early lead from it. And yeah, just no one from Zero Tenacity is even bothering to TP into defend. They're just full on letting this go.
And the Shaker, he is about to get his phase boots done, but this is not the start that he wanted, as he is has lost that mid lane against the Ember Spirit. Obviously, Ember had a lot more support in that move, but nonetheless, it is still very painful, considering you're just now starting for the Blink Dagger, so it might take a little bit of time. There are also not any big stacks that he could just echo, and Retsu also getting ganked top side, Warwick rotation, they find the troll. Go for the second tower with this Warlock level 6 already, thanks to his Black Book.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. He could very well at this rate be like level 8, sub 10 minutes in, which is just absolutely phenomenal for a position 5. You would love it if that's the case. But I love that as well, like just the fact that they're like, yeah, this guy's gonna die. I'm just gonna full on drop the rock underneath the tower with not really anybody nearby just yet, and it's enough just to secure the kill. I love it. Like, Nightpulse is really just putting pedal to metal here in this game number 1. It's just, it doesn't look like there's anything Zero Tenacity can do to stop this. It's already up to a 3k gold lead.
They're very aggressively chasing for more. Surging the Warlock Golem with an Ion Shell to try and deal. Oh my god, the damage Retsu takes right there. Whew.
And it times out.
Yeah, not even getting the money for the Golem.
That is really rough. Oh dear. So, yeah, if you were the coach for Zero Tenacity at this point, DK, like, what would you say their game plan should be? Like, how do they recover from being in this position and this far behind?
Farm. like,
Simple as.
like you have to kind of try and get the wave pushed out, so Troll doesn't get hunted and you have more vision on the enemies. But their heroes aren't. Like, you could do it, but they're not high enough level to do it. For the Muerta, for instance, he needs the calling and the Deadshot. They're even stealing the stacks right now from Zero to Nasty. They're just getting completely overrun. They're so deep and there's no response possible. Stoikov has an Echo nearby, but he's actually dying to the Fatal Bonds from the creeps itself. Oh my, he's just dead. He just dies from Fatal Bonds plus Iron Shell. Oh lord.
That is disgusting. They lose 2, they lose their mid, they lose the triple stack on the Ancients, and it is quickly grown to a 5,000 gold lead. Oh my lord, this is now... Like, it wasn't looking this bad at the start of the game here for Zero Tenacity, but how quickly it's just descended into pure chaos.
You know what's terrible? That showed that the Warlock did 32 damage. That's a fat lie.
Yeah, how does it not show Fatal Bond damage? That does not make sense.
I've also... there was a game I was casting for CCT in the group stage, and Abaddon got like his Ags at 40 minutes, had 2 team fights where he healed his entire team. They were full HP for 2 full team fights, and then they won the game. And I was like, okay, how much healing did he actually do in the end? 700. That's a freaking bald-faced lie. That makes no sense.
Wow. Well, Nefrit as well as Pablo were able to TP out there, but Nefrit literally just got his Mage Slayer delivered, right? And the Lifestealer didn't care. He was still just running him down, even though the Mage Slayer was on him constantly. Just like, I don't give a crap, I'm not doing spell damage. Just right-clicking him.
Yeah, that's a little bit of the downside. And, I mean, you get some regen, 8 damage, and 30 attack speed. Wow, Tidehunter has 30 attack speed. That's really useful for the hero.
Yeah, it's... I mean, I suppose against like an Ember Spirit and stuff, like the Mage Slayer makes sense, but... I don't know, I guess he's just the only one who could possibly buy it, and... Oh my lord, he's just dead again.
Well, he's dead. Plus side is, when he respawns, he'll at least be able to TP, so...
Yeah.
Gotta get the good with the... Yeah, that's the only good that you can get right now, because they're just getting run down. Lifestealer is halfway towards the Sacred Relic, already has the Talisman of Evasion done. Divine Lama is going full support build with the Guardian Greaves plus Pipe, and then you have work on that Ember Spirit building up the Mage Slayer. They're getting their items at pretty good timings. Kadaro's got drums on the Warlock plus 5. Desire almost done with the Blink. This game is so far beat 7k in 12 minutes. Yeah. Add in the Tormentor in 3 minutes, that's going to be a 10k net with lead.
And LeBron is not long for this world.
Not even level 6.
Oh, yeah. He's not level 6. Meanwhile, the Warlock is nearly level 10.
Pablo's also not level 6. And they got the their own experience rune thing.
They still got it as well?
Yeah.
Oh my lord. That's just depressing. Oh, nice nice save there with the dead shot. At least allows his core to get on out, but probably means he is dead. Or is he?
Or his bunch. Yeah, Pablo. He's like, I can still TP! Let me go!
Oh dear. Yeah, this is now just like 8,000 gold lead. Gaben says it's a 78% win probability in the favor of Night Pulse.
Gaben has a lot of faith.
Yeah, I thought it'd probably be like 90-10 push. But Nefrit, did he get out?
Yeah, it's an Invis rune. He doesn't know. They're right behind him. Took a little bit of time before he realizes it, but the Kraken Shell is going to be able to at least block enough damage so he can walk away. He actually has the Eel Eater facet, where he grows with every level.
Radiant are scanning.
Kind of fun. I haven't actually... Like, he gets pretty big level 25.
Yeah.
Pretty huge.
I mean, they don't have Giant's Ring anymore, so...
Yeah, sad. But I do love the fact the Tumbler's toy's back.
Yeah. That's a That's a nice little change up.
Dire are
Yeah.
scanning.
Although I
But
still just don't really see many people pick it up there.
I always get it. It's a mini blink.
Yeah, it's great fun.
But most of the time you want the, as a support, you don't want to get hit.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's true.
Ravage. Echo. Warlock Golem in response. Can they get out of there? They lose the Ember. Looking for a disengage for more. The Fast Bomb was used. Ember bought back. DP's in. Is running right now towards the fight. Stoikov in a little bit of trouble. Is going to get caught on the side. Vacuum comes out from Davai Lama chasing for Pablo. The Muerta is in the trees, disengaging, but the Sleight of Fist from Ward gets a second. Davai gets a third, and Nefrit is going to get rooted up. Kraken Shell does get rid of the debuff. All in the meantime, on the other side, Retsu is fighting up against Kadaro and Desire. The support. Kadaro's just hugging the Troll Warlord at this stage. In comes Lifestealer. Cut down Retsu. And Tormentor's up in 10 seconds. They're right next to the pit.
That's disgusting.
The thing.
That entire time, yeah, Retsu was just chasing after Desire, who was on like 20 or 30 HP, but he was just juking him through the trees the entire time, so he couldn't get the last hit, and then Kidara obviously was just healing him up with the Shadow Word at the same time. Oh my god, that's got to be so damn tilting to die that way. I mean, it started off really, really well for Zero Tenacity, but I guess just one buyback is all it takes, and yeah, it just gets flipped on the head and they all die again. Hey, at least they got the Wisdom Rune though.
Yep, at least they got the Wisdom Rune.
It's always a little consolation prize.
Oh,
but,
they might get a second one with Pablo stealing on the left side.
Ooh, nicely done.
Yay! The supports get their levels.
Yeah, literally. I still don't know if it's worth losing basically every single core for it, but who knows? Meanwhile, up top, he's fine.
Yeah, macro power drop. Cut. Hard to kill. Has his Radiant Stuns going SOY next.
You know, I really do. It always annoys me when players are using nicknames inside pro games. It just like throws me off. It's meant to be Cammy, right? Or is this actually a stand-in and it's not even Cammy? I don't even know.
I know. I would assume so. I didn't see any notifications that there were any stand-ins this game.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
So
Oh,
yeah,
well.
it's Cammy. It's just annoying because like he was what was his name in Team Empire again?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, I have no idea. Too long ago.
Radiant structures
That's the
are
one I know.
fortified.
Dream. That's it. Dream. That's
what?
the name I know him by. But now he's cut.
That's the real name. Okay, I should probably change on like his actual like Wikipedia page or profile, you know. Actually mix things up. As yeah, just two
Well,
more kills.
it does
and
show
I
us his alternate IDs names on Wikipedia, but yeah,
yeah.
I don't know. You can probably manually change it, or maybe you need to ask someone to change it. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I know it's always like trying to add your own information onto Wikipedia is always a little bit difficult sometimes. Warwick just casually bottling up and healing himself with 4 bounty
Dire's
rings.
bottom tower is
Feels
under
good.
attack.
Well, that's a big boy warlock right now. Pavis, Trums of Endurance.
Yeah, he's working towards the Solar Crest, and he's still like 800 gold away from that. But yeah, he's super happy right now. Level 11 as well, which is basically tied with all the cores on the side of Zero Tenacity. It's only Stoikov who's level 1 higher on 12. He's really having a dream game as try to look for more kills.
Yeah, Stoikov, Shaker, drop the golem on him, and Stoikov is dead once again. It's gonna take a while before he gets his BKB, as he just only has his Blink Dagger done. 15k net worth advantage, and only 2 deaths, 22 to 2.
Yeah, that's nuts. Like the net worth of Desire and Kadaro as well is basically the same as Stoikov. Like
Dire's middle
the
tower
supports
is
are
under
just so
attack.
over farmed on the side of Night Pulse, and they're just doing so much work as a result. Like sometimes you know, you can kind of forget that there's even like a fifth player on a team,
Dire's
but
middle tower is under attack.
Hidaro and Desire, they are making their presence known. Like, they are doing some serious work this game.
Yeah, this game is kind of getting off the rails, or has been off the rails for quite some time.
Has been killed.
They're close to a K net worth advantage per minute.
Yes, that's when things get very, very uncomfortable.
They still
I
have a
mean-
good team fight though. Like, if you get maybe a perfect 5-man Ice Bath, Macropire, ARP, Ravage, Echo Slam, I don't know, Calling, and they all cleave on top of each other with the Troll,
Dire's top tower
maybe.
is under attack.
Yeah. I mean, it was like when they, you know, defending their Wisdom Rune. Their, like, the spells, like the conjunction they used it all in was perfect. Like, they just completely shut down 2 and killed them straight away. It was just kind of unfortunate the rest of Night Pulse weren't also there to get completely hit by those, and they still end up losing, obviously. But yeah, obviously, signs of life, and they can definitely find ways to
Radiant's
win.
bottom tower is
But
under
that
attack.
much harder now that there is an
Radiant's
Aegis
bottom
in the
tower
hands of Cut, and Nefert's has been found as well. He was lingering way too long down here.
And they will find themselves LeBron top side. Echo Slam dropped onto the bottom, but they're so tanky thanks to this Dark
Where's the
Seer.
damage?
5+ mech, and they just don't die. Nefrit is finally... Desire's finally going to get taken down. Nefrit's on the run. Cuts on the other side. That's not the direction you want to go towards. Pablo going for the TP attempt out of there. Do they have a way to interrupt it? No, they do not, but they do find 2 cores for their troubles. At least they got 50% more kills this game on that engagement, but for the rest, it was horrendous.
Yes, it was not good. I like as well just you know, the Tusk sacrificing himself to deny the TP away from the Tide. Is like, I'm gonna die for this, but I don't care. Getting that core kill is that much more valuable, and yeah, it just sets up even more. 18,000 gold ahead now, and still 2 tier 2s actually standing for the side of Zero Tenacity, but I don't think they're going to be long for this world.
Tide's
That's
next
Whispers.
item as well, he's almost done with the pipe, and then he's going to have Mage Slayer plus pipe, and that does a grand total of nothing to Lifestealer.
Yeah, literally, he does not
Dire's
care.
bottom tower is
And as a
under
result, you know, like, he knows he's so poor, he's not going to be able to get a blink anytime soon. He has gone for the poor man's blink, so we do see one Tumblr's toy, but
Dire's
maybe not going to be able to get used all too much. It's hard, man. It's such a difficult position to be in this game. Like, Hidaro now actually does have more net worth than both Stoikov and Nefret.
Kidaro is just pretty huge right now. Lifesteal also has the Aegis, so he can just push high ground. Troll has Ags finished, plus the Battle Fury, so maybe there is a potential for a decent
on?
team fight, but
What
Kukakut
is
is
happening?
charging in, not caring, has the Infest available in case it's needed, has the Aegis still available. It's going to get feared a little bit, but the Warlock Golem in response, Waller Sponge in, Gretsu dropped the half HP buyback from LeBron. They're going to back off for now. But now that there's a Purge available on the Troll, you have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to certainly help, but if it's going to help enough, I don't know. And it's like that whole time, Cut was basically solo pushing a set of barracks while the rest of the team was off killing a Tide Hunter, and then just full-on man mode dives into the base to get a kill and then just runs out. Like, I just don't know. That's got to be so demoralizing from the side of Zero Tenacity. Like, a real hit into the soul.
How do you stop this lifesteal? Their heroes aren't really that well equipped for it. Troll is okay, but not even that great. Their supports are very weak for it as well, considering they have no items. Like, Jakiro still doesn't have an item finished. Marta's first item's Ags Rush.
Okay, Warwick finds the backlines.
Yeah, but he's keeping them all occupied while Retsu is alone. Nefrit is walking in, has a Ravage to try and help out. They might lose the Warlock here. Kadaru is going to get gone on, but the Infest Bomb comes out. Troll Warlock pops his ulti. He focuses onto Divine Lama, and he's going to get kited. Oh, they wanted to get the kill onto Kidaro, and it just doesn't get gain whatsoever. Lifesteal even finished up the axe, but it's not needed. GG gets called. And Zero Tenacity got destroyed.
Yeah, that was that was more one-sided than the first series, and I was expecting this series to be the closer of the two. Like, was not quite expecting that outcome whatsoever. But man, I don't know. The support duo on the side of Night Pulse just did so much insane work that game. It was crazy to see. Kadaro, mad over-farmed, super leveled. 2-0 and 20 was his end score on a Warlock, for crying out loud. Like, that's just nuts, man. I don't know. Just that's a scary game number one for Zero Tenacity, and I've just got to be worried for their morale because that is a punishing way to lose.
That was a very painful one, but we saw it in the previous series, you know, the painful first game. Game 2 was a lot more interesting. Hopefully that's going to be the case in this series as well. Otherwise, it's going to be a very quick day for us, at least here. But we're going to go towards a short little break, ladies and gents. We'll be right back for game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for game number 2 between Zero Tenacity and Night Bulls. But game number 1, Blue Skill, that was not a good showing for Zero Tenacity, was it?
Absolutely diabolical is the only thing that comes to mind, to be honest with you. It was just a beat down from start to finish. I think it was like 2 or 3 kills was all Zero Tenacity had that entire game. Meanwhile, on the side of Night Pulse, they had like 32. It was just ridiculous. The supports were performing out of their mind. The cores weren't no slouches either. Just fantastic teamwork and decision making was really what was the nail in the coffin there for Zero Tenacity. And they're going to have to try something a bit different for this game number 2, or we could be seeing another 2-0 finish here. And no one likes that.
Yeah, no, I definitely want it to at least be a 3-mapper. It's luckily enough not elimination yet. This is just upper bracket. The loser drops to the lower bracket, so they have another chance tomorrow to continue on. But right now it is, I mean, you don't want to make the lower bracket run, right? You just want to make it easy peasy, upper bracket, simple. So Zero Tenacity has to do their utmost because there are still 2 teams in this tournament that haven't played yet. We're only invited for the playoffs and are arguably the 2 strongest teams in the tournament, the Navi Junior and One Win team. And those are not the teams that they're facing because those teams are playing later today up against their opponents of Quantum and One Move. Actually, pretty nice to see that Quantum made it through. Just wanted to give a bit of a shout out to them because they're a very, very new team.
Yeah, no, it's very good to see them actually be able to push themselves forward. But like you're saying, now their first series is going to be a very, very hard test against One Win team. I'm pretty sure in like previous CCTs as well, the invited teams actually just went straight up to the upper bracket, like the semi-finals, I thought. Unless I'm just completely mistaken in that regard, I don't know. I probably
tends to be the case because normally they tend to get One Win at least as one of the invited teams, and One Win tends to do exactly that.
Yeah, but yeah, like you were saying, there is going to be that safety net of the lower bracket, and some players actually play better when they've got that sort of pressure behind them, and they're like, "Oh, I've really got to play out." It's kind of like when you're trying to play a game and you really need to go for a wee, you know, and then like you sort of got that like and then it just makes you play like crazy and you do really well. Similar sort of like mindset, perhaps, I don't know, but even still, you don't want to be down there. And starting off this draft, it is going to be Zero Tenacity with the Pangolier to kick things off, and a Tiny as well from Night Pulse.
Yeah, Tiny was first phase banned last game. Pangolier, I don't think it even got banned last game. It was just completely ignored. If I'm not mistaken, I could be mistaken. But yeah, the Tiny was banned, and the Tiny has been played a lot as the safe lane Tiny in this patch, where it just does ridiculous amounts of damage again. Safe lane Tiny being back, as you said in the previous series, like it retrofits itself. It just keeps on coming back, all these different builds and positions of the heroes.
Yeah. It means that we'll start getting some real classic things back on in, you know, like I'm trying to think of like actually ancient builds now. My mind is completely escaping me. I can't remember. Hey, maybe maybe one day we'll get Dagon Courier back, you know? Wasn't that a fun time to play? That was great.
Or Core IO. That was support
was
for Lifestealer. Give me back the Agnum Scepter, where I just AFK in my allies and I did my job.
Yeah. Yeah, there were some stupid things in Dota 2 history, but also some very fun things. But Zero Tenacity, they are going to steal away the Warlock, going to play it themselves this time round. And I think it's going to be very, very hard to have a similar performance like Adaro had in that previous game. Like 2-0 and 20 from a Warlock. He had more farm than the enemy cores. He was just doing so much work that it's going to be a tough act to follow. But if he can do it on Zero Tenacity, we could very well be seeing that 3 games.
Both sides have a lot of team fight already with these first couple of picks. You've got the Bango roll on Warlock Golem versus the Ice Path Macropire and Tiny's Avatas. Plus his big fat cleave from his big fat tree.
That always helps. Yeah, like so far they've literally just swapped position 5s. Like, just doing a little exchange here. So we'll see if anything else gets swapped over. It's Night Pulse looking for their 3rd hero. If they normally play the Silencer as the 5, it does mean we're probably not going to see it this game. Very sad. I wanted to see it at least once in this series, but they will go back in for the Ducks here. You were saying it was good before they even picked it in game number 1, and it performed exactly as they wanted. So they're just going to send it back 2 times in a row.
And Warlock is also a hero that can't really do anything against it. If you have, the Tusk, for instance, as they had last game, you just Ice Shards block him in. Hit him a couple of times. Warlock is a very easy hero to kill. And just in general, like he played phenomenally on the Darkshade last game. It is one of the most picked, and I'm curious if it has also one of the highest win rates right now as an offlane hero. 53%. Not the highest win rate, but it's very good.
Yeah. I mean, out of the sheer thousands of games of Dota 2 that get played every day, 3% equals to a heck of a lot of Dota, that's for sure. But the Clockwork is going to get picked up here from Zero Tenacity, which is very interesting to see. They've already got the Warlock there, position 5, which means this is a pos 4 Clockwork then. So we'll see what offlaner they're going to pick to pair up with it. And a Sven also getting grabbed. Okay, it's some interesting little change around here for Zero Tenacity.
Okay, Sven is, just always very tanky. Has an AoE stun, which is, I guess, nice in case you wall them in with the cogs. I think the Clockwork pick in general is really good. You're up against Shakiro and Tiny, both heroes that, Tiny can't hit you if you're in the Battery Assault. Shakiro can't cast any spells if you're in the Battery Assault. And Darkseer getting caught inside the cogs also means he just can't run away at that stage. So Clockwork kind of countering all 3 heroes here from Night Pulse and being able to get a setup for the Sven. Because if you pick a Sven, you need control on your side. Otherwise, the enemies are just going to get a bunch of 4 staffs and be able to juke you all the way around. So you need Clockwork, or you need some people, teams go for Mars, but I'm assuming that this is possibly a Pango offlane. Very likely a Pango offlane now that the Queen of Pain has been picked.
Yeah, I'd say so. Like, it's feels like a pretty good swap in that role. Not only like clear synergy with a Clockwork, like Pango Clock, but it should be fine in general. Yeah, Queen of Pain already been picked up, which means it's the... Wait, is this going to be... This must be position 4 Tiny, right? Otherwise, they've left their pos 4 as the final pick of the draft. Unless we're seeing some very classic support Queen of Pain.
I would assume it's that they pick up pos 4 last pick. It also kind of depends what Seer Tenacity bans right now, but Tiny is just such a good safe laner in this. Obviously, Tiny is a good combo with the Darkseer, but playing against the Warlock, you got a Tusk. Same with you playing against Sven, so if you would have Tusk, you'd have Walrus Punch, Ice Shards block to just keep the Sven out of the game. I wouldn't go Nyx Assassin. What other safe pulse 4s are there still left? Yep. This is... They're expecting a safe laner on the side of Zero Tenacity, and Nightpulse expect this Pango to go off lane.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we were definitely thinking the Pango off, but yeah, there's a full-on committal there for Zero Tenacity to think this is a support Tiny. Or at the very least, they're trying to force it to be a core Tiny by trying to get rid of any sort of decent alternatives, I suppose. Could be maybe a thinking there, but I don't know. We'll have to see how this one pans out. It's going to be the choice here from Night Pulse. Plenty of reserve time, 28 seconds as well. So they could.
It is Desire, and he like plays weird stuff as well as Pulse 4. I remember he played a lot of Primal Beast Pulse 4, which would be a lot of fun if he plays it with the Darkseer. Not the greatest against Clockwork, but you would destroy a Warlock Sven lane.
Yeah, I think he's played some Bounty Hunter as well, hasn't he, in this patch? Maybe Bounty Darkseer isn't terrible either.
He also plays Tiny, so it's not the weirdest thing if he does go for it.
I don't know. It's a big old question mark about where this last little pick is going to go. But 10 seconds left. See what the pick is going to be. Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if they do just go back in for like the Tusk or something. And yeah, there it is.
Also, Nightpulse banned the Phoenix. Like mid-Phoenix? Are they expecting a mid-Phoenix? I wouldn't see any other, like, offlane Phoenix maybe, but...
I suppose there's no good egg hitters on the side of Night Pulse. Maybe that was the whole thinking, but... There's Nasty not even needing to touch their reserve time. They go in for the Beastmaster, so it is actually going to be back to the Pangolier mid, and then Nefrit rolling this off-lane Beastmaster. Everybody else on the roles that you would expect. Yeah, and everyone's going to roll with the picks. Carry Tiny, got the mid Queen of Pain as well. Boss 5 Jakiro. Okay, so I feel like these lineups, this is much better for Zero Tenacity in this game number 2. But we did also say this in the previous game, right? You know, it's like the game number 2, their draft looked stronger, and it was still just as much of a beatdown. So I don't know. I definitely feel like Zero Tenacity have a good chance here in this one to push it to 3 games.
I do as well. I do think that the Pangolier versus Quap is an interesting one, that they stuck with the Pangolier, as it's, well, renowned for just losing that lane pretty straightforwardly. Some other changes. I slightly like Night Pulse's... Well, not slightly. I significantly like their draft a bit more. Because the Tusk plus Darkseer, like, it worked last game, and they didn't really change anything in their lineup to make it not work this game. Like, yeah, that's true. It's against a Warlock, it's probably easier to kill than it is to kill a Jakiro, because Jakiro has like insane beginning strength, so it has a lot of HP. Yeah, I'm kind of liking it. Tiny is also one of the strongest safe laners in this patch. Sven is kiteable. You have a Darkseer with Surge. You've got the Queen of Pain, of course, with Blink. You've got Tusk with the Snowball. Save Walrus Punch. Later, even Walrus Kick if need be.
Yeah. There's a lot. There's a heck of a lot here. So, I don't know. I mean, my thinking is that it can't surely be worse than game one.
That is true. That
32
it
for
has
three
to
finish.
go better than game one.
Without a doubt. And this is where we've just like mega cursed them and
Yeah.
they get the
Then
biggest
they
beat
just
down
get
in the history of
all
Dota.
5 fed at the opening minute, and then okay, never mind.
I mean, we could be gearing up for a 5v5 level 1 fight. Both teams are posturing on other sides of the river here. And an aggressive smoke now used from Light Pulse. But they're not really committing. And never mind, they all split. What a waste. What a waste.
It was disappointing to then use that smoke, but okay.
Yeah.
It's nighttime,
I'm-
they don't see anything anyway.
I'm still waiting for the return of the level 1 Roche. Someone must find a way that to make it happen, man. I used to love seeing level 1 Roshan.
Yeah, but the problem with level 1 Roche right now is that if you don't kill it in time, he just starts walking and yeets you
That's
across the
true.
map, so that's very scary in this patch.
Yeah,
the
that's very true. This is look like a dead Beastmaster.
Yeah, he is very slowly but surely looking to get taken down. First blood to Warwick. Again, just like last game, mid gets the first blood.
Wow. Yeah, 2 times in a row. That is very, very lucky for the side of Zero Tenacity.
Also
And like
level
you were
Shadow
saying-
Strike. You don't see too many pops go for that unless you play against the Pango.
Yeah. I suppose there's not really any way for Stoikov to disjoint the animation or anything like that, so it's just guaranteed damage. Despite the fact that you don't get healed for it anymore, but yeah, it's worthwhile either way.
You get
Ooh,
the
Double Llama.
bondage thing, whatever.
Oh yeah,
The innate ability.
Yeah.
Either of the two.
Succubus, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Wow, Dalai Lama though has been forced out of his lane already, man. Took such a huge beating, and now this looks like a free lane for Retsu.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot better than last time. Plus side of Darkseer is his innate does give him that HP max HP mana regen every single time he levels up, so it is a lot more sustainable in lanes where it does go wrong essentially.
Yeah, sure. Already, I feel as though Sassy, despite losing that first blood, maybe in a slightly better spot. Stoikov is still doing fine in the mid, but obviously a few more levels still need to go on Shadow Strike get, like level 2, well level 3, level 5 are going to be the real scary points for him. But their safe lane so far is doing well. Their off lane looks like Nefrit's having a good time on top of everything else, so far so good.
Not too shabby. Retsu only has 2 last hits though, that's a little bit worrying. Yeah, they did a lot of damage to the Darkseer, who didn't get as many creeps, same with the Desire, but I'm surprised that Kadaro on the other side has 5 last hits. I was like, there is another hero that has decent last hits. Where is he?
It's all about farming on the on that guy. Well, we were down bottom. It's actually Dalai Lama who goes down. They try man fighting up against the Sven, but the tag team damage apparently is just not enough. And they lose.
Yeah, and it was also Fatal Bonds. The creeps started dying around it, and then all of a sudden you have those added explosions coming in. That was too much damage.
Yeah, 670 came out for the Warlock in that little
Retsu?
engagement.
The Vailama has a vacuum in case it's needed. Retsu's dropping low, taken down. Desire gets the kill. Like, this Sven has an assist, but he still only has 4 last hits on creeps.
Yeah, that's rough. That is very rough. Well, might we have to rely on a relatively early rotation to try and balance this out, or, you know, maybe wasn't quite ready for the last hitting? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure Retsu's going to start improving very soon as his map starts to free up a bit more, but someone who's definitely not struggling is Nefrit. 18 and 7 right now, just able to control out cut quite nicely. Just lots of denies, which is quite hard considering, you know, a tiny swing with a tree and doing a lot of damage, but still able to outpace him.
That's the interesting part, of course, coming in from the Beastmaster. I am curious to see. He is going for the Arcane Boots, so that normally means you want to go for the Drums of Slam build.
Lama dies again at the bot. Like, And Red 2 still at full HP. How did this happen? I don't know. This bot lane is just chaotic. Just people are dying left, right, and center. They're swapping sides. This is weird. Okay, now Desire's going to try and go for a solo play, but immediately regret his decision.
Yeah, against level 2 Shadow Word, the healing is just way too much. Desire's actually just walking in to man fight up against LeBron. He gets him pretty close. Snowball. But Desire, one more hit,
Middle tower is under attack.
is going to get taken down. While in the meantime, top lane, Pablo is going to be a second one dropping dead as they manage to take down Le Beast Nefrit.
That's a very impressive kill to get. Like, we were just talking about how Nefrit's having a good lane, then all of a sudden, both of them die. It must have been like a toss under the tower situation. I don't really see how they get those kills otherwise with both of them alive, but very interesting. Especially with how Kadara's gone for a 1-1-1 build. Like, maybe I could see them getting a kill with 2 points into Dual Breath, but just don't need it apparently.
Oh, this looks like a heavily aggressive game for Warwick. He went 3 points in Shadow Strike. Normally you only see 1, maybe 2 points in it, and the rest in Scream of Pain, just for farm's sake.
Well, I mean,
And Pango's not really being hampered in farm too much. Stoikov's still doing a very good job.
Yeah, literally. Like 27-4 against a 29-4, still even, and he's even able to harass the Queen of Pain back quite a lot. Doing a really, really good job here. Especially when you consider the fact that Warwick did obviously start with the first blood bonus as well. And still that's not enough to just completely shut out this lane like we were expecting to happen.
Not a great job from Stoikov. Warwick is level 6 now, so you gotta much be careful for any ganks on the side lanes for the quick rotations. Bottom lane, another fight coming out. LeBron this time will not be as lucky as he does get taken down, and the kill goes to Devi.
Pablo as well.
Oh,
Danger.
Sonic
Gets
mid.
dropped.
Is under attack.
He's dead.
Pablo killed. The rune's
6 minute
about to
rune,
spawn. And it is a haste rune for Stoikov for the bottle refill.
Wow.
Radiant's middle tower
Tries to go for the extra kill. Power the Thunderbolt there was actually nearly able to get an extra connection off of it.
Dire
But so, you know, it's a kill, you don't get the bottle refill, but maybe they don't mind. Obviously, still the bounty runes in the jungle they can refill. I mean, I think they're still there, not that we could really see. Mr. Icewog, please fix.
Nah. It's just a guesstimate if it's there. Because it's also, last batch we had the issues of sometimes it showed up on the minimap that it was there, but it wasn't there. So now I really don't know if it's ever going to be there or not.
Just keeping us guessing. Dawalama, yeah, he's fun. TPN from Kadaro does give them pause for thought. Looks like 7-minute wisdoms are just going to get traded yet again. Nothing gained, nothing lost.
Okay, Devi wants to get at least these creeps so that he goes level up and gets the his innate ability, giving him that extra HP plus mana. Really nice innate to have for the laning stage. 22% HP mana for a level up.
Pretty good. Very nice to sustain off of. But I feel like this is probably like the most even start we've had so far in this day. Like, only a less than 1k gold lead at 7.5 minutes. It really could go either way at this stage. And the only person who's actually I say that and there's 3 people. Stoikov, Nets, Retsu as well as Davalama all pretty much have the same kind of CS. It's just really Nefrit who's quite far ahead of everybody else.
The only reason it's not a 1k net worth advantage for Night Pulse is because LeBron has quite a decent amount of farm on the Warlock.
Yeah.
Like, Stoikov was really poor. It looked like he wasn't as poor, but he actually doesn't have that much funds. Mainly because he had to send out a lot of regen in mid to combat the Warlock, Queen of Pain every time.
Well, up top though, looks like Cut's in danger. Gank coming his way.
He does get some TPs to help him up, but is taken down. Pablo in response should falter. Quap from behind. Sonic Wave is available. Doesn't have the mana for it though, as he chose to use Scream of Pain instead. Freed's going to go for the TP out, and we'll be able to get the TP to safety. Whereas LeBron gets the kill onto Desire. LeBron, being a Warlock, just uses up his Black Grimoire to get that quick Warlock early Warlock golem drop. I have had the issue playing Warlock that I build my neutral item before I eat the Black Grimoire, and then it just disappears. And it's very sad. Yeah, it just disappears because it replaces your neutral item, and then I get nothing.
Oh, wow. That's depressing. You have to like take it out of the slot and then build it, I guess.
That's I guess it's meant to be that way.
Yeah, just another way to trip up my support players. Yeah. Oh, never likes making the game easy for us. At one point, Stoikov being quite aggressive there in the mid, but it looks like they're going to try and take down this mid-tier 1. There's actually no creeps, so can't really put too much pressure on it for now.
And the Nefrit's farming really well on the Beastmaster. Already has 2 pieces of the Aghanim Scepter done. It's just cleaning up ancient stacks the entire time. Working mid. Oh, that Fatal Bonds damage.
That's no joke.
Stoikov continuing with the roll in.
Okay, Daro. Fancy footwork.
Sonic Wave, send
nice
Stoikov back.
And it should end before he gets the stun connection. Stoikov!
Oh, he is actually straight up dead.
Oh,
that was
no.
painful. Snowball in, vacuum as well. Pablo's the second one dead. Ouch, and then some. Great job there from Work as well with the Sonic Wave to push him away.
Yeah, that was just really rough for him. Just really debated as Pablo as well to follow in his mid to try and look for that kill, but they both just lose their life, and well, maybe down bottom as well. LeBron being chased
wall
by
was placed,
2.
but it completely missed the mark, and they're going deeper without much to work with. As yeah, they used kind of every spell they had, and then afterwards, still continuing is a little bit too risky.
Yeah, just chill for now. But this game just continues to flip-flop back and forth. Gaben says it's literally 50-50, by the way. He has no idea what to do. And I can't blame him. Like, this game could 100% go either way. That's exactly what we wanted. Bit of a close series, but Roar up top.
Roar top. Tiny in a bit of trouble. Nice Ice Bath onto 2, but the Golem drop in response. Can Cut get away? No, the Battery Assault is too much work. Needs to blink out of there, but the Sven chasing him down. Can get the blink away. Will be able to walk it off, and no harm, no foul as they fall back to safety, but the Tiny lost. Does have the Echo Sabers going for the Shadow Blade next, but this will be the tier 1 tower top.
Trying to do some cute plays. Oh, okay, in an awkward spot.
Wow!
Guitarro knew exactly where to stand. Oh no! That was a very cute attempt there to try and get himself out. I love that, but unfortunately, Thunderbolts is too quick. Just gets back on top of him and yeah, finds the kill either way.
That was weird. Weird position. Oh, God Strength, bottom lane by Retsu to keep the creeps away. But in comes Cut, going for the Sven. Toss back comes in. Walrus Punch as well. Does they have the damage? Retsu is dead. Pablo now needs to be careful. Ice Shards block. Chasing him down. TPs are needed, but they're not coming through. So Pablo is going to be a second one to falter. And the focus will be their tier 1 tower bottom lane.
Yeah, should be able to go down. Do at least get the top tier 1 in response, but losing your carry and support for that does feel pretty damn rough. And it is, you know, obviously the kill advantage going the way of Night Pulse, but just the farm really coming out from this Beastmaster is able to just balance out the net worth difference regardless. And yeah, already having that Ags online at this stage is just phenomenal. And he's just going to continue to excel super fast. TP mids.
Roar onto Warwick. They also have the Drums of Slam, so plenty of damage to take him out. Queen of Pain, 4 kill streak picked up there for Nefrit. That Beastmaster. Last pick, you can really see why Nefrit is loving the hero.
That's exactly what he wanted to play, and he's just performing exactly what the team needs here to try and bring themselves back into this series. It's working out nicely so far. And unfortunately, like, for the side of Night Pulse, the last pick for them was this Queen of Pain, which didn't really win the mids, but didn't lose it, and has made some moves, I suppose. Like, 4-1-1 is actually a very good scoreline, but it hasn't felt like a big, scary last pick of the draft.
You know, it's not too dangerous so far, but still early days going in. Desire, Ice Shot's block onto Retsu. Can they kill him off? Ice Bath on top, and another batch of control there. No TP available from the Nefrit, so the Beastmaster can't join in the fun. He's getting good farm, but the Sven is starting to get hurt quite often.
Yeah, starting to feel like Nefrit could be the pseudo carry transition for them in this game. Like, he's just getting the free farm of the world, while everyone on Night Pulse is putting so much emphasis on killing Retsu. That's really want to slow down the Sven's game, and so far, if that's the whole plan, it's working out nicely. But obviously, when it does come to those 5v5 fights, the Beastmaster's going to be the big scary boy.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's at least what you hope to have. They are going to be, of course, building in towards a pipe plus guarding Greaves on the Darkseer, so the drums of Slam damage plus healing should be significantly reduced. It's also a Heaven's Halberd already finished on the Darkseer to deal with the Sven, as his BKB is at least going to be start building his BKB after his Echo Saber has been secured.
We've got some smoke on smoke action here. See who breaks it
Divine
first.
would be a big target if they can grab him in time.
Quick reaction from
Pablo
Warwick.
shot in onto Divide, Darkseer, Swashbuckle and Rolling Thunder as well. But the snowball save comes out. They do still get rolled on perfectly. Golem drop, they just locked down in place without any response. Now Warwick needs to get away. Two of the heroes were perma-locked in position. Cut. Can he try and respond? There's going to be a buyback from Desire in that area. Avatos comes out. Sonic Wave as well. The Macropire burn. It's hurting. Stoikov doesn't get out the shield. Is it going to be enough to keep him going? It seems so. The Queen of Pain Shadow Strike, though, is it gonna? No, it's not gonna be able to take him down. The feet is gonna be left in position. Avalanche on top, right clicking down, taken down by Cut. They finally manage to get a kill. Warwick goes deep, maybe a little bit too deep, as Stoikov is still alive and kicking. Pablo held in place. Cut is looking to chunk away at enemies. Has the shard, by the way, and that's the big deal right now. There is another shard to be secured right under their noses for Night Pulse.
Kakahunter still finds the +1 of LeBron as well. Just charges forward and gets him. Very unfortunate turn of events there for Tenacity. It was a good start to the fight, obviously taking away 2 straight away. The buyback came in from the Tusk, and that's exactly what Night Pulse needed to come out ahead. And now with all those kills, plus a free shards, they're feeling very happy.
Little sad Kadaro, but...
Yeah, yeah, well, a little bit. But I feel like that would have been even better. Like, they had the 2 saves came through. The snowball, it did disjoint some of the damage on towards the Darkseer, but the Sonic Wave pushback from Warwick would have actually been enough to save him either way, and then the snowball actually just got them both to be hit by the Rolling Thunder. So it's just very unlucky there for the side of Night Pulse. Otherwise, that fight could have even been cleaner. So, definite signs these fights could be extremely close, and maybe Tenacity got to be a little worried about how they take these ones, but they just get straight into the roach pit.
Yeah, get that Aegis, give it very likely towards the Beastmaster, as he's already hard to kill, and then he's just going to be able to frontline the entire time.
Yep.
Yeah, indeed, Nefrit has it. And that's also one of the things during that team fight. Like, Cut was trying to build a Shadow Blade for the longest time, and in the middle of that team fight, when they were being chased, he decided to buy the shard and fly it out, and that really helped significantly in the team fight to just keep them going, as he didn't have to use it once and then immediately toss it, as it would have ended. Speaking of tossing it, they did toss away Retsu, spotted out by the Tusk Tiny combination, and this Sven is 1-4-1 right now. He is getting constantly hunted.
Yeah, it's a really depressing game for him, and it was just quite unlucky. He tried to TP away right underneath the Observer Watch, gets himself killed. But speaking of kills, just more action. Pablo goes down. Nefrit attempts to solo kill Warwick, but it looks like they will let him go.
On the side as well,
He has the Aegis.
Stoikov, Ice Bath, Macropire, Wall of Golem in response. Can Stoikov get away? Swashbuckle. It's the Ice Shards blocks that sends him back towards Cut though, who has the Shadow Blade available in a second and will use it to run down LeBron on the side. Nefrit doesn't have the Roar available. It's going to jump in, which actually might have saved LeBron's life right there. Nefrit does a lot of damage here onto Cut, who's trying to run away, takes him down. Beastmaster takes him down by just existing.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Like the whole entire rest of Night Pulse, I think they were like, yeah, our Tiny can solo kill him. We don't have to worry about it, and they just let him do his own thing, which
Oh, but Retsu.
But Retsu, he respawns just to die again. Or is he the Glimmer Cave? Not enough.
4-man hook shot coming in by Pablo. All caught inside the cogs. They need to run away. Nice ice path from Kadaro. Can they take down both supports? Blink dagger from Desire gets him out. Kadaro will falter. But it's at least for the side of Night Pulse, they did manage to take down Sven once again for the 5th time this game.
Yeah, it really does feel like now Nefrit is the carry on the side of its destiny. As much as Retsu would love to be, Night Pulse just aren't giving him an opportunity to get back into this game at all. Every single time he shows himself, he just gets jumped on, just like Stoikov is getting jumped on right now.
Oh, Stoikov taken down. There's Nefrit. He does, of course, have that Aegis, so he's got a second life. There is no backup coming in, but there's also no damage coming out. Pablo taken down. Cut with the Shadow Blade. Sneaky beaky. We'll find another one. Nefrit's actually going to get locked in position. Snowball on top. Doesn't have the drums of Slam going max stacks to keep him alive. And another one for Night Pulse. It's getting very scary as Nefrit will lose his strength later, the later the game goes. And Retsu's supposed to step up at that stage. I mean, Stoikov's kind of been a non-factor for most of this game.
Yeah, just hasn't really been able to get much going, really. Just this constant pressure coming up from Night Pulse. And it's like the laning phase was super even, but as soon as that's over, it does feel like, you know, 3 out of 4 engagements are just going the way of Night Pulse continuously. They're the ones that start in the fights and really just looking for action non-stop. And so far it's working out. And one thing I want to say as well, they are really, really good at not stacking their disables. Like, they are communicating these engagements perfectly. Like, you go first, you do this, I'll cover them with that after, and then Ice Path comes through. Like, it's not a single thing has been layered, and it's probably the reason about why these fights are going so well. Just Zero Tenacity are stunned all the time. They just can't move.
They got solid lockdown. And also sustained. They're very tanky heroes. Desire spots out LeBron. The hefty slow comes in as well with the Ice Shards block and work on a dominating streak. 8-1 and 4 has Dagon Blade Mill done. Is going for the Kai Assange and then Aghanim Scepter afterwards. Aghanim Scepter is hella scary in the later portions. Pablo being chased by Cut. Will manage to secure it even though they do lose Kadaro on the side. And Rolling Thunder from Stoikov might get them a second kill here onto Desire. There's still Cut nearby. He's hoping the Queen of Pain is there fast enough.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it. Oh, Retsu. Don't
Ava,
kill the Sven
toss,
again, please.
Work Sonic Wave available. Has another blink in a second. Blink. Doesn't even need to use Sonic Wave, but now he might need to. Blade Mill use. Queen of Pain with the Dagon heal as well. Warlock Golem forced out. Device charging forward. Stoikov's dead. Drag them back in together. Nefrit now trying to stay alive. Cut is just tossing away targets. Actually, that should have been a free kill onto the Warlock there as he yeets him out of the fight.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
just
is
like,
under
I don't want you in my face anymore. Here you go. Go back to your teammate. But very chaotic fight. Obviously, they do kill the Queen of Pain, which is a good amount of money going into the hands of Nefrit, but
Dire's
it's at the
top
cost
tower
of
is
their
under
carry
attack.
Sven again. 6 deaths on the board at just 22.5 minutes in. This poor man just can't catch a break. But to be honest, considering just how much he's died, his farm, it could 100% be worse than it is. Like, he's still staying somewhat relevant.
Now Kadaro gets spotted and roared out in mid. Then Nefrit gets a quick kill plus the shield. But yeah, it could be a lot worse. It's still not great on the Sven. Like your Sven, you have built-in cleave. And he's been building that BKB for like a solid 6 minutes.
Yeah, we won't talk about that. He's really not catching a break in that regard. But, I mean, it just depends if Night Pulse are finally going to relent, you know, maybe start focusing up on towards Nefrit perhaps, but so far, like you were saying, the later parts of the game, the Beastmaster will start dropping off, so I guess they just don't have to worry about him too much. But I mean, you know, we said before this game began, after the draft is that it's going to be a better performance for Zero Tenacity compared to game number 1 no matter what, and it definitely is. Like, sure they're behind in terms of kills, but momentum is just so even. Like, it's a 60 to 40% win probability as well, just about favouring Night Pulse, so it's still quite even in that regard as well. But we do have a smoke play here from Night Pulse. They can find the kill on towards Nefrit. That will definitely bump up their lead even more, but instead they ignore him, and poor old LeBron could be the target here. It feels bad.
He does have a glimmer, so that might help him out to stay alive. Though Cut spots him out. Desire gets the quick kill. Torment is going to be up in about 2 minutes, so that might be another objective to keep your eyes on, as Roshan might respawn in a minute as well. So a lot of big objectives are coming up soon. Retsu has gotten his BKB done and a lot of free farm time at this stage. Daro gored up. Devi was right next to him. Hookshot's going to miss the mark. And they use Rolling Thunder as well. They're looking to get a second one with that Devi kill, and that's a pretty big one. Snowball save comes in too late. 2 kills get secured and make that a third. As a big mistake from Night Pulse comes in.
Yeah. I feel like Kedaro just getting bullied really hard by Nefrit. I think he's been the person to get roared like 3 or 4 times in a row now. It's just like, feels rough to be this poor old Shakira getting focused this much, but hey, you know, better you than one of your calls, I suppose, but it is still a big victory there for Zero Tenacity, and they're going to finally look to take down this bottom tier 1 tower. It's been standing for 25 minutes, which is not meant to happen. At long last, it will be removed.
Especially now that the Tormentor is going to be the target for them on Zero Tenacity. They need to get rid of this tier 1 tower, otherwise TP rotations are quickly made. Cut running in while being glimmered. Looks for Retsu. Nice force staff to get Retsu out of there, but they're going to jump in on Cut at Ice Path. Macro Fire, Sonic Wave. Nice pushback from Warwick, but is it going to be enough to keep Cut alive? No, it's not. Cut taken down. Devi wanted to go for a big wall, a vacuum play. Didn't find the targets he wanted to. Now has a 2-man drag back, but they're cleaving on top of each other. Ice Path is perfect on the mark. Retsu, Snowball, locked out. He's almost permanently slowed there inside the ice shards and couldn't even make a move out of it. And that's when you have God Strength, which gives you 30% slow resistance.
Yeah, this is too much to deal with. Very frustrating, very, very frustrating indeed. I mean, he does die again, of course, but it is at the flip side of taking down the Tiny, who is the most farm core on the side of Night Pulse, so still a favourable trade in that regard for Zero Tenacity. And they're going to try and contest the Tormentor as well.
In his big Rolling Thunder as well. Snowball saved though. They dodge most of the damage coming out. Kidaro Glimmer behind it will lose his life. Pablo, it's a very dangerous position to keep fighting in, as a lot of that OE damage will hurt you and your team. Nice vacuum, drag him back, but the roar onto Devi is going to push him in a rough spot. Snowball forward. Desire gets the blink away. Orc is still alive. Tiny is up in 3. And these heroes that are, I mean, Beastmaster could take the Tormentor, but do you want to risk it with the Queen of Pain walking in, where it's like, hi, how you doing?
So bold. He just goes up here with no vision and like, not really any support either. The absolute gumption of this man, and everybody else just runs away from him. How has this happened?
Cut's farming Ancients. Stoikov dies!
What the hell?
Tiny TP top, Sven TP top, Tiny TP towards his Ancients, and now everyone just ignores the Tormentor.
That's I don't really know what to make of that, to be honest, DK. That was just so confusing. And now, I guess, that everyone's respawning. They're going to try and go back in.
There is a roar in 1 second for Nefrit. Does get the roar cast off onto Desire. Gateway is being used by Retsu, and they find the Tusk. God Strength used, they'll let go of the Tormentor. And Zero Tenacity with a 4K lead all of a sudden.
Yeah. Really has just completely flipped the game yet again, and feel like they're back in the driver's seat. Perhaps. We'll have to see how it does progress, but these fights have just been so messy every single time. It's hard to keep track of everything that's going on. Lots of AoE, lots of damage, but that's what we wanted to see. It's very entertaining stuff. But look at this, Night Pulse, they're going to try and sneak Roche.
And this is Roche number 2, so you get the free banner as well. Tiny is a very good carrier of the Aegis this game, so wouldn't mind taking it. Even though it wouldn't be too surprising if Warwick does go for it, because he doesn't really die. Hook shot tanked by the illusions.
Perfect.
Great job there from the Pain. Rolling Thunder
Oh,
in the
wait for
pit.
the
He
fall
steals
move.
the Aegis on the Pango. Golem gets dropped as well. Charging forward is Retsu. Doesn't have God Strength yet, but still has the BKB. Sonic Wave pushes them all back. Retsu pops his BKB. Vacuum in onto Pablo. They only lost the Jakiro on the dire side, but Soikov's going in deep here with the aggressive jump up the enemy's high ground. Loses that Aegis. The rest of the team now need to disengage.
Well, I think, to be honest, so far so good. Him to tenacity, but still going to try and push more. The Raw had not been used.
Snowball save, goes in onto the
deep.
feet though. Tiny is in a rough position as he has no way out. He's going to try and get some right clicks in, but loses his life. And Desire on the other end has the blink out of there. Hook shot on the mark though from Pablo.
Bottom tower is
Downtown.
But Desire gets out of there regardless. Devi, God Strength used by Retsu, but they're still tier 2.
Okay, yeah, Warwick was so tempted to jump back in there and start poking, but very wisely decides against it. I don't know, man. These fights so chaotic, and I think if the Tiny had popped its BKB like a second sooner, it would have denied getting stunned up from the Pango, and then that Aegis snatch would have happened. That fight could have potentially just gone completely the other way. But quick move from Stoikov just completely disjoints anything the Night Pulse wanted to do there. Fantastic counter initiation, and now it's an 8,000 gold lead. It's just a massive lead all of a sudden.
Though I do think that there is a scary moment coming in for Zero to Nasty, and that is Queen of Pain, Warwick, who's been playing really well this game, is almost done with the Ags and his level 20 talent for the 45-second Sonic Wave cooldown reduction. And that is just a ridiculously good power spike for the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, all of a sudden that damage is just going to come flying out, and not just going to be the Tiny now. That's the main worry. Again, roared out of the Jakiro. A godlike spree as well also for Nefria. It's 12, 4, and 7 on this man. Doing so much work for his team.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's got the gem as well, so those pesky little glimmers don't do too much. Oh, on the side, Pablo. Four staffs being used. Tusk needs to get away. He gets a two-man stun by accident as Warwick wants to walk it off. Here comes cut. Vacuum roll on to 3. Oh my god, that damage. The fight gets a double kill. Rolling Thunder in from Soko from beyond, but Nefrit is the big target here as he's got the gem dropped and dirty. That was so painful, and another fight where just this Sven Retsu does nothing.
Really, nothing. It feels like, if anything, he just debates his team into these really awkward situations, which forces them to try and help on out. And oh my lord, that was just beautiful. The 3-man vacuum wall into the avalanche Sonic Wave, the cleaving right clicks, just disgusting amounts of DPS. The Queen of Pain did 4.1 thousand, the Tiny did 4.2 thousand. Like, huge amounts of damage in the space of like 2 seconds. Man.
Yeah, that was a nutty amount in a very short amount of time. Devi Lam is going for the Blink Dagger next, so he's going to be able to be a bit more active in his Blink initiations as they kind of need it, considering Tiny doesn't have a Blink and Quab's Blink is very suicidal. But also, this Tusk is closing in on towards his Aghanim Scepter. There are a bunch of items that the Radiant are building, but none of them are so scary like the Queen of Pain Ags, like the Tusk Ags. Like, those are game-deciding items that they can build up.
100%. Yeah, it feels like the big thing for the Beastmaster is like the Ags plus Refresher Orb, which he already does have, so any other items he gets aren't really going to feel that impactful. The Sven is just all about building damage, which we'll see what he's going to go for next. He's got Revenant's Brooch plus Harpoon. Maybe just like, I don't know, does he need to go for something like a Satanic perhaps? Because he just seems to die so quickly if he gets focused.
I see that he wants to go for the Blink, so I mean, I guess getting on top of them, but they're so hard to get on top of already because of the Tuscan. Oh no, Retsu's under ward vision. They know where he is. Ava, toss, lift up Sonic Wave, and quick kill secured. Warwick gets that one on the Quap, who, as I mentioned, his Sonic Wave is going to be up in another 25 seconds.
Yeah, just a free kill. Take down the enemy carries if he's nothing. And then just fall on back. And I wonder if, you know, Night Pulse or what are just going to wait for the next Roshan to spawn before they try and make a play, or I don't know. There's no Sven for a minute. Definitely a chance to take down at least one tier 2 here. Depends
Yeah,
how
you've
much
got a
Zero Tenacity wants
tiny,
to
like 3 shots those buildings.
Top
There's
50 is gonna be the
500
target.
plus auto attack damage, so
Radiant's top tower
okay,
is
not 3
under
shots,
attack.
but still does a
Radiant
quite a
are
lot of
scanning.
damage to the tier 2 towers.
Dyer's bottom
For
tower
sure.
is under attack.
Glyph used.
Radiant's middle
Close
tower
this
is
down.
under attack.
Actually looks like Zero Tenacity considering just trading tier 2s.
Radiant's top tower
It
is
looks
falling.
like that will be the case as Night Pulse not going to push for more and go high ground. They do see an amplified damage rune though.
That's not too shabby. Roche will be another 2 minutes until it respawns. Tormentor about the same to 3 minutes, 4 minutes. They actually killed it pretty late, so I think it's 4 minutes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they actually even passed the bottle over towards Cup.
Oh, the XP Shrine is spawning, and they know that Night Pulse knows that Zero Tenacity are at the XP Shrine.
This could be bad. There is high ground, or at least some wards that have been placed here for Zero Tenacity, so they know there's some info. Look at this,
Oh,
they
they're
just back
backing
one out.
off. Yeah, they
Great
they
game
know
sense.
that they're being hunted. They know they're missing on the map, so they're coming for that XP room fight.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, they're going to be able to grab their own, so it's not like they really lose anything there. If anything, just buys a bit more time. Like I feel like after that tier 2 top fell, could have 100% seen Night Pulse just start hitting high ground. You know, force Zero Tenacity to respond to them. Did they even have the banner, or did that also get snatched?
Uh,
I think they have the banner. Yeah, it's in Cut's backpack.
Oh, yeah.
Like they still have it.
yeah, the Tiny is carrying it for some reason.
Yeah, has he forgotten it exists? like they could have pushed high ground with that. Like Glyph would have done nothing.
You know what I find the strangest? The fact that I know that Pangolier, obviously you're a mid laner, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't have Mage Slayer against Quap. Like, Quap is only magic damage, only spell damage, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Reducing that by 40% might just be enough to keep your heroes alive.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a weird one, isn't it? Like, what's he building towards instead? Is it the Scythe or? What is he building?
Octarine. Octarine.
Serene. Yeah, I feel like Mage Slayer probably would be a little bit more impactful, just reducing that sheer amount of damage is nuts. Because now that the Queen of Pain has the talent online, has the Ags like you were saying earlier, he's probably going to be doing the same, if not more, damage than the Tiny in these situations. So trying to reduce that as much as they can would be just so impactful. It looks like they're going to lose this tier 2 mid. We'll see how
They're trying
quickly
to go
Roche is
for the
gonna spawn.
Tormentor on Zero Tenacity, but they're forcing high ground. Like, sure, you go chill at the Tormentor while your base gets destroyed.
Yeah.
Roar
Okay,
in
jump on
onto
him.
the Tiny Godstrike, but the snowball save, it wastes so much time. Warlegum gets dropped, but the Tiny gets a beating there from Retsu. Sonic Wave pushes them back. Cut is still just trying to run away. Devailama, can he help out? Needs to wait out the BKB, gets the
Oh,
vacuum
good vacuum.
onto 2. Nice catch. Warwick is just constantly spamming out Shadow Strikes on the side. And without a
He's
BKB, Retsu is a sitting
buyback.
duck, taking down the Sven. Looking for Pablo next, chasing for more. They at least get the blink out of there, but cut with the double kill.
It's just, he's just so easy to kite, this Sven. Like, he's just running at it desperately, trying to kill the Tiny, but his damage is nowhere near enough. And like you're saying, there's just the constant slows coming in for everyone else. Vacuums, surges, snowballs, shards, even the kick now. It's so hard. Warwick
Warwick
man,
is
he's being
going
aggressive.
very aggressively, yeah, but he does have that Lincoln, so he feels very comfortable. He knows there aren't any roars available right now, so he just wants to make sure that the Tiny can finish up the set of racks. And then they get the Tormentor / Roshan themselves, and he's just happy the feet's gonna go in. There's the snowball save against the roar. There is still no Sven, so there's no damage, really.
Oh, no.
No Sven, no damage, no chance. LeBron's gonna be a third one down. Cut with the triple kill.
That could be
And
it.
why would you stop? They still have that Roshan's banner as well.
Yeah. I mean, is it still in his backpack?
Yeah, he still has it
He-
in backpack.
He's
and
100%. He's forgotten it exists. He doesn't even recognize it.
oh,
tonight in
Desire,
this game.
Walrus Punch.
Okay, Stoikov's even to get his ult off at least.
Stoikov trying to be a nuisance. Sven is up in 1 second. Does have the God Strength plus BKB available. Will that be enough? Or yeah, Rolling Thunder was used. That continuing the push. But there is a buyback for the Beastmaster.
Yeah, he's
Sven
holding on to it.
from behind. Retsu's looking for a good catch on the supports. But Desire staying very far back.
I mean, I think at this point, it's maybe a little bit too greedy for Night Pulse to stay here. Like, they could go back. Roshan's potentially up now, which it definitely is, but I feel like that would be the safer play, but they're really going for a
in.
moment here. Force the buyback.
They're all grouped up. Nice catch from Retsu. He
Oh!
gets quick double kill on the supports. That was a great catch from Retsu. This might cost Night Pulse Roshan if they're not careful.
Yeah. It's just such a greedy play. Like, you've already destroyed both the tier 4s. A full set of barracks was gone. It's just way too greedy to stick around for even more then. Like you're saying, if they lose the Roshan because of this, it's just a massive punishment going their way. And yeah, seriously, they're straight in the pit. Big whoopsie.
And in the pit they go. Queen of Pain knows something funky's up. He has his level 25, so now he does 1,000 damage with Sonic Wave.
Okay, chucks it in. Some stuff on
And
the floor.
that's about it. Roshan's banner is still on the floor. Hook shot in onto the Quap. Rolling Thunder as well. Quap doesn't have a BKB. The roar comes out. He's still very tanky. But the refresher second roar golem drop. They finally kill off Warwick. Was a little bit of a heavy investment for that kill, but the kill gets secured nonetheless.
Everything in the kitchen sink quite literally dumped on the Quap's face.
Yeah, there's
Kill him,
nothing
cut,
left
cut,
right
cut.
now. Ice Bath Macro Bio
Oh my
on
lord,
to
what was
3.
that?
Oh, the vacuum catch.
Oh.
Ooh, Defy.
The toss-up in the air plus the vacuum looked like the biggest denial I've ever seen in my life. He gets thrown and sucked back at the same time. And then just annihilated by that damage. Good lord. And now this could very well be the end. Although it's all 3 cores still alive at the very least. See what they do.
Going in. He does not have a buyback available, but had the Aegis. Is going to lose his first life. Retsu going for the man fight up against Cut. But in response, kick away Retsu, wait for his BKB to end, and then kite him all the way to oblivion. Cut focus down to Freak. Will he get the kill? He actually doesn't get the last hit in. Needs to yeet this tree out of there. They lose the Vailama on the back end, but he has a buyback. And the rest of Zero Tenacity does not. There is going to be the Sven and the Pango that have to do it all. 10 seconds until the Clockwork is back in action. Work is not caring at all right in front of their fountain. Like,
just
he's just
can't get out
man
the fountain.
fighting. Come at me.
Yeah.
I don't have BKB. I don't need BKB. He's full HP. They just
kick out.
yeet away Retsu. GG well played gets called, and Night Pulse go on to the next stage in the upper bracket.
What an absolutely funny and an amazing game to end it on there. We were hoping that game number 2 was going to be a bit closer. We were hoping that we might even see a third. We don't get that, but at the very least, that was a very entertaining game indeed. Just so many back and forth fights. Just very well played there from Night Pulse. Unfortunately, the only thing for Zero Tenacity is if Retsu had a better game and he was actually, you know, kind of a hero, they probably could have won that one. But Night Pulse's decision to kill the Sven again and again and again and again just pushed him in the dirt, and there was just no way for the Sven to farm up, and that could have potentially just been the whole reason they won that one. Yeah, very, very entertaining game. Very happy with that, and yeah, congratulations to Night Pulse going forwards in the uppers.
12 deaths on the Sven. That has to hurt. Quap also 70k damage dealt in that game. 59k damage dealt by the Tiny. Add in an extra 8k healing from the Darkseer, but the Vailama had tremendous vacuum wall plays coming through. Great stuff from Night Pulse. Yep, Zero Tenacity a lot better in game number 2 than in game number 1, though that wasn't that hard to achieve, to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nefrit on that Beastmaster looked very scary. Unfortunately, the rest of the team, like, yeah, it came down to Beastmaster got a kill at the start of the fight, and that was it. That was the extent of the reach that they had, because Retsu was never he was constantly ganked, and they also didn't like tank any ganks for him. You didn't have like a Clockwork just constantly hiding inside on high ground, waiting to break smokes. They were always trying to prowl and get a kill on the side while Retsu was solo farming, and that just left him completely open.
Yeah, he was just sacrificed, it felt, at the end of the day, and obviously it did give Nefrit a really strong game, and like the sort of like early to mid game, he was very scary. You could clearly see Night Pulse were doing everything they could to avoid him. But it's just like you said, you know, he's scary for that portion, but as soon as the game starts getting late, his power spike just drops, and all of a sudden, like, he's trying to stand his ground against the Tiny, against the Queen of Pain, but he just gets annihilated again and again, and unfortunately, the Sven, who was meant to be the end game carried, could never actually get to that point. Like, he still only had 19.6k net worth, just miles behind. The Tiny, for instance, had 31.6 thousand. Like, just a huge rift between the two of them there, and just didn't really feel like there's any way for Zerastasi to just to make up that difference. Just Night Pulse were not giving them any space.
But that, of course, does conclude it for us for today. There are going to be 2 more matches covered by other casters. It's going to be Navi Jr. versus One Move, which starts in about an hour and 11 minutes. And then to finish the day off, it's One Win versus Quantum. My name is DK Truman. I was joined by the wonderful Blue Skill. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. Hopefully you enjoyed the cast and the matches. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Welcome back, one and all, to some more Dota 2 action, as we are going to be continuing with CCT Series 7 here in the upper bracket, figuring out who goes to the next round, who will occupy the lower bracket, and of course, who is looking clean and clear to try and claim the 7th iteration of this tournament. My name is Snare, and I'm joined today by the beautiful, the wonderful, the blonde-tipped Wingblade. What's up, homie?
I'm doing very well. This is probably my favorite part of any kind of tournament where we see the invited teams duke it out with the top teams from the group stage. That's where you get to see where the level is at for a lot of these teams, and I love to see it. Generally, I'm expecting the invited teams to do well because they tend to be just that little step higher, but last CCT, I mean, the group stage teams did super well, so I'm hyped to see where we go now.
It's actually interesting that you bring that up, right? Because for the first 5 seasons of CCT, every single season, we had the invited teams automatically, it felt like, get their way into the upper bracket, into the next round of it. But since CCT Series 5, both Avalanche teams, they fell there. Last season, we saw the invited teams also happening to fall in the upper bracket. So maybe the winds are turning. And I think right now, personally, given where Dota is at, I personally would feel better if I've been playing the game, playing in tournament situations. It's pretty much a brand new patch, right? A lot has been very different from prior iterations of the game. So right now, I think experience in the game itself counts more than historical experience as a team. Which way are you leaning, given that that's where these two teams are sitting right now?
That's a difficult question to answer. Experience is always very nice. But I don't necessarily think that the invited teams are that much more experienced than some of the group stage teams, so I'm leaning towards agreeing with you. I think it's very nice to have played quite a few games in this patch already, especially when you get out of the group stages with a good record like these teams have. Like one move, they're 2-2, so maybe they haven't been as successful, so maybe I still don't favor them against the group or the invited teams, but should be interesting nonetheless. But a team like Apple City Gang that completely dominated their groups, I'm like, yeah, they could make it work.
I will say for me, that was the happiest surprise of the tournament, just how solid Apple City Gang looked. A team that has been on the come up, but now they're looking to solidify themselves. Of course, they're not going to be in action right now. We still have to get through this series with One Move versus Navi Jr. Whoa, Difference, Not Me, Rain, and of course, Shot being there. The games that I saw them playing, when I saw them really getting into the mix of things. After their first game, which didn't necessarily look so solid, they started to level up a little bit more afterwards. I do kind of feel like this team is just on the cusp of trying to figure out what the team's identity is, because I did see a lot of different draws from them, so they might still be figuring out what style in the current meta is really going to suit them. I mean, that's, to be fair, everybody's trying to figure that out right now, right?
Yeah, I like their experimentation. They play some interesting stuff like Klink's carry, Void carry, and of course a few meta staples as well, like the Clockwork, the Marta, Jakiro, Dark Zero, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm not really sure what to expect from them, but they play some solid Dota sometimes. Like, it's been mixed, and I'm curious to see which version of One Move we're gonna get today.
To be fair, they are one of the only teams that was actually able to push Apple City Gang into losing even a single game, so certainly much to expect from this lineup. That being said, though, coming from the group stages into the playoffs does present a very different challenge, because now your opponent is an invited C team. It's Na'Vi Jr. And this is not just any random invited C team. This is currently the defending champions, Wingblade. You and I sat here together watching them tear through the opposition to put themselves in this position. And I'm kind of expecting, if they look nearly as good as they did in that grand finals, this matchup shouldn't really be close. But that was a while ago. A lot of meta has passed over. We don't know what the team environment is like, but we do know that, I don't know if you agree with me, but outside of Zax, of course, who's a known entity, I think with the rest of the guys, we're looking at like some future superstars in the next 2 or 3 years or so.
Yeah, I think so too. They have, how do I phrase this politely, a lot of potential. And I like their playstyle as well. They play some fun stuff.
I'm pretty sure their opponents are not going to agree. They're looking at Zax and be like, God, why didn't they nerf Bounty Hunter even harder? This is ridiculous. We already had to deal with his Nyx and his Riki in the last patch, and now he's bringing the Bounty into the mix. We'll see if he plays that, though. We'll see if he plays that, because, again, they might feel that in this meta, they don't want to have as roaming a support as we did on that portion. Maybe they give him some more teamfight heroes. We could see him playing more of his Earthshaker, things like that. So I'm excited to see what ideas have been cooking up, especially since, despite all the wins that they've been having, despite all the success, Wingblade, this team has still refused to get a coach. They're still chilling, flying under their own sails. And I'm excited to see how far it takes them.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess Zayats could just have that position in the team as well. But I feel like having just a little bit of extra input from a coach is always kind of nice. But, I mean, they're making it work, so can you argue with results?
And it broke, don't fix it. So let's see what's cooking in the head of Zax right now. The TI runner-up, of course, in his past. They are playing Na'Vi Jr. on the Dire side. They have themselves access to the first pick, One Move, Radiant with second pick. So what's going to be banned here? DK for sure, Bristleback for sure, no Ember, no Abaddon, no Tiny, right? That's usually the ban order right now.
I think so. We've seen a few like PA bans as well against Na'Vi Jr. It's nice to maybe ban Phoenix as well. That's a strong contender for them. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where they want to take this. Of course, we don't have as much data on Na'Vi Jr. in this patch as we have for One Move, because One Move has graciously played 4 series for us already, which helps with identifying their playstyle. But of course, Na'Vi Jr. is invited, so maybe they've been cooking up some stuff in pubs and in scrims.
There's the customary Tiny ban that we expect. So what comes next? You did mention the Phoenix, which obviously a good shout. Na'Vi Jr. played on 3 roles. I could see Bounty being banned. Given that Nyx doesn't seem to be in the best place, Riki is whatever. Bounty is still in the pool for Zax's high impact map play type heroes. So I wouldn't mind a Bounty ban. You have overall the second pick, so you let them pick the Bounty, or you let them pick like Earthshaker, and then you go, I don't know, some Timber, some Invoker, something else like this in the mid lane.
You're really that scared of the Bounty? I mean, Zayats is a Bounty specialist, and it sucks not being able to play normal Dota, but you think he's really like first phase, second phase ban material?
I'm just remembering that Na'Vi Jr. in the prior season of this tournament, whenever they had the chance to pick an Invis hero first phase, they would. Every single game. The only time they wouldn't do it is when you either ban the heroes or you pick it yourself. But maybe times have changed. There might be some new tech being developed by One Move. Personally, I just get very annoyed playing up against some of these, these roaming spammers really just piss me off. So I always ban it just because I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, it's like, just let me play normal Dota. I want normal supports that I can see. But no, it's gonna be stupid courier sniping shenanigans and just general annoyance. It's hella tilting. I agree with you on that one.
You see my supports getting mad because they have to spend most of their gold on wards, buying tons of dust, and they're like, guys, I'm not having fun anymore. It's like, yeah, brother, I understand. Don't worry.
Yeah, and then the situation where like a smoke breaks or something, and
no.
you try to dust, but he's already away, rubbing his hands like this and being like, ha ha ha, you thought.
And it always happens just as you smoke, right? Like the first 3 seconds after you pop the smoke, everyone's gathered together, then it pops and you're like, well, back to farming, I guess. Nothing else we can do here. Well,
Yep.
thankfully, Navi Jr. has been kind enough to us to not open up the draft with the Bounty Hunter. Instead, they grab the Magnus, which they also deploy onto all 3 roles. We have also in the last couple of tournaments seen Magnus in all 3 roles. Where do you currently feel he's at his best right now?
I've seen quite some success in the safe lane, especially now that we see a Darkseer as well. Because Magnus has Empower, which helps with pushing out the waves, and he also doesn't really care about being walled because his illusions aren't that strong, because they don't have Empower, and he's not an agility hero. So I think that would be absolutely fine to go for. Can work in mid and off lane as well, of course, but I prefer to see it safe lane.
If they do, we've been seeing a lot of Darkseer Tusk as a combination in the offlane. So if they do go for that, then you're already covered with the Magnus, right? You're not as scared of the Ice Shard trap. You always have the Skewer to get yourself out. You can farm pretty well in that lane between Empower, Shockwave. Just so far, it does feel more likely to be the Magnus mid. If that is the case, though, I don't want it to be one of these games where there's like just lots of facilitation on the map. I do want someone else to also chip in with some damage output. Because sometimes I do see some lineups that have the Magnus carry feel like they run out of damage as this game scales. So I definitely want a hero in the mid lane that's able to scale with the enemy if needed.
Yeah, definitely agree on that one. I still remember like seeing Darkseer plus Tusk for the first time. I believe in this league, and I was like, that's double melee. It's kind of weird. Isn't there better heroes? And then they did super well. And I was like, okay, never mind. I take it back. That seems like bullshit. Ice Frog, please nerf.
The future is now, old man. You gotta deal with it.
I mean, I've seen Tusk combinations with a lot of melee heroes. Because in the past, I always used to be like, Tusk is just so much better with a ranged hero because of the tag team and him being like a frontline brawler. But these double melee lanes with Tusk are working really well. We'll see if One Move wants to go for it as well. They haven't really played too much Tusk, so maybe they have another plan, like doing a Clock, a Ricky. Even they could go for a bounty if they want to. It's gonna be a Warlock.
Ooh. In my opinion, this guy is one of my... I think this is actually the best 5 position in the game right now, because it gives you everything you could possibly want out of position 5. You have some healing potential coming out of the Shadow Word. You have some AoE damage potential with the Fatal Bond. There have been many games, in fact, where Warlock is close to the top of the charts in the damage numbers. You have this incredible slow that is really hard to deal with because you never want to reach the Warlock to deal with the slow. You sort of have to disperse from the fight. But crucially, it has something that only one other supports in the form of like Winter Wyvern has. Guaranteed BKB counter initiation. So it makes it extremely hard for the opponent to reliably fight into you if they don't know exactly where the Warlock is, or if they aren't confident they have the damage to kill the initial target before the Chaotic Offering drops. And in this game, you have it with the Darkseer as well. Iron Shell onto the Golem while it's running around, everybody being vacuumed in. Bro, I'm in love so far with what I'm seeing from One Move. But talk to me about where the Earthshaker Mirana fit into this mix.
I just want to briefly touch on Warlock first, because this all sounds very convincing. Like, I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome. He's like a really good hero. You want to know what the win rate is of One Move with Warlock?
Well, what's the win rate? How bad is it?
0.
0. Oof. That means there's nowhere up, nowhere but up, baby. Nowhere but
True.
up. Let's go.
True. But yeah, to touch on the Earthshaker Mirana, I think this is a very nice combination, and I'm already loving the amount of stuns that they have. And they have a nice combination of like killing power outside of ultimates as well. Because sometimes when you see like Shaker and Magnus, you're like, okay, they're very strong, but when their ultis are down, they can't really do that much. But I feel like Mirana really helps with that, because you have so much setup, and like it doesn't matter what stage of the game you're at. If you hit a 5-second arrow, that hero is just dead. So that is a very nice combination. One Move is going to respond with a Night Stalker as well as Monkey King. Monkey King, obviously one of the strongest heroes, I want to say, right now. I'm not exactly sure why, but he just seems very good. And Night Stalker is a very specific counter hero to a lot of popular heroes right now that kind of rely on their abilities for mobility and survivability. And you would usually think of heroes like Puck and Queen of Pain, Anti-Mage, that kind of stuff. But I actually think that all of the heroes that Na'Vi have right now are really vulnerable to Night Stalker. And they're like, you know, let's pick another one.
Yeah, get another one. The Crippling Fear Silence looks amazing here. You know, SNY, which we sometimes, or the SNK that we sometimes see, not really going to be that useful here. You definitely want some 4-stars or something. But one thing I also really like about this Night Stalker, I see Night Stalker, Darkseer, Monkey King, right? What I'm not seeing is heroes that die quickly. So you were mentioning earlier that Na'Vi does have some kill threat on the map, even when their ultimates are down. But now the commitment level for them to get those kills is just rising higher and higher. I'm expecting Darkseer to buy some tankability items. Warlock will be there for some additional heal. Monkey King has the Boundless Strike to keep himself alive. So overall, I feel like Na'Vi, I like the small interplays that they can make on the map. I like that they don't pick up another hero with a big cooldown. You know, Storm is a bit more active. He can create some space, open up the tempo. But I'm still really feeling bad about the damage output, the way things are looking right now. These heroes are really beefy for One Move.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. I am a little bit confused though. I'm not. Maybe you can help me, but how do you think they're gonna do the roles for One Move? Because they have Darkseer and Night Stalker and Monkey King.
I think it should be 2 Monkey, 1 Night Stalker, and then position 3 for the Darkseer.
Okay. So Woe is gonna keep expanding his hero pool. I feel like every single game he plays something different. So every time I'm looking at their team, I'm like, okay, I think I have a solid idea of what their playstyle is, what they want to do, and then I watch another game of theirs, and it's like, okay, it's a completely different game plan. Sure.
Like we were saying at the beginning of the draft, we are learning in real time with One Move exactly what suits their team the best. I'm not sure that they know fully just yet, you know? So it's a learning experience for all of us.
Na'Vi also doesn't have an idea because they're still banning carries. They're like, alright, maybe this is a 4 Night Stalker or something. They just don't know. No one. Maybe they do know, and maybe we just don't know. Let's not make it too broad. We don't know.
Well, they're gonna show us very soon, as we did have an Ursa being banned out. I mean, they could use some more damage on the side of Na'Vi. Probably easier to get from the safe lane more than the off lane. Ursa would have been a problem. One of the few heroes in the game that, like, Monkey... there's no point in the game you feel so comfortable as Monkey if you see an Ursa on the other side. He just shoves you out of his own Wukongs. And Troll. Troll is the other one. I was about to say Troll as well, but
yeah,
most players don't really like Troll.
Because this is like one of the heroes that can actually stand and fight and also deal with the Darkseer in lane just fine. Of course, it could still be the Magnus carry. I wouldn't mind that, but we'll see what they opt for. They have a lot of choices still.
I'll be honest with you, for the longest time, ever since Magnus started to be getting played as a carry, I've always, and even in the meta where he was really good, I've always been skeptical of this hero as a carry. I think the only carries that I feel happy with massive ultimates is Faceless Void, but a lot of the other ones I'm like, I don't know. But they will get themselves now a Centaur War Runner, so we're going to be having a nice beefy boy. They know that the Monkey King is most likely going mid, so he doesn't have to get abused in the lane by a safe lane Monkey unless they switch it up last minute for One Move. How do you feel about this? More mobility, more tank, not that much more damage though.
Yeah, I'm not super sure about this. I do like stuns. That's like a big thing for me, and they all have stuns. Love stuns, big fan of stuns. At the same time, it is kind of a scary lane if One Move decides to go for Monkey carry, and it looks like they are planning to. Could be.
Let's see.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be Monkey carry, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a 4 Night Stalker.
Okay.
I see this right?
Yeah, that is not me on the Night Stalker, so that should be 4 Night Stalker. Why? Why do you... I think that's the one that confuses me the most, right? Everything else is still... kind of makes sense. But the Night Stalker 4, what do you think it accomplishes in a game that a core Night Stalker can't really, or a different hero entirely wouldn't just facilitate anyway?
Well, he still provides the silence. I think maybe it played into their decision that they're now facing a Centaur, Because even if you have infinite farm on a Night Stalker, you get like a Nullifier, BKB, Blink, people can still run away with Stampede. So a lot of the hero's potential is kind of lost. So you might as well play it as a 4 then. Try to sometimes make something happen, but not be fully relying on the Night Stalker to shut heroes down. I think that's definitely a big thing. Maybe there's something else as well. But I think this is the right choice. Because playing Night Stalker against the Centaur is so difficult. You can't even kill supports anymore. And then what does your hero do?
I suppose as well, if you move Night Stalker to 4 and he's not tasked with like hunting the map and creating space in place, then you can hold on to Darkness as a counter to Moonlight Shadow. When the Moonlight comes in, you pop Darkness, you sort of like equalize the vision game in that portion of the fight. That could sometimes work out for them. Also, we were just saying it when we saw the Centaur. Centaur was probably feeling more comfortable that he wasn't dealing with Monkey in lane. Now, good luck, buddy. Good luck. Have fun.
So friendly. Love to see it. So this is the part of the game where I'm always hoping that teams don't pop smokes, because then we might see a clash. However, there is the Night Stalker with the nighttime flip facet, so it's kind of hard to see brawls during daytime like this. So I am predicting, and I know it's a brave prediction, but that we're gonna see no fights and a 2-for-2 bounty split. Quote me on this.
No fights, 2 for 2. Okay. But who are you predicting is winning the game? That's a more exciting one.
I'm gonna be a very brave man and say that Navi Jr. is going to win this game.
30 seconds to
Okay.
The favorites
will
will
go
surely win, Snare.
No, my friend. You don't understand. The favorites are not going to win here. Because one move, they've got... You see, you remember you were talking in the draft about Darkseer plus a Brawly position 4? That's what Night Stalker is, bro. With Darkseer in the lane, with the Night Stalker having some decent stats, mid lane should just be a wash. Pango might even slightly edge it out, and the Centaur should get smashed. Smashed, I tell you, by this Monkey King lane. Gonna be forced to just creep skip, which means free farm for the Monkey. Bro, one move I've got this. Trust.
Oh, it's a 3-for-1.
Oh, no.
Oh, PMA, what a beast. Centaur has already won the game. That is crazy.
He heard me talking
That's a
trash.
huge
He's like,
gold
let me
lead.
show this guy.
Is insane. But yeah, I agree with you that Centaur is probably gonna get smashed, but it helps to have an Earthshaker when you're getting smashed, because he can fuck so much shit up. It's really lovely. You can lose the lane and still be fine just because of all of the creep pulling shenanigans. I like their decision to not try and win the lane against Monkey King, just to try and annoy him.
They're just like, you know what? Jump this guy, avoid him. So let's see how things pan out. Mid lane, you are the mid specialist right now. Have things changed between Pango Storm Spirit and the new patch?
No. I don't think anything is ever gonna change with Pango. This hero has been the same since his inception. Like, they can make any changes they want, but it's still gonna play the same, it's gonna perform the same. This hero is unbuffable, unnerfable.
The great constant in Dota life is Pango.
Pretties.
Top lane, Ridis suffering some damage here from the Iron Shell and the right clicks of Not Me. One more right click
Dive.
will seal the deal. He gets the kill. Should end up falling regardless. However, Codex will be happy to claim the blood, as it was his Iron Shell that secured the kill. Nicely done by one move in this top lane.
Yeah, so much pressure from level 1. This Night Stalker, what a beast.
Also, don't you love his build that he went for here? Opening up with the headdress to start things off. Oh, he's bringing for the Darkseer. Okay, I thought it was his headdress. I was going to be very surprised. It's the Darkseer.
Otomo would be so happy. The biggest headdress lover in the world. I think
The
a
question is, does he love
Darkseer,
headdress or his son more? That's the question.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't have all the answers, unfortunately. I see we're back to the Darkseer mech meta. I feel like Darkseer flipped from pipes to mechs and then back again.
Radiant's courier.
Not much variance with how this hero tends to build. It's going to be a while before we get to that mech, though. And I feel like this mech is going to present a big problem. Remember in the draft, we were talking about the relative lack of damage on the side of Navi Jr. Once they get this mech and further items to reduce the damage, it's going to become even a more pronounced issue.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
they're going
tanky
top.
supports as
There's
well.
going to be a vacuum on the both of them with the Iron Shell out, crippling fear. They ensure that the Morana can't leap away, but a beautiful shockwave got the juice, drags in the Night Stalker, ensuring that Ridis can escape.
But the juice is really chunking, not me though. And finally, Ridis is level 2. Ooh, but that's level 2 Iron Shell on 2 heroes.
Quite a bit of damage. They do throw back a blood grenade on top of him, not me. Wants to put in as much damage onto Got the Juice as possible, but he dies before he gets too far. Now all of a sudden it's the Dogs here having to feel some damage, but Ridis leaps into the Iron Shell. Shodek says, oh, okay, guy, if you want to ball with me, you are welcome any day of the week.
Yeah, he was like, oh, I have to stop Chodex from getting the Lotus. And I'm like, oh, shit, he deals damage. Bro's got hands.
Like you said,
On
there's
the
a level
bottom
2
lane.
Iron Shell involved there, so we'll see if
Yeah,
things will fare a bit better bottom. How are things looking on this side of the map?
It's looking really good for Navi Jr., surprisingly. Centaur managed to get 21 CS already. I would have expected him to get 21 CS at like 6 minutes, but they're doing great right now. They don't even have to pull at the moment.
You said it best, right? When you have Earthshaker in the game, it might be a hard lane. He can turn the tide for you, and seems like his efforts have been well repaid. Zento with a ton of farm, and crucially, Monkey King not completely bossing the game. And Zayax doesn't even get punished for leaving bottom. Difference just has to see him and watch him go.
Yeah, Zayat's just being so annoying.
Oh, Shodex
Gets
gets
another
another kill
kill.
in the top lane. They dove the Magnus, and they might not be done just yet. Rain made a movement through the Twin Gate, and they might get Ridis too, and indeed they do. Rain with the Fatal Bonds, ensuring that the damage splits up. In the mid lane, they do end up losing difference in the meantime, as Zayax is able to ensure that Niku finds that kill. Nonetheless, though, in the aggregate, one move, definitely happy with the trade.
Yeah, for sure. This laning stage already turning out a little bit differently than we expected. With bottom lane actually going very well for Navi Jr. and top lane going very well for one move.
Things are going to change a little bit, though, because Zayax is not going to be down bottom as much anymore. So I think Centaur, when forced to, like, be under his own auspices, is going to struggle a little bit. He's that spoiled kid, you know? Your parents have been taking care of you. You think you've got everything on lock. Go live alone, buddy. Let's see how you do.
Also, Zayat keeps roaming at level 1. Not exactly the scariest hero at 5 minutes into the game, but he's making it work.
Almost a deny on the Hill Trolls and the Dark Troll Summoner. Doesn't happen, though. Riddits, they find the kill, and they get level 2 for Zayax. That's definitely something to celebrate.
Yeah, that's crazy. He's gonna be unstoppable. He did so much at level 1, and now he's twice as high level. That's mad.
Does seem like he wants to make another move with Riddis, because they are coming towards middle. They have access to the Fissure Arrow combination, and they want to try and get difference before he hits 6. Would be a huge coup for them to pick up, but he is playing so safe right now. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, he has to with Niku having an Arcane Rune in level 7. You step out of line for a single moment and you're gone.
Radiant's top tower
Yo, he's
is
level
under
7?
attack.
Damn, that earlier death, that different stuff, it seems to have really set him back. My goodness.
Not having a great time. It's not a great matchup. And he's still going to be able to rotate just fine, but Niku has been bullying him. Especially with
These guys
Zayat's
have level
rotating.
6.
You have to be so careful. Anytime there could be a fissure from any direction.
I mean, this time they also have Stampede as well, so you don't know where additional reinforcements will just pop out of nowhere, dive on top of you.
Yep. Despite the struggles, Magnus is doing a lot better now. I mean, this is kind of what Magnus does. He just farms so fast early game because of the Empower. Just the fact that you can't really pressure him. Arcane Rune
Magnus
pop.
just doing Magnus things, chilling. So where does Niku go first? If you were him, where do you think is an ample opportunity to make a rotation on the map?
I think for now he's very content to just not show on the map. Of course, he did walk through vision, so one move knows he's close, but he's just very content farming right now because it means that Monkey King has to play so carefully And all of one move has to play carefully because they don't see Niku. They know he has an arcane rune, so no one can really farm aggressively. The moment you show that advantage is lost. Of course, if they can get a kill, they will try, but they're not gonna commit super hard for it.
They will get the Stampede out as well, so they managed to find the kill onto Raid. Ooh, Boundless Strike misses Zayax. So unfortunately, they will only be able to get the one follow-up kill and counter. Had the Boundless Strike connected and they just kill him immediately, maybe they can chase further with the Rolling Thunder. However, it just ends up being support for support in the bottom lane.
I really like Niku's restraint so far. It's so easy to overcommit as a Storm Spirit, especially early in the game. He's just farming, he's just pressuring. I feel like it's exactly what they need to do right now.
Good old Dota 2. Gotta love it.
Yep. This is peak MOBA gameplay.
League of Legends could never. Ridis comes out of nowhere, but they can't get in close enough to really threaten him. It is still daytime, so no crippling fear silence, unfortunately. Nothing you can do. Ridis hoping to angle backwards. They maybe want to just steal a little bit of farm from these camps. Don't give it to these heroes for free. In the meantime, Difference getting dove upon by Niku, who's willing to commit all of his mana. They finish him off with the fissure, but now, Storm Spirit, will he end up being able to escape here? Does have Fatal Bonds on top of him, so needs to be careful. Shodex also falling quite low. Niku commits all his mana to dive forward, but he dives a bridge too far. An illusion from the Doxia wall finishes him off. Shodex on a dominating streak, and the rest of the heroes will not be able to follow up. We might even go for more. Oh my goodness, Rain drops the Chaotic Offering. They go forward, bring down Zayax. The little bit of a silence is there onto Ridis. Blood Grenade drop down as well. They want to find the kill, but PMA says no. Holds him off with the Hoof Stomp. Still losing a lot of his own life as well. With the Blood Grenade, one Shadow Web, he might still die. RP though thrown in, it's only onto the Warlock. In the meantime, the rest of the fight is still being pursued here. Difference, they would love to find him with the Skewer home. Doesn't end up happening. And while that was all taking place, PMA survived on literally 30 HP on the way home from the Shadow Word.
He's just chilling. Also remember that one guy said something about Niku and his restraint and how he really liked that. That was kind of a silly thing to say. With him expending all of his mana trying to kill a Darkseer.
But it's always like this when you play these spirits, right? That if you're on the edge and you still stay on the mountain, you look like a god. Then you fall off and you look like, yeah, man, you should have just relaxed a bit more.
Yep. When you're playing a spirit, you already see like the Reddit title of Niku goes for a sick 1v5 outplay, pushing his hero to the limits. And then you die 2 seconds after.
You wanna try and kill Woe down bottom. Whoa, Woe? Whoa? What happened? There's Fatal Bonds now going on to Niku, Zayax, and Ridis, but it won't matter. The monkey is dead. Bro, they broke the smoke, they had the Observer Ward, they literally scanned the movement through the Moonlight Shadow, but he still went forward. What was that?
It's definitely a bit sloppy. They had some sentries as well, but I guess they were all out of range.
Oh no.
That was without Echo Slam even, just the setup I spoke about with the Mirana.
Well, these things happen. Woe is just telling his team right now, guys, I'm getting the bad death out of my system. Don't worry, it's all good.
I'm a little bit worried for him. He's not really getting that much momentum. I feel like both of us were expecting this Monkey King to do really well in lane, and then to have a bit of pressure, but so far we haven't really seen that. He hasn't really been that active on the map, and when he has it tends to be dying, so not a great start for one move.
And they might be able to at least pick up PMA, so that'll be something. 4 heroes on top of him while space is being made for the monkey on the north. So, also speaking of monkey for one more second, right? How do you feel about this Mage Slayer in a game like this instead of going for like some Battle Fury or something?
I feel like he needs to be the win condition. And with a Mage Slayer, he might not be. So I would have preferred the Battle Fury probably. Unless they can win fights now. If they can win big fights, we get an advantage as a team, that will be worth it.
Well, sadly, they've committed a lot of spells for this fight without finding anything substantial. Wall down. Here comes Woe. Does have the Wukongs. But no clean angle to make it happen just yet. They will commit the full chaotic offering onto Got the Juice, but there's the RP. Stampede coming in as well. They're all stacked up in this little corner. Vortex, make sure there is no Wukong. On the side of the fight, they brought down the Pango as well. Shodex trying to run, but the right click follows him through his own wall. Not me, at least trying to bring down the Magnus to make this fight somewhat palatable. But it's as palatable as a bowl of poison. 5 for 1, a full team wipe. Na'Vi Jr. decimate them in the little corner by the Twin Gate.
They committed absolutely everything onto this Magnus, and then he just got healed almost back to full, and they were all in position for RP. And then there was a lot of damage, and suddenly I'm not too worried about Na'Vi Junior's damage anymore. They made that look so smooth.
Oh boy. Another thing, Woe, unfortunately, I don't think he needed to jump forward. He could have Wukonged from the trees. Maybe they have the damage to kill the Magnus that way, but Woe went to complete hell as soon as their RP connected.
Now you're at this point where you committed for a fighting build on a Monkey King, but you can't really fight anymore. So what do you do now? Do you try to farm with your suboptimal build, or do you try to keep pushing it? It seems like the latter is going to be the
right
answer.
Now is going to be we try to fight. They want to save the life of Not Me and kill Xayah. Xayah will die. Founder Strike brings him down, but they lose Not Me immediately afterwards. PMA a little bit within the Wukongs, but unfortunately they have no tools to keep them there without the Doxia vacuum. So they're easily able to escape. This fight is over. And definitely, even though they lost the Earthshaker, look at Na'Vi Jr. They're still playing aggressively on one move side of the map. I think they're okay with the situation as it's playing out.
Yeah, they're like, you have no spells, you have no Night Stalker. What can you really do? Because they know they still have their main strength of just any stun into an arrow.
Stupendous.
PMA working towards a Blink Dagger as well, so that's going to be another big window coming up for Na'Vi Jr.
Woe needs to be careful. He could easily die here. Very easily die. Oh my god, he's actually gonna die. He Bounder Strikes. No, don't do it, my friend. And there, oh, they do not catch him with the Electric Vortex, but I don't think that's gonna save him. Magnus is being silenced up, but Not Me is dying really quickly. He needs to get himself out of here. Mech getting popped by the dogs here. Niku's on the high ground. He realizes he's chasing a little bit too far. They pop the Stampede to flee. Now here comes the rest of one move, hoping for a punish, hoping to catch up to somebody, but they just don't have the reach right now. There's no blink on the Night Stalker. Monkey was too far away with the Primal Spring. So that's just it.
Dire are scanning.
It's a 9k gold lead already. And it's daytime now as well.
Scanning.
One move, they need to make something special happen. If they can get the Tormentor, that is nice, but this is
They need
risky.
to take the fight first though. Xayah goes in with the Echo Slam. He's losing his life faster than they are though. So he's very low. Chaotic Offering also stalls in the advancement from the rest of Na'Vi Jr. But they have lost Not Me. Now though, difference. Inside the Wukongs with no RP to interrupt them. All of a sudden they do have the damage to deal with the Magnus. PMA hoping to try and escape here. However, his Blade Mail will not last forever. Nor will his life. He ends up dead. Ridis threw in an arrow to try and bail him out, but it's insufficient. They lose 3 for 1. The pathway to the Tormentor is open. And all of a sudden, things not looking perfect, but certainly not as bad as they were a few moments ago.
Yeah, that's a 6k swing. Very nicely fought by one move.
Tower is under
Na'Vi
attack.
Jr., they kind of missed their echo. They just get a single target. Arrow misses as well, and they all arrive one by one. So one move had pretty much everything they could have hoped for. And they show that they can still fight. And the Darkseer mech was definitely a big part of that.
Fetch a reasonable price.
Definitely a game-changing mech in that situation. Well, we'll see if they can keep up this trend of positive momentum. I think the main thing that they need to try and figure out a way to do is make Na'Vi Jr. afraid of diving so far deep. And now a little skirmish is starting. Ridis has fallen very low, forced to leap away. And it's those kind of things that I want to see from them. They don't have to kill these heroes, but just make it uncomfortable for Na'Vi Jr. to just keep advancing as carelessly as they have been.
Yeah, oh, Monkey King.
Oh, Monkey.
It's a Moonlight Shadow out. They don't quite see him. PMA still has the blink.
Yeah, they got him. There's no way out of this one. He's not nearly strong enough. Yes, he does have the Aghanim Shroud. Oh, actually, that's going to help a lot here. Primal Spring away. And PMA didn't want to keep up with him. PMA thought that Niku had it, so he left a little bit too soon. The Monkey is out. Now here's the counter initiation. Difference, able to run down onto Ridis immediately with the Rolling Thunder. PMA has his own glimmer. He can flee towards the east.
Radiant's
But one
bottom
move
tower is under
starting
attack.
to slowly but surely make positive moves on the map, and having Navi Jr. second guess themselves when they go for these advanced plays.
Navi Jr. is still kind of playing like they have a big advantage, just not bringing enough heroes, assuming that they'll be fine, and then they miss out on some pretty big kills. If they had any support join them right there, they would have had that kill.
Well, now the game is relatively even again, so let's see how they keep going from here. Darkseer is not that far away from having a pipe as they get a fissure out onto Rain, block him and Difference onto the low ground. Arrow from Ridditz with the harpoon, drag back onto Warlock. Very, very easy kill. But Niku wants more. He popped the Invis rune for this one. He doesn't want to waste his precious time. We need somebody to show up, and that somebody's going to be not me. He does drop the Crippling Fear though, so very hard to jump onto. But Zayax, make sure that it's equally as hard for him to escape. And eventually he will fall.
Some nice freebies for Navi Jr. Of course, it's only the support, so it isn't too bad
Radiant's
for
top
one
tower
move.
is under attack.
Reeves and a Glimmer Cape now up for the Darkseer. So he has a lot of potential to help his team.
Radiant are scanning.
What an
Radiant's
item
middle
Glimmer Cape
tower
is.
under attack.
Yep.
Whoa. Please relax. Whoa, 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 whoa. Be careful, whoa. Be careful, be careful. They're not going to jump in, but this time the team is starting to swing in towards him as some reinforcements.
They have a lot of big ultis, only Darkness is missing.
This Night Stalker is getting close to having that Blink Dagger as well. So the couple of opportunities that we've seen where they did have a decent beat on targets but weren't able to catch up to them, certainly going to be much easier after that gets picked up.
Wonder how he's gonna play it on this Night Stalker. If he's gonna just try to initiate on the centaur to... Ooh, big arrow.
Might need to initiate onto the
Whoa.
Magnus now, who ate a full arrow skewer combination, but they don't stick around for the fight. They immediately pop the Moonlight and try and run away. Not me though. Closing in. Ooh, could not find the Crippling Fear before the leap away. So Ridditz will be A-okay.
So they trade Darkness for Moonlight Shadow. I think that's definitely in favor of Navi Jr. But one move isn't done yet. And they find Zayax. That's
They
big.
jumped onto Zayax on the high ground. They bring him down. And now they also have the Rolling Thunder connecting onto Ridditz. Niku trying to interrupt and kill off Rain by himself. Unfortunately, though, can't get him before the Chaotic Offering drop. And the Wukongs are onto his head. He's trying to flee. He has a little bit of the Fatal Bonds, but it's not connected to anybody Wingblade, so he's going to be fine. Ridditz unfortunate not to have that same degree of luck.
Radiant's
Difference could
middle
not
tower
catch up
is
to
under
Niku
attack.
here. Barely
Whoa.
escaping with his life on the Storm Spirit, but they lose both of their supports in the middle of that engagement.
Dire's bottom tower
And that just
is under
shows the strength of the Night Stalker. We've discussed ad nauseum the effect of the silence and jumping heroes, but just having the vision is such a big deal against heroes like the Shaker that relies so much on initiation. Got the juice, got his TP cancelled.
Let's see here. It does get forced into an
Three
RP. Not me
RPs.
is on the way, but so is Niku. Whoa. He's here. They get the kill first, but now not me. Want to try and punish them for this one. But maybe realizing he's bitten off more than he can chew. Big vacuum wall on the back edge, catching 3 heroes. But where is the follow-up? There's no Rolling Thunder. There's no Chaotic Offering. There's no Monkey King. So there are no options. They've already lost through and might become even more. But Niku ran out of mana during the zip. PMA still has that option, but gets silenced. Cannot throw in the hoof stomp that he needs. The Fissure will be there to hold back, not me. But it's not the priority target. The Darkseer will end up living, and the engagement will turn into a 3-0 clean sweep for Navi Jr.
Yeah. Magnus was like, somebody call an ambulance, but not for me. And then beat up the monkey. I wonder if he accidentally TP'd and cancelled, or if he did it as like a psychological trick to try and make Monkey King commit onto him. That would be
Radiant's
so
middle
sick.
tower is under attack.
That's next level debate, if that's the case.
Oh, I would love to hear that. Because those kinds of plays, they're what I watch Dota for.
Ooh, okay, quick question. What's your favorite Dota play of the last 2 years?
Ooh. That's too difficult a question. I don't even know my favorite Dota play ever. There's too many good plays.
Not me. Forced to get himself away, but they want the dogs here. And looks like they are going to get him. Easily picked up here. Trying to get out, dude. Fissure is such a stupid spell for the duration. My god, dude. 8 seconds and you can't do anything.
Radiant
oh.
are scanning.
Not me.
Nice blink away. Can he dodge the shockwave? Not going to even come. Got the juice, will instead go farm. Nice little
He's
juice
got
there.
his
Blink dagger
dancing
doing the work.
shoes on. What a beast. Well, that's my favorite play of all time. Well done.
Do you happen to remember 2014 ESL, PPD juking under the tier 1 tower with Bane?
I vaguely recall it, but I would have to rewatch it.
I'll find the play between the break. YYF was playing Brewmaster, if I remember correctly. And he got ultra out-juked by Peter Panda. I'll go find those finals. For now, we're having the first Roshan of the game. And does not seem like one mover anyway positioned to try and stop this from happening.
It's a nice little Aegis in the hands of Storm Spirit. Always nice to have. Now he can just whole hog commit onto the supports.
I think they would rather commit onto Woe. He's walking underneath an observer ward right now, and they saw him. And he's gonna jump past another one. They pinging him exactly. They know where he's at. Let's see if they're gonna catch up to him in time. They even scan him for good measure. Whoa. We'll see if he has the sixth sense available. Has he been watching Spider-Man? Seems like he has. Has retreated far enough away that should be very obvious that a gank is coming. He'll be okay.
Yeah, just slightly too far. But the Juice is in the mid lane with a DD rune. Anyone who shows up could be in trouble. Harpoon Skewer.
To the stomp from PMA, and indeed it is trouble that he has found. They eviscerate him. That's supposed to be their tankiest heroing blade.
Yeah. Well, Magnus with amplified damage will do that for you. And of course it doesn't help that he couldn't press any buttons. Just the power of the stuns.
Radiant's
On the
middle
bright side, they
tower
did just pick up this Radiance for the Monkey.
Radiant's
So that's going to be
Difference.
helping him farm up quite a bit. How much of a difference does it make in their engagements right now to have the Reds?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think not that much, honestly. I mean, it's obviously a nice boon, but I don't think it's gonna be like suddenly winning them fights.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I think it's nice though. He's gonna farm a little bit faster. And he definitely needs that. Like right now he's 4k gold behind the Magnus and they need to be. Of course Magnus is gonna be a little bit faster farming overall, but Monkey King wants to keep close. If he's like a big item behind, he's not gonna be able to man fight. So he needs this farming item, and I think Radiance is an interesting choice.
Honestly, if you just showed me his build right now, the Monkey King, I would think this is an Ember Spirit rather than a Monkey.
Yep. Like the Mage Slayer Radiance. I don't think Monkey would be high on my list either, unless it was like Thompson playing. I would be like, yeah, of course.
Niku, our mid laner in this game, feeling super strong, still has another 2.5 minutes left with his Aegis. However, it looks like one move want to take it from him. As they smoke up his 5 and see where they can reach on the map. Zayax is not with them, so they're actually taking this 4 versus 5. If they can find the opening. Oh, Niku, he jumped forward. Will he find the silence? But not me, wants to pierce the backline. They're looking towards the Magnus first. Magnus, he's falling lower and lower. Chaotic offering dropped onto him, but he's not low enough. Survived long enough to get off the RP, and they burst through the Monkey King. Didn't even get off the Wukongs in that fight. And now Rain can't really do much either in the forefront of this. He ends up dead. Difference gets jumped upon by Niku. He's certainly going to lose his life. On the far side towards the northeast, Not Me trying to escape with his life. Manages to blink away. Yet again, has his dancing wings on. And he flaps them to safety. The rest of his team, though, does not have such luck.
I think this is the power of the carries that are being played in this meta. They're all so incredibly tanky.
Are scanning.
Like they committed quite a bit onto Magnus, and all he did was pop his his BKB at half HP, and he was totally fine. RP comes out, and Monkey just disappears. That's the big difference between a hero like Lifestealer, Tiny, or Magnus and Monkey.
I think we've only seen, what, one Wukong's command this game that got them some kills?
It feels like all the Monkey clones just tickle.
Not enough damage. And to make matters worse, you were mentioning how he's 4k gold behind the Magnus. He's 5 levels behind him, too.
That's gonna add up. Still working towards a BKB at 28 minutes. It's not a great Monkey game so far.
Radiant's courier has been
Which is surprising to us, right? Because we saw this lane and we were like, ah, that looks really nice. He has the right heroes behind him, but he just hasn't been able to make it work so far.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
For me, the turning point for his fortunes in this game happened with that one death bottom, where his team was setting up for a counterplay. He goes too far forward, he dies, they take his tower immediately. He comes back, has half map reduced, and just can't show for the fight for so long because he was waiting for the Mage Slayer. Rain can't show anywhere on the map right now because Niku will hunt you down. Another kill towards this Storm Spirit. His Aegis now expires. He's got Parasma, SNY, 4 power trades, a serrated Shiv, and he's building into a Hex right now. Niku is on form here in game 1.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel the need to go for a BKB because he has this Centaur. I also love that they gave him a gem. Like, he's probably one of the hardest heroes to catch on the map because he has this nice mix of tankiness and mobility. So it allows them to take away all of the vision from one move and also gives him the opportunity to kill the Warlock for free.
Well, he doesn't have to kill Warlock. Guess who's killing again? It's Woe. Woe got caught
Woe.
mid-dive. Dude, Niku, God. What a G. Can he keep the chase going, though? They really want Woe. He's right on top of him. Stampede to bring in the allies. They do find the Storm. The crippling fear was not enough to stop them. So they've ended up losing one. Storm Spirit, not even that afraid. He's silenced Wingblade and still standing his ground against the Night Stalker. Night Stalker will die. Here comes Difference, hoping to turn the tide here. They're interrupting the RP. They drop the Chaotic Offering. Do they have the damage? No! Pops a big-ass wand, able to zip away to safety. Even with the Fatal Bonds, Rain does not have enough damage. They end up losing 4 heroes. Only the Darkseer with the Surge able to escape. And even then, you require the Glimmer Cape to ensure it.
And again, the fight starts with Woe dying. I'm not sure if it's just Navi outplaying them, but it's just so difficult for one move to take these fights when your carry is the first hero being caught.
Well,
Oh, now 8k difference between the Monkey and the Magnus. We thought that one move would have the vision advantage with the Night Stalker, but that hasn't been the case.
Is under attack.
not just Night Stalker, it's Night Stalker and Monkey King. You're losing a vision hero, a vision game with 2 vision heroes, gang. That's tough.
24k gold lead now. You think Navi is just gonna wait for the rush? Just chill? Or are they gonna make any kind of big play before? Because it's unexpected.
If I'm them, the way I'm thinking about this is, all right, what's the one big item that they probably want, right? They want BKB on Monkey. Even if they get BKB on Monkey, is it really going to keep him alive in these fights? Probably not. Not going to make that much of a difference. He can still get RP'd and everything. So, finish the Hex on the Storm, get the Aegis. The Storm has 32 Galvanized stacks, so no rush, no rush. Game's looking good.
Yeah, I definitely agree. For as Navi, they're still not gonna give too much free space to one move. You wanna keep choking out the losing team. If you just wait for Roche on your side of the map, you give so much farm to one move for no reason whatsoever.
Well, they're coming for Rain, who made the mistake of wandering outside of his base. Navi Jr. will teach him the error of his ways. As PMA catches up to him, Zayax is there next, and they burst his ass into the crevice.
Shadows. Chaos.
Not me, just running around, being a little bit annoying. Night Stalker isn't the best creep skipper though, at least with this facet, so ATP's straight back to base.
Just be very careful about where they hide though, because they were looking for an opportunity to get somebody
Radiant's middle
with the
tower
Harpoon
is
combination,
under
but
attack.
nobody's presenting themselves, so even without having the Aegis, they feel strong enough. They are wanting to breach the high ground. Tier 3 already down before the Warlock returns.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Maybe now on the Magnus as well.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
With the
attack.
Revenant's Brooch, he's pretty much 6-slotted. And there is a Satanic coming up as well. He's gonna be one big raid boss.
Radiant's middle barracks are
Magnus
under
looks
attack.
terrifying.
Dire's
They
bottom
will
I
force
just-
out some fatal bonds.
How can they kill him? Do you have any idea? Like, do you see a situation in your head where you're like, they one move can definitely try to do that? Because I'm struggling.
It's no worries, bro. It's no worries. We get an Aghanim Scepter on the Pango, right? 5-hero Vac Wall with like 3-hero Iron Shot on all of them. With Wukong's Monkey King completely untouched. Plus the full duration Rolling Thunder with the W's going around with the shield crashes. And crucially, Na'Vi pressing 0 buttons while this is happening.
Yes. And maybe like one of their PCs disconnecting or something. Because I think it's gonna take a while for a Monkey King with 200 right-click damage to kill a Magnus. With BKB, Satanic, and like
Radiant's top
5k
tower is under
HP.
attack.
High key though, honestly the most important spell for them to win fights is going to be Fatal Bonds. Oh, now look at Niku creating space while his team is rushing. They're just going to jump onto difference in range. He almost solo kills him. One is gone. Let's see if they can turn this around. PMA standing inside of a wall, but he pops a BKB, turning his attention onto the Night Stalker. As Zayac drops the Wukong, or the ultimate there. Wukong's from WoW, but yet again they can't keep them here. RP now thrown back onto WoW. Even with his BKB active, he doesn't have the tank's ability to survive Na'Vi Jr. They bring him down, they follow it up with Chodek. The drag back in on the Vortex ensures that the Pangolier follows them too. And with on all said and done, it's an ultra kill for Got the Juice. GG, well played has been called. Na'Vi Jr. dominate game 1 here in the upper bracket, showing us that they still a championship material.
This was an impressive first showing. There were a few signs of life, of course, for one move. But damn, Na'Vi, they just looked so in control. Like, they made a few mistakes, like when they were leading by 9k, and they went for that Tormentor fight, and it went back to 3k. Like, that was the one big mistake I can think of. But from that moment onwards, it was just a steady slope to victory once again.
Yeah, I was just checking the damage numbers, and our Monkey King pretty much dealt the same amount of damage as the Warlock on his team, and about the equivalent amount of damage as the enemy Marana. It's not like Marana's the lightest hero in damage department, but from your Monkey, that can't really be happening overall. Just got too tough. I think what probably ended up happening is, as he was dying more and more, or he's falling further behind, they realized that, guys, whenever we make plays, 4 heroes can go, and if we don't commit everything, we don't even guarantee support kills. So then what happens when the reinitiation happens? They come back in, force a fight onto us. Doesn't look so hard anymore. But yeah, for one move, I do think the Na'Vi Jr. did some really smart things in the laning phase to help turn this around. You know, Zayac's down bottom ensures that PMA has a much better game than expected. And of course, he immediately, once securing the bottom lane, he rotates middle to yet again secure the game for Niku. So I think for me personally, I don't know how you feel about this, but I think Zayac was the key to victory, in my opinion here. What's your feel?
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, even from like minute 0, him just walking around for the first 5 minutes, being level 1, just winning like 3 lanes in the process, it was just really well played. But honestly, like, just their game plan as a whole, I feel like it was so well thought out, and they had so much map pressure, because in this lineup, like, any 2 or 3 heroes can pretty much kill any hero on one move. And because a lot of them just spent a lot of time farming jungle and being out of vision, it felt really scary for one move to play. And we can put a lot of blame onto WoW for getting caught out, but it's so difficult against this lineup as well. So that goes to the credit of Na'Vi too.
Shout out to Na'Vi, who've gotten themselves the first game in the bag. However, it is a best of 3 here in the upper bracket, so there will be an opportunity for one move to reset, figure things out, reconfigure their draft, and maybe present us with a better play in game 2. Of course, that second game will be coming in just a few minutes, so go grab a glass of water and join myself, Snare, with the brother Wingblade for game 2 of One Move versus Na'Vi Jr. in the upper bracket in CCT Series 7.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Welcome back, one and all, for some more CCT Series 7 action as we're heading into our second game here in the series between One Move and Navi Jr. So far, Wingblade, Navi Jr. is showing that they are still kind of a championship team, and One Move, from what we saw, are still a few steps behind them. A very short break in between the games. What do you think One Move can fix the fastest to give themselves a better shot in game 2?
Well, we spoke a little bit about the carry in the break, where we felt like he just didn't have enough damage. And like it really showed in the fights where they managed to get a good initiation, get that one hero that they needed to kill in the fights, but then they just didn't have the damage. So they need to adjust their draft to either have a carry that itemizes a little bit more aggressively, or they need to make sure that their supports have more damage, because Warlock is a strong hero but isn't really known for his single target damage. So that is some avenue they could look at as well. And same is true for Pango and Darkseer as well. They're all good heroes, they all have damage, but they don't have like that big burst damage that allows you to quickly win fights.
And I was thinking about like what when mentioning the supports there. Another thing that I realized is look at the supports that Navi Jr. had. Marana, Earthshaker, right? These are heroes that even if their levels are low, can have long range impact in a fight. Whether by dropping the Moonlight Shadow, throwing in an arrow, throwing in a fissure, these heroes can still do something from quite far away. However, the support go on the side of One Move, it's Warlock and it's Night Stalker. Pre with Blink Dagger, Night Stalker is just not going to give you that kind of reach. And Warlock needs to reserve all of his spells for the big fight, right? You can't just be throwing out Fatal Bonds or the Chaotic Offering unless you're certain a big engagement's about to break out. So maybe if we just have them pick heroes that can have higher impact for less of a initial cost, you know? The threshold for activity must be lowered a little bit, I think, from the side of One Move. But we'll see if they've heard any of this, Brother Wingblade, as we do have our second draft. One Move this time around on the Dire side with the first pick, and Navi Jr. with the second pick on Radiant. Any changes to the first phase of banning do you think we're going to see here?
I don't think so. They're just going to keep banning these big tanky carry heroes or core heroes. Tiny, DK, Abaddon, Lifestealer, even Magnus could potentially be banned, but these heroes are just so difficult to deal with. Could see an Ember ban potentially as well, or Jakiro, but I think the big chunky heroes are the most important to take out.
I just hope, bro, that by the time we get to TI, that people have figured out this meta. I do not want the TI, 2 years ago TI, 2023, when everybody just had 3 strength cores in the game, all buying Shiva's God Blade Mails. Woo! What a meta that was.
Yep. I'm curious how people are going to respond to this, if heroes like Phoenix and Necrophos are gonna be more popular, or like Slark and stuff, or if the response to these big tanky heroes are just gonna be to pick your own big tanky heroes. I hope it's the former.
Yeah, me too. I do not want to see unkillable drafts heading into the latter stages of this year. So far, nothing different though, first phase. So now here's the question that they're going to have to answer for themselves. Are we taking out Lifestealer? We've already taken out Ember. We don't have first pick, so are we going to just let them have Lifestealer and try to figure out how to play against it?
He's scary. I feel like even the classic counters of Lifestealer, of like Morphling, Terrorblade, Slark, even those are scary against Lifestealer, because yeah, Lifestealer doesn't deal that much damage to them, but you still have no chance of killing him. So yeah, they just take it out. It's funny though, I wrote an article like a week ago about the best heroes of this patch, and like the heroes that got changed for the better, and I was like, man, you gotta pick them quickly to abuse them to get the MMR, because Ice Frog, he's always so quick with these ladder patches after a big patch, so you have a few days left to abuse these heroes to get that MMR, and then it's all gonna be changed. And now it's like a week ago, and at that point the patch had already been live for a week, and now I'm starting to get a little bit worried.
You're reminding me after, I believe, Bali Major, when Morphling was busted. I spent about 7 to 8 days literally playing pubs every day, grinding MMR, because I knew the ban hammer was coming, and then he got nerfed into the ground, and I was like, well, got what I needed, thank you, Water Boy. Now I can move on, do other things in life.
Yep. Do you also hate it when your favorite hero gets like slightly buffed and becomes popular, because you're like, oh no, now he's gonna get popular and he's gonna get nerfed? Every time I see
I
a
know.
visit buff, I'm like, please don't do this. Please don't do this. He's fine. Don't touch him.
I will say, as a bristleback spammer, I've been eating good for a minute, bro. You know, I'm still chilling. You know, one of my favorite heroes has been top of the world right now. So the only problem is that now bristleback gets banned every game. I don't get to play him anymore because he's at the top of the pile of being removed. Game is hot.
Yeah, it's crazy. I saw like the change to reflection damage. I was like, Bloodstone build is dead. Bristleback is dead, you know? But then people still play him. They just buy slightly different items and he still owns it. I'm like, come on, man. Get this spiky boy out of my games.
Thankfully, he's out of this one. One move this time around, they will be the ones to snag up this Magnus, and Navi Jr. be like, all right, gang, if we're gonna do this, let's do this. Let's show you how to play this Night Stalker. They pick it up very early in the draft right now. Do you think the Night Stalker warrants being picked up this early on, outside of like a Darkseer, a Tide Hunter, a Tusk, any of these other kind of heroes?
Yeah, I don't really hate it. I feel like Night Stalker is strong enough against a lot of these meta heroes. Even against Magnus, it isn't too bad, honestly. Maybe they do want to ban out the Centaur, because I felt like that was super pivotal in the last game, just to have that oh shit button whenever Night Stalker jumped someone. And now one move has wasted a ban as well. That's unfortunate.
I mean, you could actually see Navi Jr. going for the Centaur themselves, right? Then you have Centaur and Night Stalker. Some obscene amount of like chase down potential would be available at that point.
I could see that happening. I still slightly prefer Night Stalker 3 in like a regular scenario, but I wouldn't mind seeing it as for either.
Let's see, Navi Jr. will end up banning out the Phoenix, so they do want some kind of tanky hero. Don't want to have to deal with the big team fight. It is Night Stalker, of course, so you don't want to have to worry about Supernova overriding your Darkness.
Very, very good point. But what's it gonna be for Navi here? Is it gonna be the center plan? Or do they have something different up their sleeve?
Maybe just pick Warlock, so that you have the counter initiation. You know that if they jump in with RP, you have something that can immediately turn the fight around. It's also just one of these like wonderfully generic heroes, but another hero that's also decently good in pretty much any kind of draft. You get the super tanky Jack nowadays. You get yourself some building damage. You have some stun available. I also really like heroes that create a zone where Magnus is not comfortable just RP skewer, right? RP, now there's an ice path. I have to be a little bit more careful about the direction that I go through.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit more like direct damage as well. I think that's gonna help compared to the Night Stalker Warlock last game. I feel like Night Stalker Jakiro is a lot more proactive, and I do like that.
Mm.
If it's a support, of course.
Oh, you know, you made mention of this before the game started about how One Move is always playing these not just varied and versatile drafts, but that game on game, it's impossible to predict exactly the direction they'll go next. There's no way that you were going to tell me that Tinker was on your mind for this game.
It definitely wasn't. This is just one move. You're like, I wonder what they're gonna pick, and we have this list here of like the most popular heroes from this tournament, from this patch, and you're looking at them and you're like, oh, that could work, that could work. And then you look back at your main monitor and you see a Tinker and you're like, why do I even bother? Never mind, it's one move.
But talk to me about this. Where do you think Tinker overall fits in the meta? And is this going to be one of these newfangled support Tinkers, or are we putting it in back mid?
So, I think that Tinker pick in general is kind of weird against Night Stalker, because it feels like you are already pre-countered. But maybe it's less problematic for support Tinker, because you can just put down, just use all of your spells, and then if you die, it's fine. But it feels a little bit strange. I guess if you're a mid Tinker and you get a BKB, you're also gonna be fine. But I think a lot of it's just gonna depend on who is like the Tinker player. And I'm not really sure who that is for Navi Jr.
We shall see where this Tinker goes. Obviously, they did follow that up with the Muerta in the position 4 role that we've often seen her, trying to build up into that Rod of Atos for the squad. And then Navi Jr., well, you said in the previous game you like stuns. Navi Jr. heard you, brother. Bring in Sven and bring in the Earthshaker. So we have damage, physical damage output. We've got some magic damage output. We have ways to take down some objectives. We have some very tanky heroes as well. Like all 4 of these heroes on the side of Navi Jr. are really hard to bring down. So I actually do like that one move. Go for a hero that's like, is all overwhelming damage. That's what she does. That's what they're going to need for the rest of the game.
It's interesting. When I saw the patch changes and her losing like 1/3 of her innate evasion, her crit getting nerfed, I was like, okay, I guess she's like back to being a semi-relevant pick, but not like actual top tier carry. But she's still being picked all the time. She's still one of the top dogs. Definitely wasn't. I didn't see that coming.
He's still out here, man. The toolkit is still on a conceptual level very, very good. You know, you might not get as much of the numbers out of it, but you still get those good numbers and you still just scale so well throughout the game. So, and you have Magnus in the team, right? Magnus PA. This is some classic stuff that we're seeing here from One Move.
Yeah, for sure. So that does also mean it's not gonna be a carry Magnus, so you can be happy.
Hey, I'm gassed for sure. But I really want to know what the mid lane matchup is going to be. Is One Move running the Tinker mid? If not, what is Na'Vi Jr. putting mid? The fact that they're banning our Puck does seem to suggest that Tinker is going mid.
I think so as well, but the Storm Spirit ban is a little bit weird, so Na'Vi kind of expects that it could be a support as well. They're also not sure. And for Na'Vi, you have Zayats on your team, so could be a support shaker, but could also be a mid shaker. It's not that bad against Tinker, I think.
I like the mid shaker as well. It gets into the blink dagger faster, and you definitely want the blink if you're going to be playing up against the Night Stalker or the Tinker with Night Stalker on your team on the map.
I think
Let's
maybe
see.
for Na'Vi Junior it would be nice to have like some more range damage as well. Because currently you have Sven, Shaker, and Night Stalker that all want to jump someone, and that's kind of leaving you a little bit compromised against like a Magnus. Because you have all of these important big heroes clumping together on a single hero. That's very risky. It would be nice to spread the damage a little bit.
And have Dazzle banned out against them. Of the damage dealers that can go mid, what's still left in the pool? We can still pick Sniper, we can still pick Invoker. Storm is gone, Puck is gone. Can still pick Queen of Pain. They don't have that much lockdown on the side of One Move, so that could still be an option.
Lesh is banned. A lot of heroes are banned already. Ember is also banned. Primal Beast is pretty bad. I don't know. Gonna have to be something strange. Okay, so it's gonna be the Slider mid, I think. That's a One Move special, so it is gonna be the support Tinker. So how is Na'Vi Jr. going to respond to this? I feel like Slider mid is decent, but it shouldn't be too difficult for Na'Vi Jr. to find a hero that can beat it, or at least go even. And I don't think that's gonna be Shaker. I think he wants something else.
Yeah. Then they could maybe apply a little bit more pressure onto him as well. That would be quite nice. Before we see that, I will say that now Magnus, PA, Slaughter, that's an astonishing amount of physical damage that One Mover just picked up for themselves all of a sudden. And the Slaughter is also going to help them a lot against this Warcry on the Sven that we've been seeing. So definitely like that they found a way to break through some of this massive tank ability of Na'Vi Jr. And they'll be...
I was gonna say it. I was like, oh, this is a Huskar game. You're against a melee hero. You have all the support on your side. Oh, I love to see it.
Is it not a risky Huskar game? Because there's a lot of physical damage, as we were just saying, right? It's not like they lack completely disables. There are still ways that they can deal with you. They have a silence, and Huskar, surprisingly enough, actually hates being silenced despite having one himself. So talk to me about this. How good is the Huskar, and what do you expect him to accomplish in this game?
So if it gets to a situation where the teams are even, and Slaughter jumps you and PA jumps you, you're mega screwed. There is almost nothing you can do. But the lane is super good, and the enemy lineup doesn't matter if you come out of the laning stage being 3k ahead of your opponent. So if he just wins the lane, the other lanes go well enough, they can have like 2 or 3 nice rotations, take a Roche, game is over. If it gets to a stage where it's even, I would slightly favor One Move, but I definitely think Na'Vi Jr. isn't going to be out of the game, because Huskar, despite being very strong, being very dominant, he's not their win condition, right? They still have this Sven. So if somehow the Huskar doesn't achieve what he wants to do in the laning stage and the early mid game, they have something to fall back on. So I think this is a really nice Huskar pick.
That's actually a good point. Also, as you were talking, I was just thinking about like the degree of commitment necessary to kill this Huskar. Huskar is not one of these mid heroes that can be killed by poking, right? You kill him, you have to jump him. You actually have to go on top of him. And if you jump him, that means you're not jumping the Night Stalker, you're not jumping the Sven. These are two very good heroes at counter-initiating some of these fights as well. You know, they come in with the Blink Crippling Fear or Blink Stormhammer, start cleaving away. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm starting to buy into this. All right, you've talked me into this Huskar Wingblade. So this Demon Man better win this game. Otherwise, I'm going to look at you with deep shame and disappointment. And be like,
Yep.
you told me it was lies.
I think it's gonna be super fun to just watch Difference the whole game, because he is playing Slardar up against Huskar mid, which is no fun. But Slardar is a pretty quick hero, and I feel like playing mid against Huskar is such a great outlet for your creativity. Because if you just lane mid the normal way, you're gonna get mega destroyed. So you want to come up with some kind of plan in advance to make sure that doesn't happen. So that can involve ganking at level 2, that can involve jungling, that can involve just constantly pulling creep waves. There are so many avenues you can take to try and turn the game into your favor somehow. And I just think it's one of the most fun things to watch, to see that creativity just in real time.
Well, game 2 is the canvas. Difference is the artist. Let us see what he makes of it. What amazing pictures he's able to draw for us. Also, speaking of Slaughter, talk to me about it, right? As a mid player, why aren't you spamming Slaughter? Isn't he supposed to be super good now with the Seaborn Sentinel? With the whole waterways everywhere? Just more active on the map in general?
Yeah, I think he's just a really solid mid hero. I've been watching a lot of Weeha's stream, and he really likes it on the mid lane. At first I was skeptical. It's kind of a one-dimensional melee hero, but it worked super well. He's so difficult to take down, he's tanky, deals good damage, has good mobility. He doesn't care too much about most matchups. Like even against range heroes, he tends to be tanky enough to get his farm anyway. I think Huskar is one of the few exceptions that can really take him down, and judging by Niku's build, he knows what to do. Whenever you see a Huskar building bracers, I'm like, nah, that he doesn't get it, but just straight up buying gauntlets, that's the way.
Niku has received the Wingblade seal of approval for the opening build. Let's see if he can maintain that seal in the actual lane itself. Down bottom, got the Juice and Ridis. They had a pretty rough time in game 1 in the top side of the map, so they definitely want things to go a lot smoother for them, but they're not dealing with a Darkseer. Still have to worry a little bit about this Magnus. If you get caught out of position, you can get dragged back into a dead shot, dragged back into a calling, and still lose your life.
Perhaps, but I think they're still favored. Sven Jakira is so strong. Like single hammer onto the Muerta with like a Jewel Breath should be a kill. She's out of position.
Let's see how things unfold. For now, Shodex also just wants to get his farm away on his Magnus. Still early days. One thing I actually wanted to ask you here, what builds do you want to see out of this Sven? Is this going to be the usual? Straight Bracer, Echo Saber, Power Treads?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know what else to build on a Sven. I feel like this has been the case for like 10 years. There's a few like variations, like you can go S and Y as well. You can go Echo Saber first, you can go Madness first, but ultimately it's all the same. Ooh, Ridis? Oh, nice
There's in a
dead
little
shot.
bit of trouble. There's the dead shot, and they do find the first blood. He was out of position, and Shodex able to just snatch his life away. I mean, this happened in game 1, so they're probably not too stressed about on the side of Navi Jr.
I'm sorry about the jinx. Oh, difference. He's dead.
Difference?
Oh,
Is he?
no.
Is he?
Niku?
Fairy Fire kept him up. He's eating a tangle right now. So he will still live, and he was debating Niku to come close and eat the tower pot shots. Niku will decline. In the meantime, though, the one side of the map we haven't been to just yet, the top side, with this Tinker support, he ends up dead, and now, whoa! Pia's in trouble! Oh my goodness, is she gonna die? There's a fissure to block her in, but wait, what happened? They couldn't keep
PMA
chasing.
is like, nah, ain't gonna happen. There's creeps to be farmed, sir.
priorities for the Night Stalker.
In the mid lane, you can already see that Slardar's chances have gone down somewhat. Like, first wave against Huskar is always fine, maybe second wave as well, but then this is kind of the point where you can no longer lane against Huskar. So we'll see what he goes for. I feel like if he stays
He's
here
actually
in the yeah,
He's just dead.
he didn't even need the shaker. Diets was moving, so I was like, okay, if he stays, he's gonna die, but he already died anyway. He needs to do something differently. If he just goes back to regular laning, the lane is over and maybe the game is over.
Yeah. Being tripled up in the CS department right now. He will return to lane, being a solid level behind the Huskar. Being a level behind the Huskar is, yeah, very difficult to recover from.
Radiant structures are
And
fortified.
already
Oh,
he's
look
so
at that.
low.
He baited him.
Goodbye.
Zayax didn't leave all the way home. He stuck around, threw out a fissure. They baited him with the final creep. Just before it dies to the tower, they glyph it, run him down, and that's a second death onto the Slaughter already in the first 3 minutes of the game.
I really love Zayatz's early moves in these games. He's doing so much on a hero that's usually considered quite weak before he gets Blink. But Zayatz is making it look like the strongest roaming hero in the game.
Roaming Earthshaker. Might as well buff it. Give him an invis tool as well, just for Zayac.
And look at the Slardar CS and D-Nice. It's almost... It's 4 minutes. He has 5 CS. If he jungled, he would have had more.
You know, we don't get to see these absolute blowouts in mid anymore. It's been a while since I've seen this dominant of a difference.
And you know what, Snare? I love it. I'm so happy that supports cannot refill bottles from Fountain anymore. Fuck that. Finally, there is some skill expression and some, like, draft difference expression. I love it.
I'm with you on that one. I always thought bottle refilling was to paper over weaknesses in lane. So now you don't get that option. And Difference might not get the option to live either because he is being held in position. The fissure, though, wasn't connected into with the enchant totem. So he's still going to be fine. They actually bring Woe to the mid lane. They had a rotation from the Muerta right behind as well. Deadshot pushes him away from the tier 1 tower. And they secure the kill. Woe gets the credit and the PA as well. Okay, you wanted some creative moves. Certainly having a 3-hero rotation mid with a carry involved. That's certainly creative.
Yeah, there we go. That's what we love to see. You get cheesed, so you need to come up with your own cheese to beat it. And I feel like a level 3 PA carry rotation is up there.
She did this because she wasn't faring too well in the laning phase. Now PMA might be able to actually get a kill onto Woe. Zayax is here waiting with the fissure. They also have Ridis in contention. He throws out the dual breath. Blood grenade doesn't connect, but they won't need it. One more right click is all that's required. Ridis able to bring down Woe, and now even the Sven shows up. Throws in the Stormhammer onto Raid. March the Machine will not dissuade them at all. Double kill for Ridis right now. And Not Me will try his best, fighting within the calling, hoping for some counter kills. At least got one. We'll see if he can get more as PMA rushing forward, but doesn't want to eat the tower pot shots. So forced to just come away a little bit.
Is under attack.
This game is already so wacky. Heroes just all over the map. There are no normal lanes. Huskar getting a little bit low, but you know, he's Huskar. He likes it.
Is under attack.
Nice dead shot to cancel the TP from Got the Juice. We'll keep him on the top side of the map longer than he wants to. They might decide to dive on Zayax. Not grenade drop onto him. There's a calling, but Not Me realizing that maybe this is the wrong place to be. Stormhammer connects onto this Muerta and she will die. And well, not often that you see at 6 minutes there's 4 Radiant heroes top. Bottom being solo pushed in by a Magnus. A Slaughter having to catch up to CS in lane while the Huskar is jungling. What a bizarre game of Dota.
Yep. I don't think Woe is really enjoying this.
Radiant's
Woe
middle
wants to
tower
keep
under
his
attack.
lane for a little bit longer. I feel like Sven is fine making some rotations, but PA really doesn't like it that much.
Still though, with all of this happening, it does mean that the Magnus is in the pole position, net worth-wise. Can this Magnus carry this game or at least function as a secondary damage dealer alongside the PA?
I think so, yeah. He even has the right facet for it. He's gonna deal a ton of damage if uncontested. And that's actually gonna be a decent way to deal with the Huskar. We spoke about Slardar plus PA killing him, but a good skewer back could be enough as well. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on him.
Very, very farmed, sitting alongside this Huskar at the top of the net worth. The one thing that is on the bright side for one move is that despite things not being perfect so far, only really the Jakiro who can help them threaten towers. I mean, we just saw when they all went top lane, they couldn't really take down the building. So unless they're winning massive fights, it does feel like Na'Vi Jr. are going to take a little bit longer to take over the map than in game 1.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah,
under
that's
attack.
definitely an option. And PA is gonna be very happy with that. She needs a good amount of farm to get online, but when she gets online, it's a pretty sick PA game.
We would like to dive her here. They have Fissure, they have Darkness, they have Crippling Fear, but it's not easy, so she should be fine for the most part. However, they are bringing over the Huskar. With the Amplified Damage Rune, they want to find him his first kill, and guess who's right in front of him? It's a Muerta that very quickly realizes, thanks to the scan, that she is in mortal peril. She will back off, but here they advance nonetheless. Na'Vi Jr., they want this kill. What was the one that they go for? There's the Crippling Fear Silence. Do they have the necessary lockdown? No, difference. Found the stun onto Nico. He can't dive forward all the way. Instead, he will commit the life break onto the Slaughter. Nonetheless, the Slaughter will end up dead. Whoa, still, the primary target does allow himself to stay living. And crucially, they're not losing the building. That's the big deal. If this keeps happening, but they don't lose the building, I don't think they'll be happy about this on one move, but they'll take it. Now, they might even take the kill on PMA. March of the Machines drop, but it's not high enough level to really threaten these heroes. They'll just walk away.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Magnus didn't even TP in. Very disciplined on the TPs. Or maybe just very greedy.
Dire's
Either one of those.
is under attack.
That takes that.
Just a 1k lead. I feel like one move has got to be quite happy with that, all things considered.
So far from what you've seen, have you gotten a read onto why they went for this Tinker? As they are about to potentially kill PMA here. Deadshot sends him back, he will die.
Man, it's unfair to ask me about one move drafts. I don't know what they wanted to do with this man. But so far it's working okay, so I'll say yes. Woe has threats, but it's gonna be a late Battle Fury most likely.
God, I hate this new build of
Radiant's
Battle Fury
middle
so much.
tower is under attack.
It's strange. Why do you hate it?
Just feels wrong. Like, you know, like when you play Dota over a certain amount of time, right? You just get it in your mind, like what items to get when for which combination. So beforehand, it's like, all right, I go my cornucopia, broadsword, battle sword, cool, or the claymore. And I was like, ugh, broadsword just feels sucks. Also, just feels sucky to have in your inventory. And I have to have it twice. Ugh, get me out of here.
Yeah. I agree. I feel like having a claymore as well just felt good. Like two different swords. Who buys two of the same sword? Come on.
And they're trying to deploy some damage onto the tier 1 and has potentially also put pressure onto Difference. Unfortunately, though, does have this defense matrix behind him. That'll keep him in good stead for now. And Niku's already expended a lot of HP, so he does have to back off.
Navi Jr. actually goes back. That's very disciplined.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It's
attack.
easy to feel super strong with the Huskar at this stage of the game, but they were like, no, let's chill a little bit. But Huskar could be in trouble.
He is in trouble. They're coming for him, but he left. Man, 5 seconds is the difference between Huskar being alive or dead and a massive turnaround in the fortunes of one move. They could still go back middle, though. Link RP is still massive into Ridis and Zayax, and Niku is not that far behind. Let's see, though. Unfortunately, it does seem like Na'Vi Jr. has some awareness that something might be going on. So they're going safely onto the western side. They're going to go link up with PMA and instead try to pressure the tier 1 tower top.
That's a big deal. PMA is gonna try to move onto this Tinker. He's definitely not gonna have the damage by himself, but he's not alone. Backup is coming.
Not only is backup coming, there is no more mana really available for Rain. Fissure blocks him off. Escaping potentially with the TP out, but I don't know about that one, Zayax. The Echo Slam certainly wasn't necessary. I think he was going to burn out regardless, but Zayax didn't want to take any risks. Wanted to make sure that they can get the kill and then secure the tier 1 tower.
He's like, please give me my blink money, please. And then still didn't get the CS. I say CS about a support Tinker, that's rude. I mean, the last hit.
I was about to say his net worth is not that low, bro.
He's doing fine. He's doing support Tinker things. He's chilling.
By support Tinker things, that might mean dying again, but he does have reinforcements streaming in. Difference is here. Slaughter doesn't have a blink dagger though, so it can't really catch up to any of these heroes to threaten them. However, they have kept the tower alive for longer. They'll eventually get it, but Navi Jr. will certainly feel like they've wasted quite a bit of time on the attempt for this building.
I think Zayat's build is interesting as well. He does this, I think he did this last game as well, with maxing the Fissure with Arcane Boots. I think it's very nice for his style of play. He is very dead though, but you know, it's a cool build.
Well, and that had just happened while he was dying. PMA took the tower, so I guarantee you Zayax is saying space!
Yeah, he's having a good time. For sure. Maybe first item Blink on Slardar as well, so one move is gonna have a lot of initiation, but maybe they could struggle with damage a little bit.
Honestly, given how rough things were looking for him at the 3-minute mark, this is a remarkable recovery from the Slaughter.
Yeah, he's doing alright.
Still have their tier 1 mid. Down bottom, they do lose PMA. Got the juice. Then his ultimate going forward. Wants to try and chomp these heroes down. We'll have the Stormhammer on only 10 seconds, so there's not enough catch. And that being said, though, there is catch onto Woe, the Fissure, to block him off. He does have this Phantom Strike away towards Shodex. That nonetheless, they always have a beat on top of him. He's doing his best, weaving this way and that, and they still can't lock him down. Rain comes in, throws in the mischance with the laser.
Difference?
At the same time, Difference is able to take down Niku, and Zayax drops an Echo Slam at the very forefront of the fight, but it barely connects onto anybody. The ice path will be decent, but Ridis will pay for that. Brought down by Not Me. Woe able to take out Zayax as well. And all of a sudden, it is a 4-0. One move lost, nobody in this engagement, and they get everybody except the Sven.
There were some big mistakes in that fight from Navi Jr. Obviously losing the Huskar's life for nothing, but also the Sven popped the Mask of Madness like 1 second before stun was ready again. I feel like if he got the stun onto the PA, they might have been able to just kill her, and then that means Sven survives for longer and PA is just dead. So that fight could have gone so differently, and now Navi's advantage is almost gone.
You were mentioning it in the draft that if this game does transpire into being even, then it could definitely favor one move. I think it's one thing if the game starts even, but it's another when you start in the advantageous position and then the advantage goes away. The recovery portion of the game is now much longer for them.
Niku going for a Hurricane Pike. This is an item you don't see super often, but I think it's super good in this game. Obviously, the Hurricane Pike is free as well, so you can basically just use it on cooldown for mobility. And when you get jumped, I feel like Hurricane Pike might even be better than like trying to go for a Halberd. Obviously, because of the different build-up as well. Just getting that space between you and a Slardar or you and a Magnus could be huge.
Speaking of Magnus, he's just been scanned and is walking underneath an observer ward. They know where he's at. Unfortunately, they couldn't find the jump. PMA does not have a Blink Dagger, nor does Zayax. And Niku is playing Huskar, so he has to commit his own life to find a fight. I don't know if they want to go high ground. It doesn't feel good, but they don't have a choice. Shodex finds the 3-hero RP. Oh, only 2. Zayax was just outside of the range, but it doesn't matter. Jakiro and Huskar gone in the flash of an eye. One move. Big punish and good initiation from Shodex there with the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, Navi wasn't expecting that, but the Tinker's Shield making sure that despite the burn damage, Magnus still had the blink. And they really aren't struggling with damage this game, that's for sure. That is another death for the Huskar, and he's losing a lot of momentum.
Okay, another death for Zayax as well, as he's getting short down. Drops the Echo Slam, but don't know what that was going to accomplish, my friend. Zayax is gone. Shodex now. It's 4-0 and 3. It's Magnus. He's the real carry now, mate. He's got the full harpoon, blink dagger, moving into getting himself a BKB. He is so strong at the moment.
Yeah, once he gets the BKB, he can literally just jump Huskar in fights and beat him down. And Navi has some really nice offensive supports, but if Huskar gets jumped, there is very little they can do.
You know, we just picked up some blink daggers on the side of Navi Jr. One on PMA, one on Zayax. Do we not think that they could have potentially just waited the minute or so before making that smoke play when they had these blinks available?
I think so. And definitely with the power of hindsight. It's like, oh, obviously that was the right move. Ages 4 difference. I think that's a pretty decent choice. Shodex is very unlikely to die anyway with how tanky he is, and Difference probably wants to go for the riskier plays. Dancing in and out of fights, getting his ulti on people, stunning, just being an annoying little fish.
I will say as well that One Move did an amazing job of keeping this tier 1 tower alive middle. Normally when you get crushed like that by the Huskar, minute 8 your tower's gone. But they just simply didn't allow it. And now there's no easy way for them to just reach the tower. Glyph is back online. Coming towards the tower without winning a fight first will feel like suicide. And this map just feels much more expressive and open for One Move as a result.
Yeah, One Move really showing their resilience. What we when they get another
found
one.
Niku.
Niku.
Well, our boy Niku, Huskar. Are we at the point yet where you're starting to feel like, yeah, boys, we should have picked a different hero?
Not really. I feel like it's just the mistakes aren't in the pick, they're in the play right now. And the game becomes very difficult because they made mistakes in the past, and I feel like it could have gone way better, and the Huskar is still a decent pick, but it's just not working out. They need to somehow make sure that they don't lose heroes for no reason, and they're gonna have to start leading more on the Sven. So they need him to get his items and then play around him. Huskar is no longer that relevant, unfortunately.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Navi Jr. were angling towards playing together up on top. Sven was baiting a little bit with his team coming behind, but as soon as they see the courier get destroyed, they know that the jig is up. Have to vacate the area, just try to go back to farming.
Yeah, Niku getting a casual plate mail. He's like, oh, I'm getting bursted.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's
You know, it's always
tower
interesting to
is
me,
under
the
attack.
items that different role players that they buy when they feel like the game is under stress. So for example, a carry player, when everything's going perfectly, dies once or twice, he'll think, all right, I'm either gonna buy BKB or some Glimmer Cape or something. Mid heroes, these casual items, some plate mail, you know, some late game double brace or whatever, just that little bit. You mid players are just too efficient for me, man. Gotta go big, man. Gotta go big.
Yeah, a lot of players would have queued an AC here with plate mail into SNY, you know, it works.
At least they're gonna get something onto the Sweater. They're gonna try keep her alive with the defense matrix. And are they? There's no way. This is not allowed. This is illegal gameplay, Wingblade. Smuerta survived the 3-hero gank with barely any issue. And now they're turning it around. Difference went in, but he got hit with the Echo Slam. Ice Pod follow-up. In the meantime, got the juice able to tear through Not Me. RP only connecting onto one. Let's see how tanky Nico is in the middle of this fight as PMA trying to go in. Buy him some space with the crippling fear, but it's not enough. Woe is too strong. Woe is turning the tide with Shodex. They've already brought down Niku. He wants to dive for more. And indeed he does. He goes to the high ground, but he needs to spend there as well. But got the juice. There's too much mischance and not enough follow-up. This PA now going back onto the high ground. Zayax dropping the enchant totem, hoping to create some space as Difference. Oh my goodness, almost found the slithering crush, but the fissure arrived first. That will create the space necessary for most of the heroes to escape. Ridis though, not so lucky. Harpoon drags him back in. He does put out a ton of damage in the opposite direction, but it's not enough. One move. Yet again, get away with murder, turning it into a 3-for-1 engagement despite being the ones that got dove on first.
That was so close. If Huskar survived there, I think it was a completely different fight, but This support Tinker, what a pain. Navi just hasn't been able to consistently get on top of him, so every second there is like a new wave of March, another defense matrix. What do you even do?
I will say I'm starting to see the vision of this Pure 5 support Tinker. I see the vision. This defense matrix is just so solid. And now Night Stalker went right past them, but they don't want Night Stalker. They would love this fan. They ping him out. They have the vision. Difference on top of him first. And look at this. Got the juice. Still very far from having a BKB of his own. He's trying to run away from Difference. They don't have all the lockdown in the world. Stormhammer catches him before the RP can emerge from Shodex, but it will not matter. He still easily bring down Got the Juice. And that's just that. Nice quick kill. Does cost a BKB charge though on the Magnus.
Yeah, I'm sure
On the
he's
slaughter,
really
sorry.
sad about that.
Wait, they're not done just yet. Whoa, finds Zayax. They do catch onto this Night Stalker, but because the BKB of Difference was used, he cannot pop it to interrupt the TP attempt out. But still, another hero dead. And you know what's the most surprising thing about all of this, Wingblade? Slaughter is now the same net worth as the Husker.
Yeah, at this point, Navi's gonna feel pretty bad. I'm not super sure what they can do. They can still bring it back. They have good vision with their Night Stalker. They have good initiation with their Shaker and potentially Sven in the future. If they can get the jump on the right heroes, they can still win fights. But they have their backs against the wall for sure.
EMA was just shadowing around this this PA, but she is completely impervious to what he can do to her. Closing in on getting the BKB as well. You know, Woe also started this game not having the best of times. Navi Jr. were insistent on playing on his lane, on his side of the map for like the first 10-12 minutes. But now here he is, number 2 in the net worth department. And he's not even being empowered all that much. He's been doing this mostly by his own power. So in the fights, when he does get empowered, it's going to be so much more damage that Navi Jr. hasn't been dealing with so far.
Yeah, One Move has so much right now. They have a lot of control. They have insane damage with the Slaughter ulti and the PA and the Magnus. Also have good mobility. They're really strong defensively with the Tinker. It's all coming together.
7k net worth lead right now for One Move. And give a little bit of time before we have to contest for the Roshan. Will they have any big items before then? BKB still too far away for Got the Juice. And we do not have the SNY just yet for Nico, even though he does sit with this plate mail. Just for control right now.
That's gonna help a little bit. This is a difficult time for a Huskar though. Because you still want to be low HP, so you farm faster, but then if you get into a fight, you're this cool mid hero that's supposed to be tanky running around with 1000 HP.
Well, BKB charge force out of the Magnus. That was the 9-seconder as well, so definitely a win for Navi Jr. in that instance. Although they do need to do a bit more with it, because they did commit a God Strength on the Sven, so you certainly don't want to leave it. They're hoping to try and turn this into a Tormy potentially. Or if somebody wanders up here, and it's going to be Difference. He's coming close, they get the vision. Maybe they don't want to go on him though. Got the Juice is fleeing. Going back to the Twin Gate. So is Ridis, so is Zayats. They don't want the smoke.
Without gold strength, that's not a fight you want to take, that's for sure. Diet still hanging around. Not gonna be able to steal any tormentors today.
Well, on the bright side, it's not like they got the best Aghanim shot in the entire game of Dota.
Yeah, fair enough. What do you think is the best Aghanim shard in Dota?
Ooh, that's a very good question. In this game, I think Fan of Knives is definitely up there. Oh, hold on. We're about to see the Night Stalker get his ass chopped to pieces down bottom. That was... Whew, that's tough. That's tough. Fan of Knives is pretty good. Slithering Crush upgrade is pretty good. Bristleback shot is amazing. Let's see. What else is really, really good?
I think before the patch, it was definitely Ice Spire for Lich.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
that hero enabled him so badly. Now that it's nerfed, I don't think it's as good anymore. Now it's like the level that a shard should be.
Or just quickly takes away Ridis. Pugna shot is also pretty good. That's pretty solid.
It's a shame it doesn't insta-kill illusions anymore. That was my go-to.
Yeah, that was fun. And just play Lion,
Feels
bro. It'll be
bad.
fine.
Radiant are
It's-
scanning.
It's not the same, man. It's not the same kind of sucking.
Under attack.
Doesn't feel as good. Lion uses too much teeth.
What certainly cannot feel good right now is Na'Vi Jr. knowing they'll have to deal with an Aegis and a Roshan's banner quite soon. There's no way they can come defend this. And we're still so far away from BKB. What the Juice is actually changing his mind. He's not going to go for the BKB. Instead, just going for sheer damage output right now with the MKB. What do you feel about this?
Is under attack.
I mean, they need to kill heroes. He needs to take a risk. If he gets a BKB and he still cannot kill heroes, then what's the point? PA is the big problem. You want to kill PA. You want to kill anyone. You need damage. That's what he went for. I fully agree. Gotta play to win instead of not to lose.
That's playing to win, baby.
Exactly.
That's
Some
in a bit of an
shenanigans
awkward
from
spot
Zayat.
here. Is he... Man, that's one of those deaths where you can't even be too mad at the enemy. You're like, okay, I was here for like a minute, so it's like whatever.
Yep. Trying to delay that Aegis push. Even macro power now. Can Reddit survive? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Not even close. He's chilling.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sadly, the tier 2 tower is not going to be that lucky. It's already being brought down lower. Look at this PA strength right now. Top net worth in the game, level 21, SNY, BKB, Battle Fury, Aegis with the Basher, and of course chilling with the Gunpowder Gauntlets. A Brawny Gauntlet as well to make it worse.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, good luck defending this. Navi has decent D-push with the Shaker plus Jakiro, but none of their cores really help in that regard, so it isn't the best. Especially because if you get too close, you just get skewered back. Yeah, Jodex,
well,
like...
Your prediction has just come true. Looks like Rudis is going to be the one to demonstrate that to the audience. As he is down, but crucially, he does not have buyback. And the problem is that this is a good lot of gold that he's not going to find. 250? They're going to do this push 4v5.
I feel like they could have seen that skewer back coming. I could have seen it coming, and they're professionals, so they could have maybe tried to go for a bait on Jodex, but at the same time, you are baiting one of the strongest heroes in the game. That might not end well for you. So it's just a difficult situation to be in.
Navi Jr. watching as the first lane of Rax are being claimed. They haven't completed it just yet, as the Jakiro is respawning. He should have enough in the tank to go through the backdoor protection on the range Rax. And now more creeps are coming in to open up the melee. If there's any time to go, boys, the time is now. PMA is not even here, though. You're trying to finish the nullifier. Not going to get there. And there's a long flank being done by Zayax and Got the Juice. They want to come in from behind. They want to try and find these slaughters, these tinkers. Who are they going to go for first? They find the Magnus, and they do manage to burst him. Jodex is gone. Big unstoppable streak ended. But now can they kill Woe? Oh my goodness, he takes away half the HP from the spin in one fell swoop. As he dives forward, he's able to kill him just before the BKB goes down. Now that it is gone though, he could be in some danger. Losing some HP, no, he gets healed up. Shout out to the Tinker, and then he can go back onto Niku, hoping to bring down this Husker. Husker though, still alive, throwing in the burning spears onto Woe. He gets pushed back by the inner fire. Will be enough to bring him down eventually as Husker buys back, wants to try and turn things around. Difference caught in with the ice path, and so is Woe. As soon as he respawned, and now he's gonna eat a life break. Lots of fire spears in his face. Can they bring him down with these burning arrows? But Zayax, beautiful vision on the backline, closing off the approach, making sure that Woe goes down. Now they want to clean house, able to bring down Difference as well. All of a sudden they isolate Not Me within the base. And although they claim the full set of barracks, one move, end up losing 4 heroes in the process. What a defense from Navi Jr.
It was really well done. Nice buyback by Niku as well. They still have a chance, but it's gonna be hard. We saw in last fight Sven getting 2 shots by the PA. That's not a great position to be in. Regardless, if they can keep finding these initiations on the important heroes with their Darkstalker, with their Sven, with their Shaker, they can still take fights. It's just gonna be an uphill battle, that's for sure.
He did manage to recover about 6,000 in net worth in that one engagement. Not bad. Nico.
And he's still hunting. He also doesn't
Nico
have a
dealt
BKB.
14,000 damage that fight. Holy base.
Yeah, these spears are no joke. With Incendiary, you're a lot squishier and your farming is a bit more precarious, but if you manage to get those spears out, it's so much damage, especially against tanky heroes, which is all heroes in this patch.
One move. You need to try and dodge this smoke. Difference was right in front of them. I believe they saw the observer ward as well, so they should be able to de-ward that.
Dire are scanning.
It's scary though,
Top tower is under
because
attack.
now you know that one move knows where you are, and they have like 4 heroes out of their 5 that are super scary when they are not in vision. You have like Slider that can just stun you, you can be dead shot back, skewered, just one shot by PA. You don't even want to get close to that ward. You know where it is, but you're like, oh nah, I don't want to go there.
They will indeed completely retreat from that side of the map, come back with the twin gate. They're playing very far apart from each other, so it's going to be a farm situation for the side of Navi Jr.
And look at the Tinkerer net worth as well. He's creeping up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right. One move. You've made a believer out of me. Now, I've seen some of these support tinkers, but this is the first one where I felt this degree of impact. Where it's like, wow, okay, this is crazy.
I hate to see it. Like, fuck this shit. But it's working.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You know it's coming to your pub soon, don't you?
I remember when it was meta. There was no fun. Then again, I'm a Huskar player, so maybe I should just shut up.
You know what? Actually,
Dire's
a
bottom
Huskar
tower
player and
is
a
under
Bristleback
attack.
player talking shit about a Tinker player, that doesn't sound right. Maybe we should just let it go.
What do you mean? That sounds like peak Dota.
Scanning. Dire's bottom
Sounds like me complaining about like how broken and annoying Puck is while I'm spamming Viper, you know?
Yep. No winners in Dota, just survivors. Salty survivors.
bottom tower is under
Well,
attack.
Navi Jr. will be extra salty because I don't think they're going to survive this one. It's a 4v5 move here. They need to get the hell out of here, but they've been scouted. Difference, finding Xayah, who goes immediately into the Ghost Scepter. Ridder's able to get out. Xayah's not able to leave, but at the very least, he confirms the existence of an Abyssal Blade. It's fine, boys. Information gained, space created, it's all good.
And Navi is slowly creeping back in terms of net worth. Still, one move is way stronger in fights.
Although they do now have a nullifier on PMA, so this is going to help them quite a bit. It's going to help them against this, the Muerta in general. It's going to help them against the PA once the BKB expires. It even helps in quite large measure against this Magnus in the middle of these engages, making it so hard for him to escape with the skewer.
AC up on difference as well. That's a big one. Pretty much all of the damage in this game is physical.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
One move.
Whoa, now working towards the Satanic. Gonna be the 6 slot.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They don't have any heal reduction on the other side, do they?
Don't think so.
Nah.
Big
I do
man.
not see
could
any
be up.
vessels.
Ooh,
Do not see any Shivas. None of that.
Roche is on a vacation. That's nice for Navi.
You know, Roshan works really hard. Doesn't really get thanked that much. Nobody sends him any like welcome cards when he gets back to work. As he's leaving, nobody drops any thank you for your services. They just steal his shit and leave, bro. Allow him to take a vacation.
I mean, what services does Roshan provide?
You think that pit stays that clean with no effort?
But it's like that's nice for him. I clean my room as well, but I don't expect other people to thank me for cleaning my own room.
No. You know what he charges to the other pit, right? The reason why he tosses heroes all out of the way is also tossing like vermin, insects, you know? keeping this river clean and ecologically healthy. That's what he does.
Okay, so he's like a park ranger.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Parks and Roche, that's what he is.
Nice.
Difference. Could get jumped on and killed here. But he could also make the jump happen himself. He does see PMA. They go in with a Rod of Atos onto this Night Stalker. Night Stalker getting hit. Harpoon and an Abyssal Blade. They want to bring him down, but he's still alive. In the meantime, though, Difference jumps on by Niku with the life loss, and they kill him. There will be an RP from Shodek, but it only connects onto Niku, and that's going to enable the Sven to jump in on the backlines. Harpoon back onto Woe. Woe ticks out on the high ground. They need to run. Yes, they did manage to bring down both Niku and PMA, but these are massive losses that they suffered in the process. And as they flee, the path is now open for Roshan. Na'Vi Jr. They don't feel strong enough to go and take it, but certainly will claim the gem from the ground, will take their winnings, and will further watch the network lead of one move erode before our very eyes.
That was a nice fight, and we can tell that the PA BKB is getting shorter. And when it is down, she's not only going to be vulnerable to the MKB Sven, but heroes like Jihiro and Earthshaker are still very relevant in terms of damage.
Another big thing for me about her having this low BKB, which is really problematic, you see that when she's hitting by this inner fire, like these PAs need to be able to jump around, throw in these stifling daggers as much as possible. When she's silenced, it's a very tough decision to make, right? Like, do I just pop the BKB so I can kill one target, or do I try and wait out the silence so it's a bit more effective as the RP comes in? The decision matrix is becoming very complicated for her to pull off.
Yeah, she really needs her team to make that space for her. She needs to be supported by the Tinker, needs to make sure that all of the big jumping heroes for one move jump the relevant heroes on Na'Vi. If she's alone, she's gonna get kited to hell, which is saying something, because usually PA's a hero that's pretty much immune to kiting, but with this Na'Vi lineup, there is enough stuns to control her still. So it's all about the rest of one move, making sure that she can do that magical thing that only position 1s can do, which is just close your eyes and A-click the enemy heroes.
We'll see if she's able to get to the Roshan pit in time. They are angling for it, one move. They're taking advantage of the fact that the Husker has such a long respawn duration after dying back. And indeed, they will not be able to stop this, but they might take the subsequent fight. No, maybe not. They drag in Zayax. He's gone already at the very beginning. Niku making a long leap towards Difference here. At the same time, look inside the pit. It's where God the Juice is. He's trying to man fight through all of them. They're activating the Harpoon. Doesn't have a BKB though, and he doesn't have any help. He needs to get out of here. Whoa. As his BKB ends, it's going to be hit now by the Ice Pot, by the additional silence from this Night Stalker. But they just want to create space. Niku's already down, and Zayax is going to follow him. Jumped on by Woe. Riditz, is there any way out of this one for you, buddy? Looks like he might just barely survive. Ogre Seal Totem plus 4 staff will be good enough for the Jakiro to live.
Big fight for one move. They took Roche just fast enough. They got the Aegis right in time, and Sven didn't quite have the damage to take down the Magnus, so difficult fight for them. Aegis once again in the hands of PA. We're gonna lose PMA as well.
Not even going to try TPing out. He knows that they have bashes, but crucially, now gives up a gem. Gem of True Sight on one move. No vision control for the Radiant lineup here.
It's worth mentioning, Whoa, not only got an Aegis, but also got her level 25 and got a Satanic as well. So that's one way to get rid of the silence and heal back to full. So she basically has 3 lives now, as opposed to the 1 she had 2 minutes ago.
Speaking of her 25, what do you make of her going for the triple Stifling Dagger? Since I've seen more people play with the methodical facet, I very rarely see this being the first talent. Normally you get the other one, right?
I think so, but having the triple daggers and the bash chance on all of them is pretty nice as well. Just some extra split damage. I don't feel like single target damage is that necessary here. He has plenty.
I guess as well with the triple Stifling Dagger, you disable more Blink Daggers. Now Niku jumped him with the life break, able to get forced out. And Difference, he actually blinked into our Ice Path Macro Pie. He's falling low, but Shodex there with the RP. They're holding Niku, they're trying to keep him in position. He does manage to get out for now, but it will not be forever. Eventually he does die. got the juice, can't find an entry point into the fight. Finally goes forward, there's the blink, but the RP holds him and PMA in position. They're losing their lives so damn fast. They need to run, but it's not going to be a possibility. One down, make it two. Riddis is about to follow them. And they realize that this game is over. GG, well played, has been called. One move, secure game 2. Off the back of the support tinker, off the back of different 2 at 5 CS at minute 3. Somehow, they make this an emphatic victory. We're going to a game 3, baby.
Yeah, they played this so nicely. I loved the level 3 rotation for the PA. I love their movements. Their draft as a whole was just really nice, and it shows their resilience as a team. They got clapped pretty hard in game number 1, but in game 2, they changed their approach. They picked more damage for their supports, and they made it work super well.
They also really addressed Niku as the Sasuke. You were mentioning earlier on in the draft, right, that he is not necessarily the win condition. There's still a span that you have to worry about. However, he was definitely their mid-game engine that they required, right? They knew that Night Stalker is going to be a little bit delayed with the Blink Dagger. So Oscar doing well, supposed to take a tier 1 tower, link up with his team top. They take that tower again, and they just ball in and push across the map. But they did such a good job of breaking that up. I love their responses in the top lane, who I must actually credit Rain for this one. He died like 3 times top, right? Giving up his life. I'll die, it's fine. When I die, I drop Archer machines beforehand. The creep wave is killed. You can't push into the tower. I'll come back, do the exact same play, and it might seem bad at first glance, but then you realize there's 4 heroes killing 1 position 5 twice in a row and getting no tower damage out of it. Who's really winning in that situation? He just delayed the game on top for so long that it inevitably also made space for them to come back and defend middle. That allows difference back into the game. While all that chaos is happening, Shodex is just quietly farming down bottom. Honestly, you mentioned at the beginning of this game that you want to see one move be artists in this one. You don't want to see a methodical approach to the game, and by God, did they give us some artistry, and they certainly were good value for this one.
Yeah, I really cannot wait for game number 3. I feel like Navi's shown their teeth, one move shown their resilience, and now we're gonna see which team is gonna take it all. Of course, the team that loses isn't gonna be out of the tournament, but still, being in upper brackets brings you that much closer to that juicy prize pool.
Since CCT Series 5, not a single invited team has been able to make it through the first round of the upper bracket. So let's go into game 3 and see, will Navi Jr. be able to buck that trend and go back to winning ways, or will one move yet again dazzle us with the artistry of Dota that they've brought us today? We find out in game 3, so don't go anywhere. One move versus Navi Jr. will conclude in just a second. welcome back one and all to game 3 of One Move versus Navi Jr., where we are about to find out which one of these squads will advance in the upper bracket and who will drop down to the lower bracket to fight it out to get to the grand finals. Game 1, Navi Jr. all day, every day, baby. They made it look so clean. Game 2, at the beginning, it was looking like Navi Jr., but Wingblade said the perfect thing, that if One Move want to win, they need to display some artistry, look beyond the usual bounds of Dota, and that's where they will find the success. They did it. They won with it. So going into game 3, you beautiful blonde, what else do we have in store from One Move? What should they be whipping out of the box to secure themselves game 3?
I feel like proactiveness suited them very well. Don't wait for Navi Jr. and try to counter them. Just make this nice cohesive draft that has like some kill duos, some combos, some big ultis, and then you go ham. You don't wait for anything, you don't listen to anything, you don't look at anything, you just play pure aggressive Dota.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to see more than anything. So going into this third game, Navi will be playing on the Radiant side, second pick. One Move have first pick on the Dire. Probably going to have the exact same kind of bans. Oh no, this is different. Doxia has now been upgraded into a first phase ban. So that means a Baron, Ember Spirit, Lifestealer, Magnus, all are still in the pool right now.
So we're gonna see some broken bullshit. Nice.
That's just every game in Dota right now.
So what do you think they are gonna favor? Like a Baron if it comes out?
For One Move, if it's One Move, have first pick, right? You were mentioning that you want to see them be more proactive on the map. I think they want Ember Spirit if it's available. Oh, no. Never mind. A Baron it is. Good hero. Good hero.
Yep. So you ban like Lifestealer or something, get a Baron? Or the other way around?
Either or is fine, right? Because maybe Lifesteal is a little bit better because you don't have to worry about the DK Magnuses of this world. So you just automatically become one of the tankier heroes on the entire map. You can also buy the Nullifier in the event that the enemy team picks a Baron instead. So then it's not so bad of a matchup.
It's not so bad. Okay, they go for the next ban. Get the Abaddon. The most popular hero in pretty much any position right now. We'll see how Navi Jr. tries to deal with this. Is it gonna be Ancient Apparition Snare? Is it going to be?
I hope. It's probably going to be Doom, though. I hope it's Ancient Apparition. Ancient Apparition would be a lot of fun to watch.
You can shout the Apparata Ulta. It's a dream of any play-by-play, right?
I don't actually remember. Do you remember that era of time where people were playing AA mid?
That was a short window of time.
Yeah, it was fun, though. It was very enjoyable to watch.
I feel
everybody
like
just decided, let's play boring Dota again.
These days, if you want something similar, you just pick Wyvern. Because it's like you have the same gimmick of like long-ranged attacks and like some cool ulti as an int hero, but now you can actually deal some right-click damage as well. I feel like it's a similar style of hero, style of play.
I mean, there was some time when people were playing core Wyvern, right? It was sometimes you play mid, but I saw a lot of off-lane core Wyvern at that point in time. Like, shout out to Ice for bringing us that build and terrorizing our pubs. Thank you, bro. What do you think about this Marcy, though?
It's strange to me that they picked it without the opportunity of immediately picking IO afterwards. I feel like it's such a strong combination, but I'm not fully convinced about Marcy alone just yet. I feel like she's strong, but maybe not first pick without the IO, but I can see it working against the Baron because you're a little bit more mobile. We'll see. We'll see if they can make it work.
Maybe this next ban, though. So what are they afraid of happening on the side of One Move? We could still see a Jakiro coming back into the mix. Obviously, we've seen how impactful Earthshaker has been throughout the entirety of the series. So that hero could make a reappearance in this situation. We could see the Muerta. Oh, never mind. No Muerta gets banned. I was thinking of like Muerta or Baron. You could put that in the offlane and just have that be your two heroes there. Feels pretty strong.
Be nice. Wouldn't hate that. You know what a hero is that I miss? Even though I don't remember it ever being like a true top tier pick. But I feel like LC is such a fun hero to watch.
Ooh.
And the disable is long enough that you might just deal with the Baron, but They're not gonna pick it. I can hope, I can theorize about it, I can sound really smart on why it's a good hero to pick. But it's not gonna happen. So I'll just leave it there. I would like to see it.
I would, if they pick a Baron and then the enemy team picks LC, I would give you half my day's wages, bro. For the Legion Commander, if you've made this call out of heaven happen, I'd be so excited. I doubt it because they have Marcy, but let's see. Navi Jr., what can we go for here? Jakiro is still in the pool, can be a bit tough against a Baron in general. Mirana, all right, that's a good one.
Please, wait a minute, I'm messaging sites right now. You wanna make $100? I'm kidding, for the record. I'm absolutely kidding. They picked Mirana. That's the right call. Actually, is it? They pick a long duration stun against an Abaddon. I guess Abaddon is stupid against everything, so maybe it doesn't matter as much, but I wouldn't be as inclined to pick a single long duration stun against an Abaddon.
I imagine it's maybe okay if your team has a silence to back it up, right? You get the long range spell, and then you put the silence to make sure that their Baron can't immediately dispel. But yeah, in general, I'm with you that the circumstances of this do look a bit odd. And now that you add a Tinker with the defense matrix into the mix, like the amount of artificial tankiness that one move have on their draft is kind of insane just with these two heroes.
Yeah, this is already such an obnoxious draft for one move. I'm just seeing two heroes and I'm like, I'm so happy I'm not Navi right now.
I don't want to deal with this. This looks like it's gonna suck. Now we might have to pick Ancient Apparition. We don't have a choice. Put him mid, it's fine.
I still think Doom is good. Doom, or even Ancient Apparition. I know it's a meme, but there's already so much healing on one move. Maybe it's good. Now the Willow. Okay, so they have some aggressive potential now as well. I think that's nice to have.
Aggressive potential, some counter initiation potentially with the Terrorize. A little bit of Disable too. They didn't have much of it beforehand, right? It's still not the best coming out from the Dark Willow, but it is something. It certainly is something that you can hang your hat onto. I imagine that whatever other hero that they pick up into the mid hero is definitely going to have some additional disables. Probably like some Storm Spirit again for them.
Would be nice. I think Navi should keep leaning into the stun theme. If they pick enough stuns, Abaddon cannot dispel them all. Maybe even something like a Bane or something, or a Ricky, something like that.
I like Ricky a lot. I would like Ricky a lot. But that would mean that, wait, what do you think so far? Is this a PMA Marcy? Okay, never mind. It's PMA Doom. That's the hero we were talking about a bit earlier. Going to be the position for Marcy here. I mean, Doom Marcy, we've seen this before. And the one thing, we're just talking about how one move doesn't have that much disable. So if the enemy team doesn't have that much disable, and the only disable they have is Bramble Maze and Curse Crown, I pick a hero that can easily get rid of both. Pick myself up a Morphling. And they don't even have that much burst damage either, right? From the side of one move to hunt me down and kill me when I'm in these awkward moments of the game.
Yeah, and you can just take over Abaddon and dispel all of the shit on your team as well, so that's nice. Yeah, this Morphling pick seems pretty decent. Let's see how one move responds to this. 'Cause they still need their mid and off lane, most likely. See what they have in their arsenal. I feel like Pango would still be pretty nice. I go for the Tide. Tide is always such a mixed bag for me against Morphling, because on the one hand, you can reduce his base damage by a ton, and that's pretty much all of Morphling's damage, but at the same time, Morphling has such an efficient harass tool in lane with the Adaptive Strike. However, Adaptive Strike got mega nerfed at early levels, so I think Tide is better against Morph than he has been in quite a while. So I have, during this rant, convinced myself that Tide is actually a really good pick here.
I was going to actually mention not just the Adaptive Strike nerf that you're talking about, right? But Dead in the Water is super annoying for the Morphling as well. It's really, really sucky having to play around that spell. And you never really want to take over the Tide's body, right? You don't want to be on the front lines using his Anchor Smash or whatever. And in general, outside in this game, looking at these heroes on the side of Navi Jr., you not only have the Aphotic Shield Dispel, you now also have Kraken Shell Dispel for some of these longer duration stuns, and they don't really have the biggest burst in the world. So Abaddon and the Tide Hunter will be able to spend a lot of time on the front lines of these fights, just soaking up spells and damage and still be okay.
This would have been such a sick Rubik game as well for either team. But of course, all
Yo,
of the
Rubik, actually, that would have... Wait, hold on. Maybe you can play it mid? Is Rubik playable mid right now?
never, it never has been. I always cringe when I see that hero pick mid. If it wins a game, then it's despite being picked, not because.
Oh, I see. Dendi was winning the TI games by fluke back in the day. It's like...
So it's like, when someone picks Rubik mid, it's like, they don't want to win, they just want to make some cool plays. And like, I stole your spell and killed your support. But then the enemy carry pulled BKB and I died. But that doesn't matter, because I got that cool outplay.
Yeah, I look cool doing it. That's the most important part. Queen of Pain now for this mid lane for difference. Okay. Not the scariest game for the co-op in general, right? If she gets a Lincoln Sphere at some point, which a lot of the co-ops have been doing, she does feel a lot safer in this game number 3.
It's Huskar.
Given the bans as well. Is it? Wait,
Huskar again.
Huskar again?
It's Huskar again. Let's go. Make it happen, Navi. Do it. You
Why
tried
not,
it once,
guys?
didn't work. But this game, it's so sick.
Okay,
Just
is
do
it better than the previous game's Huskar game?
I mean, maybe. No, come on, man. No
I'm so
faith.
disappointed.
Yeah. You destroy co-op mid, probably. Don't care about Tide Hunter, don't care about Abaddon. You dispel everything, then you buy Aghanims, kill the supports. Come on, man. This was the game. They go for boring Earthshaker.
Looks like they swapped up the script. Game 2 was the exciting one. That was the one that was, bombastic. Lots of random things happening in the draft even. But looks like we've reverted to a more comfortable type here for both of these teams. I think One Move has figured out how they want to play. Super tanky heroes while having a couple of them that can move around really quickly. And then for the side of Navi Jr., we want to make sure that we can scale, right? Game 2, I think that's why they probably felt, hey guys, we have some problems. When they were doing well and when they got stopped, they kind of felt like, guys, we're in constant catch-up mode. We don't really have a clean way to win this game, but the paths to victory seem a bit clearer for me here with Navi Jr. The question is, who has the clearest path to victory in your opinion between these teams?
I think I slightly prefer One Move's draft. I think it's pretty darn good, to be honest. They have the Tinker, which is just a major pain. Abaddon, who is absolutely broken. Tide Hunter, which I think will do very well in this game. And I hear myself twice. I'm not sure why.
Oh, are you going senile, bro? Perhaps.
And the voices are getting to me. Oh, it's fixed. No, it's not fixed. Let me just message production.
Alright, well, my man is just figuring everything out. We are going to be getting into this game. I personally believe that One Move, I like their draft a lot more, not just a little bit more, because the way I'm just looking at this game, it feels like the investment from Navi Jr. to kill some of these heroes will generally require ultimates. There's no way you're killing them with your meaty spells, right? Just because they'll have Kraken Shell, they'll have Defensive Matrix, they'll have Aphotic Shield. So you have to commit more to kill them than they have to commit to kill you. I do feel like this entire game is going to rebound down to just how powerful can this Morphling become. The Smurf can 1v9 the game, I think, but getting him there is not going to be easy.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially with the nerfs to his early game. He's still the same late game beast, but at the start of the game, he's going to struggle. I have no idea how they're going to stop this tiny Tide from just having a free lane. I say tiny because he has the Krill Eater facet, which makes him so small and tiny. Look at the little fella. It's just a little guy. A little
Just
piece
chilling.
of fruit. Oh wait, no. He has Kraken Swell. What the hell am I talking about? Damn, I just size-shamed Tide without him even being small. He's average.
Oh, no. He, whatever size he is, he's beautiful as he is. That's the important part.
Yes. He's nutritious and he has a lot of vitamin C.
Well, now that we're into the game, my mid master, talk to me about this matchup: Queen of Pain versus Earthshaker in 7.87.
I have barely seen Quop. Difference still went for the Scream of Pain build, so doesn't want to try to just completely dominate the mid lane and then try to force Niku out. So it's a bit more of a safe pick, farming oriented pick as opposed to lane domination. So I think Niku is gonna have a fine time here because he can just use his enchant totem to secure a range creep, get those denies. He should have a fine time. There's even a little bit of kill potential.
Okay. Let's see how far Niku is able to push that advantage for himself. Expecting that this Earthshaker, you know, game 1 he was having an excellent time. In game 2 he was still having an excellent time in the lane. So I want to see if he can still maintain that degree of performance here. But it is against the Queen of Pain, so we'll come back and see how he's doing. As top, the annoyance of rain has already begun to make space for Woe. And man, Abaddon, what a hero these days. Why did it get buffed so much, dude? Can you please explain that to me?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Abaddon throughout my Dota career has always been like one of the highest pop win rate heroes, and then Ice Frog was like, you know what? Let's buff him, see what happens. We'll fix it in the letter patch, right?
We'll fix it in post, boys. It's fine. Oh man, what a hero! Somebody must have lost a bet at the office, and they're like, all right, whoever loses the bet, they have to buff the first hero they click on. It turned out to be Abaddon, and top lane Rain, yet again showing the power of this Tinker, able to get the blast with that laser onto the Doom, opening the first blood. That is so good for them, because Woe was still farming. It's not like he missed even a single step of the farm. Rain gets a lot of experience and money. They get to drag back the wave too. Man, this is like good, perfect going top for the side of one move.
I love to see this as well. They pick an unconventional hero in game number 2. It works super well. And they have this renewed confidence where they're like, yeah, let's just do that again. It's like one of the 20 plans we have, but it's working. So we're just going to do that again.
Going really well with this Abaddon. Down bottom. The man of the hour. It's got the juice. He needs to put on some massive heroics here for his team. So far doing very well in the CS department. It is Mirana Morphling. I don't anticipate either of them really dying here.
I know it's still Morphling. I feel like I've seen Morphlings die to crazy stuff, and I've seen them survive crazy stuff. I feel like every time Morphling is in an engagement, he rolls a d20. If it's a 1, he just like morphs the wrong way and dies. And if it's a 20, he literally doesn't take damage.
Now that, you see, now you're talking about some interesting additions to Dota. Adding in some D&D rule sets? That would be intriguing.
Gambler
like,
when?
Let's say you get like put on fire, you got like some firefly on top of you, you go into the river, and then you have like a D10 roll to get rid of the fire. That would be cool.
Friends did pick up some points into the dagger now, and Niku is having a lot less fun. 2 points in the dagger as well, no points in blink. This is like full lane domination build. You just got the scream to secure the first range creep.
So far it's working for him. It's doubling up the CS of this Earthshaker. And they actually might try to find something here. Not me is close by. Does have access to the Bramble Maze, and they'll toss back onto Niku. Niku, be a little bit careful here, brother. Not the highest on the HP department. Don't have a magic wand. So, actually don't want to fight right now.
Yeah, but wait. Maybe one of his supports can just die and TP back mid. Oh, wait, they changed that bullshit. So now you actually have to manage your HP. Oh, glorious Ice Frog.
Oh, no. I don't want to manage things. I just want my supports to do everything for me. What are you talking about, man?
Kill expression in the mid lane? What is this? 2013?
Bro, do you remember that meta where people were playing like literally tri-lanes middle?
Yeah, good times.
The time so bad, Sumail quit mid playing over it. Down bottom, they do find a kill onto Shodex. Ridis able to get the grab here, and now with the Adaptive Strike, doesn't want to close in on the tier 1 tower. Top lane though, Rain, he's getting gone on. PMA wants to put in the damage after the dispos was there. and they will find him. Whoa, rushing forward, hoping to try and find some revenge. Nice body blocks, though, from PMA. The Aphotic Shield burst brought him very low on Zayax, but not enough. They just get the kill onto the Tinker and get out scot-free.
Yeah, and PMA on his Doom is just keeping everyone on 0 mana. It's like, yeah, Abaddon, all of your spells are bullshit, but you don't have mana, so get wrecked.
Just
Put the
burn him,
juice.
burn him. Nice.
He's Vlad's enjoyer on the morph. Love to see it. Are you team Vlad or like team casual Morbid Mask, team Falcon's Blade?
I'm a
Team
Falcon
Perseverance.
casual Morbid Mask.
Ooh, quad.
So Falcon Blade casual Morbid. Mid lane, morbidity is happening towards difference as he ends up losing his life to Niku. Niku also finding the stun onto Rain here. They toss back the Tinker. The March of the Machines will be annoying, but not annoying enough. Niku on a double kill with his Earthshaker. Man, what a turnaround. He was getting demolished in the CS department, but with the help of these supports, he just gets a lot of this gold back, feeling very good in the process.
Yeah, that's the power of a Mirana +1 setup hero. I mean, people have been picking this throughout the ages, but it just works so well. And now, whoa, he is quite fast, but is he fast enough? I don't think so.
Turns out he's not. Starfall will be there. They even came in with the defense matrix, but it's not enough. Rain realizing he doesn't have the levels to really threaten them. So Na'Vi Jr., they recognize the overall ramped up aggression in game 2 coming from one move. And they're like, okay, you want to play like that? Let's show you. We can go brick for brick 2 in game 3.
Looks like the Na'Vi from game number 1. And I'm quite surprised that Chodex isn't having more fun on this Tide. With the nerfs to Morphling, I was like, okay, Tide is gonna have a free game, but nothing is further from the truth, as he's kinda getting wrecked.
But the Juice is having a phenomenal time on his Morphling. The Morbid Mask is there. 4 power treads already available. He's chilling, having absolutely no threat of being zoned
On
back. And now
Abaddon.
top lane, they're zoning back Abaddon. The first Doom of the game has been deployed. Thankfully, though, the defense matrix, applying that status resistance, it comes in very, very handy here, Wingblade. Will they be able to zone them back is the question. Zayax trying to run himself away, but the one thing that one move definitely lacks overall is catch. So these heroes are able to escape.
Yeah, we spoke about
Bottom lane,
Doom
though,
disabling
not
the
me.
regeneration.
I think they're going to get this Dark Willow. She's trying to escape here through the Twin Gate, but nice dispose. They even set him up so that Morphling gets the kill. Got the Juice now, feeling super solid for himself. Top of the net worth here in this early portion of the game. Morphling looking like a beast.
For sure. Might be the game for Got the Juice. He's all set up to make it work. I don't think there are any huge threats to a Morphling, aside from maybe the Quap.
Problem is, by the time the Quap starts to move around, he'll already be comfortable enough to sit in the jungle. It's not going to be easy to catch him reliably. And again, man, their lack of lockdown. It's, sometimes you look at a draft and you're like, on paper, it looks to have a certain level of strength. And then as you see it play out, I'm just starting to wonder, like, man, if this Queen of Pain is not finding perfect heroes at the start of the fight or Shadow Strike combinations, where is the reach? They need a lot of ATOS ASAP, I think, from the Dark Willow. Unfortunately, she's busy dying, so she's not going to have time to be farming right now. Blood Grenade dropped on her for good measure. They do use the Sonic Wave, but it's not good enough. They end up losing Not Me, and that might just be a wasted Sonic Wave. They need to get something. The Moonlight Shadow committed now by Ridis, and they don't have the reveal. That was sitting on the support, but the support's already gone.
Yeah, Niku went invisible right when the Shadow Strike was about to hit him, so it didn't even get slowed. And then the sentry came out, but he was already out by that point. Nice rotation once again by Na'Vi.
Phenomenal map moves. On the bright side though, for one move, they haven't really lost too much in terms of real estate. Their towers are still quite healthy. Still have a lot of the map to play with. You still have Rain that can just constantly keep pushing back these waves for you on your behalf. So still have quite a bit of time to try and recover the situation despite being 10k gold behind. Or 2k gold at 10 minutes, sorry.
Looks like we have a little bit of downtime. So what you're seeing right now on Abaddon is that he's actually not skilling his ultimate. You might be thinking that that's a mistake, as it's one of his defining features. But the thing is that it automatically activates at 400 HP. And at this stage of the game, that is quite a lot. So he's saving it up for when he needs it, and he's gonna skill it up when he has like 200 HP to get maximum value. It's similar to what some Raid King players do. So keep that trick in mind. And then please don't forget to actually skill up the ability when you're getting ganked.
Yes, and remember, you can skill it while you're getting ganked.
Dire's top
Yep.
tower is
That's the
under
important
attack.
thing. Don't panic. Don't panic. And try to spam kill. It's fine. Just relax. Shodex should have been a bit more panic, but nothing he could do about the situation, as he will eat a rotation from Nico and the gang. And you were mentioning just how powerful this combination can be. Set up hero plus Mirana. And one of the things I like about it is that now Mirana does so much damage with the Starstorm that even heroes like Tide, who previously could rely on the Kraken to get him out of it, you're just not tanky enough to deal with that straight up to your face magical burst.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mirana is eating well this patch, that's for sure.
To be fair, she was starving
That's-
for a minute, gang, so we understand.
There's a lot of mouths to feed for Mirana as well. It's quite a big kitty cat. Yasha up for Got the Juice, going Manta first. One of the few heroes who still goes Manta as opposed to SNY.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Love the Manta here.
Dire's structures
Would love Skadi as well in the future for this hero after he gets the BKB. They're gonna jump him a little bit, drop the Sonic Wave, but he's chilling. And now Echo Slam instead from Niku. Queen of Pain has gone in the blink of an eye. Next to 4 will be Not Me. And now Rain able to hold his ground a little bit thanks to the Ravage opening up some space. And we'll see how much further they want to die. PMA gets the Doom out onto the Abaddon. The Starfall with some additional damage from Niku ends up bringing down Rain. And now he forces out the usage of the ultimate from this Abaddon. However, with so many heroes around him, it will not make a difference. Triple kill picked up by Niku. And one move. They get punished heavily middle. Wingblade, they just kept coming in one by one by one. And we've generally seen how that tends to pan out in the game of Dota 2.
Yeah, what a perfect counter initiation by Navi. If they didn't have the blink right there for the Shaker, that was a different fight, but Morphling was ready with his morph. One move commits everything, but as you said, not with their entire team. And then they get punished so hard. Navi just patient and ready.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Niku is actually going for a BKB second item. Most Shakers would opt to go for Aghanims, but he's like, nah, I just need that BKB. Need to make sure that I live through the initiation for one move and my team will be able to clean up.
I think it's
I
also to
like
make
that
sure that he can
choice.
reach the fights through the Tinker, because otherwise it's really hard to get there with the March and the Machines being down all the time. So he has BKB, no more concern about that. And speaking of, there's the March. Zayax forced to leap away with the rebound. Should be safe, and one move arrived too late to save the tower, so it ends up just being a lot of wasted time from the Dire lineup. These last 90 seconds have been a disaster for them.
Look at Morphling's net worth. He is shooting up. Despite Abaddon having a Midas, he is not keeping pace.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And level 5 Dark Willow at 14 minutes also kind of hurts. Finally gets level 6. Gonna help somewhat having that Terrorize and Batlam for fights.
Question for you on the Morphling. He has queued up the Manta. Oh, hold on. You just see Rain not able to do anything. Not Me gets bursted away. Tinker's not on the right side of the map. He just TP'd home, so bye-bye, Dark Willow. What can you do? They might actually kill him. Oh my goodness. Rain barely dodges an arrow there coming in from Riddis.
Sorry, you were asking?
Oh, yeah. So on Morphling, the Vlad's Manta, I fully agree with. Does he actually need Butterfly in this game? Or can you just go BKB, Skadi, Daedalus?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't think he really needs Butterfly, to be honest.
Oh. Bottom, there's a Terrorize onto the Doom and the Earthshaker. Ravage to follow up as well. It actually catches on to 3 with the Sonic Wave, but they don't have them. They used the Bedlam, but the heroes were not close enough to take that damage, and crucially, whoa, the Abaddon wasn't there to lay in the right clicks. So now they've just used all these ultimates. They need to run away. PMA has a Doom available, thinking about using it, just burns away some of the mana on the Tide for now. Got the Juice, happy to just throw in some right click damage. They're going in onto Shodex, and they also caught the Queen of Pain. She blinked onto a rebound, immediately gets disposed into a death. Shodex also gets doomed, has 100 HP left at the very least. The Tinker will buy him some time, but they cannot do the same for Not Me, as they end up losing the Dark Willow. Shodex, he will stay alive, but can't really contribute. Gets forced back to the base. Radiant lineup takes away the tier 1 tower, and Na'Vi Jr. feels like they can get away with actual murder in this game if they wanted to, Wingblade.
Yep. Also, at the start of the fight, did you see Zayat with the pick-me-up save? Like, you don't see this facet super often, but that was gorgeous. Getting the Shaker out of the Sonic Wave and out of harm's way.
It's funny because the Shaker still got clipped a little bit by the Ravage. She was still stunned on the other side, but like you said, didn't get hit with the wave.
That's all that's needed. And now 15 against 1. I mean, this is looking quite difficult for one move.
They just really haven't been able to assert themselves on the map. Whoa, also getting blocked off. And man, their lack of lockdown is really becoming a problem. Like, Tidehunter's gonna have to start searching for like 5 hero Ravages. He needs a Blink Dagger ASAP now.
Even if he does get the 5 hero Ravage, they need the Willow to be in position as well, because that's literally all the lockdown they have. So even if they get a 5-man Ravage, I am still not sure if they're gonna be able to win the fight.
Well, now they'll have to figure out something because they're about to lose at Aegis. Goes the way of Got the Juice on the Morphling. Okay, so now we have the moment of truth. We're gonna see what Got the Juice goes for here. He's gonna stick towards getting this butterfly. Honestly, the way the game is going, I don't even think he needs the BKB, bro. I would just go, if I was him, I'd buy the Scotty first and then see about... Oh, I'd buy actually Chrysalis first, and then I start to see about everything else.
Yeah, but the cool kids don't just buy Chrysalis. They just buy Revenant's Brooch, man.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, difference. Difference.
Underneath
Gets
an
out.
Observer Ward, he blinked to the south, but does don't have vision.
Oh, no.
Shodex is right next to them, but they don't have the right vision. Now they see him. Difference, blinks north. Did dodge the arrow. Will he get caught by the rebound? Yes, he will. Just goes back towards the team. And PMA makes sure that there is no escape. And crucially, that no ultimates were committed to ensure that that kill happens.
If Ridis sneezes hard and kills like 3 creeps, he has more net worth than the Quop.
What? You're not even joking. Not me. Okay. So, give me a score prediction. Are we gonna get the 3-2-2, or are we just gonna be held to 1 kill for 1 move? The way the game is looking right now.
I think they might still get a single kill when Navi goes for some kind of dive, but I feel like the game is gonna end before we hit 32. That's 15 kills. That's 3 full wipes.
You know, I'm looking at this Morphlings farm, right? Top of the net worth, 11k. I'm looking at where the Abaddon is. I saw an Abaddon game yesterday with, like 33 playing offlane Abaddon. Had himself Radiance boots plus a wand at 12 minutes into the game. My man here is approaching 20 minutes and we still don't even have the relic right now on Abaddon.
I feel like it's categorically unfair to compare anyone with 33.
You know what? I'll take it, bro. That's fair. That's actually really fair.
But yeah, it's definitely a rough Abaddon game. Even the Midas is like, it's such a desperation Midas.
Yeah.
Dire's courier has been killed.
It's like, bro, I just need something.
Let's hope he at least has his Radiance in the inventory by the time the game ends. Unfortunately, they killed his courier, so he can't even use that to get the relic for him, despite having the gold. Feels bad, man.
Dire's middle tower
At least he didn't lose the full Radiance in the career or something. That would be GG out material for a lot of
Dire's
carries.
middle tower
Carries, bro. If I'm playing offlane and I see my carry loses radiance, I'm out, bro. Give me the minus 25, it's fine. Well, another tower lost in the mid lane. They might actually try to jump him top. They know exactly where he's at. Nico's gonna chase him. They find the fissure. In the meantime, they also
this
doom
is a
out
solo kill.
this Queen of Pain down bottom. So solo kill on the Quap. Cool guys don't
Even
even
the
look at
ring.
explosions. PMA turns us back. At the same time, Abaddon forced to trigger the borrow time up top. He knows that his life is forfeit. Only buying space and time. Fortunately, that time will shortly come to an end. Beyond godlike for Niku. 2 cores on 2 separate sides of the map killed. And there's almost not, like, what's the Tide going to really do to stop them if they start coming up the hill right now? Thankfully, there's still tier 2 towers to go through, but it's starting to look extremely dire here, Win.
But the Juice even steals the Wisdom Shrine. Oh, poor one move. They looked so good in game number 2. I was like, yeah, that small fish in the big pond still has a chance.
Turns out the deeper you go into the pond, the deeper the waters get. They are struggling to stay afloat. They might lose Rain. Barely TP's out. They were on angle for the arrow. He's gone. At the same time, they're jumping, got the Juice bottom. Look at this. Standing inside March of the Machines, eating a laser, eating a Dagon, all of this stuff, and he just walks away. Man, this is wild right now.
Yeah, that's a sign the game is going well for you. When they can't even kill you 4v1 under a tier 3.
You know, we were talking about how this Morphling will need some time to get to that completely game-breaking apex of the entire lineup position, but I feel like he's there much sooner. Much sooner. He's
Yeah,
already
it
out
took like
here.
20 minutes.
Abaddon
Oh, and Reddy's
able to purchase. Oh my goodness, Abaddon almost lost his Radiance, but at the very least does get the delivery. That being said, not me. I think he's being delivered some heroes. He might not like this delivery. I don't think he likes this package wing play. He's gonna see it. He's gonna be like, can we return to sender? Navi Jr. says, unfortunately, no exchanges, no refunds, and no living for you.
when you get the arrow, you're like, okay, hands off keyboard.
Dire's top tower
I'll go get a
has
cup of
fallen.
tea.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
20-1 is the kill score.
Radiant are scanning.
Personally, I've never casted a game with less than 2 kills. This will be my first time that this happens.
Game's not over. We have the Radiance now on Abaddon. Gonna kill everyone.
You know, you were talking earlier about the Morana surpassing this Queen of Pain. Not only has she done so, she's legitimately closing in on this Abaddon and the Tidehunter right now.
Yeah, the Abaddon with the 2 farming items as well.
Yeah. Oh my god. Smoke up from Abaddon and the boys. They want to try and find a fight here. Unfortunately, Zayax is perfectly positioned to break it. They find the fissure, but they're not going to re-engage immediately. They want to make one move, reconsider their actions. And one move will oblige. Back into the base. And I think they'll probably want to just secure all this area. Make sure that when the Roche respawns, they can take him super easily. And one move, they don't really have any viable ways to easily stop them if they have this much vision control for Radiant side.
Whoa. Still farming creeps. That's good. Eventually, this Midas is just gonna be too much, right?
Eventually. You know, maybe in the next game.
Despite the fact that PMA also has a Midas plus an Octarine, so... Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so on an optimistic, what's the game plan here for one move? How do you recover from the situation that you're in? Is there a way we can stop them from taking Roche? Is there any item that's emerging that's going to turn the tide for us? What do we have to do?
I think you're fully reliant on Got the Juice making some kind of crazy mistake. Like getting him into Fountain with a 4-staff or something, and then that happening like twice. If Morphling dies once, game is fine for Navi Jr. If he dies twice, one move has a chance. The problem is that Morphling is the most difficult hero in the game to kill. So they have their work cut out for them, I think.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That is the way back.
Okay. Well, I think they also need some disables. If the game extends long enough that the Queen of Pain can buy like some hex, maybe we get the Gleipnir out of Not Me. You know.
Yeah, that's a good
maybe,
one.
Maybe.
I like how, despite the grim nature of the cast, we're still keeping up the humor.
You know me, man. I can't stay serious for too long.
I wonder what Ridis is gonna buy. It's so nice to be in this situation as a Mirana. You can just buy whatever, and your team is not gonna flame you, because you already have Greaves and a Glimmer. Like, you wanna buy Daedalus next? Sure.
Unironically, I would love to see her go for Atos, so that we have an additional route for Queen of Pain. Because Queen of Pain is not gonna buy BKB, Yules, Manta, anything like this for so long, that the route will just guarantee her death every fight.
Radiant structures are
Be nice.
fortified.
Ooh, Doom on the Tinker.
Oof. What Tinker, bro? You told me there's a Doom on a Tinker. I don't see a Tinker here. Hero's just
True.
gone.
The
Ryback is
proper hate.
available,
Radiant's bottom tower
but
is
look
under
at Got the Juice on the high ground now. With the stolen Aphotic Shield on himself, with the illusion, they should be able to pretty much bring down the range racks, finished off by the Siege Dragon.
I'm
25
surprised they
seconds
didn't.
before Tinker comes back.
is under attack.
Surprised they didn't opt to just hit the Abaddon twice more and pop his borrowed time. I guess they cared that little about him that it doesn't even matter. Just 2 hits
Yeah.
is enough.
Actually, you're right. This is kind of more insulting, right? That they're just like, all right, bro, do your worst. We don't really care.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Like, you literally don't do anything to threaten us, so we don't care.
Like, he has no damage, right? 200 damage hits into a Morphling that has BKB, Butterfly, Manta, Lifesteal, and 45 armor. Literally doesn't care.
Like, game 1 all over again while playing a carry that has 200 right-click damage at 30 minutes.
Radiant are scanning.
So what you're saying to me is that for WoW to be successful, it needs to make 3-minute rotations to the mid lane. I see.
I think so, yeah.
Fallen to the radiant.
Empirical evidence.
Overall, though, it has been very clear that when one move are in this farming pattern, you know, when they're unable to make some positive moves for themselves, especially with like not having to deploy the entire team to make those moves, man, things look tough for them. It feels like they're a little bit lost on the map right now.
Yeah, I love how before the draft I was like, oh, they need to be full on aggressive, take the initiative, and then it's a 1-kill game.
Well, have you ever been involved in a 1-kill game?
Probably. But pubs are a different story. Never an
No, I mean
official.
while you're on the mic.
Feels bad, man. Your friend still trying his best to get some farm squeezed out of the cute little toads.
You have to try really hard because the rest of the lineup have to deal with this Morphling who's very angry. And like you said, 1 fissure, 2 right clicks. Ultimate is apart from the Abaddon. Got the Juice can just maintain his position with an Aegis, Manta, Butterfly, BKB. Completely untouchable here on the high ground. They've already got the range. Oh, the Ravage will come, but Woe's already dead. Zayax bringing him down with the BKB unleashed from the Mossy. She is another carry you have to worry about all of a sudden. What the hell is happening? 1 move buyback on the Side Hunter, but he doesn't have Ravage, he doesn't have anything. They end up just losing everyone in the base anyway, with 2 going down, make it a 3rd. GG has been called. Na'Vi Jr. advanced in the upper bracket, knocking 1 move down to the lowers and demonstrating that they still are the champions of Series 6.
Yeah, they looked really damn good in game number 3. Maybe even better than game number 1. There was some worry in game number 2 where I was like, ooh, maybe Na'Vi Jr. is just gonna go down to the lower bracket immediately. But then game number 3 was so very convincing that I might even favor them over Apple City Gang for the next game.
Yeah, this game 3 was very convincing. I do think that game 1 as well. Game 1 went well for them, but I think there was a bit more of a draft thing in their advantage, you know? This one, it's like a lot more even in that sense. Both of us were even favoring 1 move a bit more, but nonetheless, Na'Vi, they just crushed the game. I want to put a special shout out to Ridis. I think Ridis carried this game super, super hard on the Mirana. Like, the fact that you're playing Mirana into Tide, Abaddon, Tinker, and you end the game 1-0-20. That's pretty good stuff. That's pretty good stuff.
Yeah,
He was roaming the
that's
map quite
like
a lot. You know, what are you
the
supposed to do
ideal
against this?
score. What else do you need? No deaths, no feeding, no unnecessary kill stealing. It's like peak.
Perfect stuff from the side of Navi Jr. That's going to put them further in the upper bracket. Before we move on to our next matchup, though, talk to me about one move. Obviously, this game didn't go in their favor. What do you think they could have played differently like in this third game to give them a better outcome?
Ooh, what could they have done differently? I feel like somehow the Tide lane went really poorly, where I feel like it shouldn't have gone that poorly. Because it's a decent matchup against Morphling now. It's kind of hard for them to make any moves with their supports. At least aggressively, so maybe they could have tried to protect their co-op a little bit better. Because if you look at their lineup, the only hero that really wants to play super aggressively and make the space for the rest of the heroes to actually be as annoying as they could be is the co-op. So for the first 10, maybe even 15 minutes, you need to make sure that the co-op has a good game. And because she didn't, because she got ganked like twice or 3 times, she couldn't make space. No one else in the team had space. And as a result, they just couldn't do anything. So if your plan is so reliant on the single hero to make space for the rest, you need to make sure that she can actually do that.
I mean, to that point, they did that in Game 2 when Difference was playing on the Slaughter, and that ended up resounding in massive success for the lineup. Unfortunately, they weren't really able to connect in that fashion for Game 3, and that will lead to them dropping down into the lower bracket. So if you are a one-move fan at home, don't worry about it. They will still be in contention to try and claim the grand prize at the very end of the tournament. For now, though, Navi Jr. through onto the upper bracket, but we're not done just yet. Still have one more series to bring you for the evening, and that is, of course, going to be the side of Quantum taking on our other invited seed in the form of one win. Let us witness if Navi Jr. have now opened the floodgates and the invited teams are back on form, or if Quantum will bring us the final surprise of the evening and upset an invited squad to book their own ticket further in the tournament. We find out after a small break, so don't go anywhere. Snare and Wingblade back with more CCT series action in just a minute.
Said things would catch up with me. God.
is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Welcome back, one and all. CCT Series 7 continues here with our final series of the evening. We have one win taking on the side of Quantum to round out the top 4 slots in the next round of the upper bracket. So far, from what we've seen, Wingblade, the invited team, Navi Jr., didn't look all so rosy the entirety of the series, but in Game 3, they reminded us why they are an invited team and why they are still the current champions of CCT. Do you believe that one win has enough in the tank to replicate that performance, or are we looking from an upset from the side of Quantum right now?
I am leaning towards one win because I think Quantum, despite making it through the group stages, didn't look super hot necessarily. So I have some doubts. I think one win is quite a good team. Of course, like we saw in Game 2 from the last series, any team can take out any team, even if we think that one is the clear favorite. So I'm leaning towards one win. With Quantum, they can surprise us.
Yep. I mean, if anybody doesn't remember, one win is the winners of CCT Series 5 that we had previously. So Series 5, one win. Series 6, Navi Jr. Certainly not a squad to be taken lightly by any stretch of the imagination. But their opponents, Quantum, not a lot of fully recognizable names unless you've been grinding things out in the pub scene. Of course, Rise will be a bit more familiar. Fezzo will be a bit more familiar. What have you made of them so far in this tournament? How do you think this team is shaping up?
Yeah, like I said, it's a little bit inconsistent. Looking at their group stage performance, they obviously went 2-2, just like a lot of other teams. They lost against Zero to Nasty, who is like the top seed of the group, so that's fair enough. Then they won against 4 Pirates, which didn't make it through, but I think is a decent team. They lost against Passion UA, which is of course a CCT mainstay. And they also won against Rabot Iagi. So they have some decent wins. But overall, I wasn't super impressed with their gameplay. But yeah, it's kind of similar to One Move in a way, where I feel like it's very mixed. They have shown some good stuff, but I think their highs are a little bit less high than One Wins. And their lows are maybe a little bit less low as well. So I feel like in general, when you're facing a clear like favorite and you're the underdog, it helps to be inconsistent, because if you just play really solid Dota that is just a little bit worse than the team you're facing overall, it's easier to anticipate and play against, as opposed to when you're this team that sometimes is super brilliant and it's like the best team you've ever seen, and then next game loses to like anything. So we'll see if Quantum can make it work. We already see like some different meta stuff here, as Nature's Prophet was virtually ignored in the last series and now gets first picked. So at least we get to see some different games. That's nice.
I mean, not only was he completely ignored, Marcy was only included in the 3rd game. Now it's been upgraded into being first ban material. PA also in the first ban phase. So, okay, kind of intriguing. What's also intriguing is that in this game it's going to be Bristleback that thus far is completely ignored. So I would love to see Quantum get it for themselves. You have the Bristleback in the off lane. Nature's Prophet goes into the safe lane. Bristle charges forward in the fight with another hero behind him. Nature's Prophet could just come in for the cleanup thereafter. I would certainly love to see that.
Yeah, you are a dirty little Bristle enjoyer, so we'll see if they go for it. So what do you think is the like thing that still makes Bristleback good? What is it about this hero? Why is he so hated? Why is he so loved? What is it?
It's just impossible to kill still. I mean, they changed the value, say, on the reflection, and they changed how it works with the Bloodstone. But honestly, once you started seeing players buying more and more Glimmer Capes, right? You sort of remove the need for him to get that Bloodstone. You know, with the Bloodstone, you'd pop it, you're very low on health, you pop Bloodstone, you pop the Ags, you get back to full HP. Now if I'm playing with like some SNY Glimmers, maybe somebody on the team has a little bit of heal, I'm buying AC. I don't need to get back to full HP. I'm never going to go down to 10 HP in the first place, right? I just stand my ground and say, come at me, gang. And now whether you're playing carry or offlane, it's much more viable to go for the Snot Rocket. So even if you're just not killing me, you're becoming much softer a target to bring down in the opposite direction as well. It's still just too versatile. Like, it's the values haven't changed enough to make the hero bad. I think although if they nerfed SNY, if they nerfed Glimmer Cape, and they made Magic Wand a little bit worse, then I do think we'd start to see a lot less Bristol Black picks right now.
And is there anything specific you can do to anticipate a bristle pick or to deal with it properly?
You either ban it or you make sure that you have at least one good Silver Edge buyer. Because you know there's some heroes in the game that can buy Silver Edge, but then you buy it and you don't feel that solid about having the item in your inventory. So if you have a couple of good Silver Edge buyers, it does help. Either have good Silver Edge buyers or good repositioners. One of the two really helps. Because the Silver Edge buyer, obviously, you just kill him directly. The repositioners, you sort of ignore him. Push him around, drag him out, you know, get like some liches, some primals or whatever. Just remove him from the main fight. You'll deal with him later, generally speaking. But fighting him heads up is a mistake. Don't do that. Don't do that.
All right, fair enough. We'll see if either one of these teams opts to pick him up. For now, it doesn't look like it. Because, well, the first phase is already passed. He wasn't banned and he wasn't picked. It seems unlikely that suddenly the teams will remember in the last phase that he's still in the game. Of course, time will tell. Quantum pick up kind of an old school lineup, feels like, right? With Prophet, Elder Titan, Leshrac. They're cooking.
Okay. I mean, I always like ET plus magic dealers around him. I also like the fact that in this game, they have different heroes that can accomplish the same goal, right? You have different ways of fighting, different ways of pushing objectives. Killing one of these heroes doesn't just immediately clear out that threat. I also really like having a hero like ET into heroes like Magnus Night Stalker, a hero that can sit far back but still provide counter initiation. It's maybe not as like instantaneous as like with a Warlock or whatever, but it still provides a kind of threat that makes it hard for one win to just jump in with no regard for where the ET is at. You need some vision on him to make it very clean in the initiation department.
Yeah, I think that's a very good call. If his positioning is good, it's gonna be insane. If he's too far out in front, he's very immobile. Like, if he gets caught by a Skewer or by a Night Stalker, he's gonna be like a big creep with a briefcase. So we're gonna have to watch his positioning in these fights. It's gonna be interesting for sure. And one win, they pick up a Mirana. It's a pretty good hero right now, it looks like.
Yeah. Do you want to see Earthshaker Mirana again?
Sure. I mean, no, because we've just seen it. I want to see something new. If I'm a one-win fan, then yes, because it's very strong.
Let's see. I'm thinking of some old school combinations with the Mirana. Give me some Crystal Maiden Mirana, boys. That'll make me feel nice and old in this game, but I kind of doubt it. They're not going to do that, sadly.
Yes, so this could very well be another Magnus carry plus offlane Night Stalker. I think that is quite likely. Because both the Mirana as well as the Night Stalker would want to be 4. So instead it's gonna be an Oracle.
Okay.
The one win is cooking too. There is a lot of cooking happening.
And the chefs are in vogue today. I mean, listen, it was the end of the month just now. It was payday weekend, so everybody went to the shops, stocked up the full pantry, and they're ready to go to town right now. I mean, Oracle has been one of the long-time hard counters to the Leshrac, right? You pretty much just negate his entire toolkit all by yourself. In this game as well, False Promise has some really cool stuff. If you jump the Magnus, you fail to kill him immediately. He gets False Promise, can maybe make the turnaround play happen. We don't have the most natural like Oracle partners like we used to see, you know, like some Oracle Medusas or something like this, but I still think the hero has a place in the meta, and I guess it's not Crystal Maiden, but with Fortune's End, there is still some setup that you can have for the Sacred Arrow.
I guess. I think this is a bit of a strange Oracle pick though. Usually you pick it when you have this really big carry that needs to get like some ability off, or you're playing against like a Bat Rider or a Beastmaster that has this big disable that you want to get rid of. But looking at ET Lesh Prophet, that really isn't the case. So maybe, just maybe, this could be something other than a support Oracle, because his damage facet did get boosted. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but it is kind of cool.
Okay, hear me out. Here's what we do, right? You go Blink Glimmer on the Oracle, right? Glimmer obviously for the defensive purpose, but what you do with the Blink, you just hunt Nature's Prophet. You hunt him, disarm him every single fight because he's gonna come in last, right? So you just sit in the trees patiently waiting for Nature's Prophet. Then you say, sorry, brother, there's no damage for you today. Please go do something else. We have business to take care of with the rest of the team.
So, in this hypothetical situation, is the Oracle core? Is it Coracle?
No,
or
Still supports.
Supportacle?
Yeah.
Alright, so we're expecting the position 5 Oracle to just buy Blink Glimmer and Blink
No,
forwards.
you're gonna play position 4, right? Morana, we've seen already can be fine on position 5. We're switching it up, right? Position 4 Oracle with the Night Stalker in lane, right? That way the Night Stalker gets to be completely fine in the lane. You make sure that there's no damage coming in from the ET because the moment he rushes forward, you just Fortune's End him. It not only gets rid of the buff, no longer gets rid of the buff, but it does hold him in place. He can't chase you. And then you use the better laning to get to the fast Blink Dagger, and that's how you control the Nature's Prophet in each team fight. That's the play.
Okay, yeah, makes total sense. So, have you applied for a coaching job yet, Snare? It checks out in my head.
No, the applications keep getting lost in the mail, fam. But it's gonna keep coming through. It's gonna come through just now.
I'm sure it's a matter of time. We're gonna watch back this game and they're like, we should have done that. Why didn't we think of that? Makes so much sense.
Well, what also makes sense right now, we need to tell me who you want to see carry right now for Quantum. Well, they pick second, so we need first the final here. No, it is Quantum, yeah. What do you want to see in the safe lane for them?
Nature's Prophet?
So you're sure it's going to be Nature's Prophet safe lane, not mid?
Yeah.
Okay, let's check a mid. All right, that's fine.
Yeah, it fits their draft really well. It's what they've done before, so I'm like, yeah, might as well. It's like one of the heroes they have a pretty good track record with so far on the carry position. And I was hoping for some Parmigiano Reggiano for mid lane, like some cheese stuff. But because of course their mid does play like Meepo and Huskar and all the delicious cheese heroes, but it's gonna be a shaker. It's fine. They deny it for 1 win, and it seems good in their draft.
So 1 win. Now we're deciding who is going where. Night Stalker can be safe lane, so can Magnus. They get the monkey. Well, okay, earlier we did see a monkey game, right? One thing I didn't say in that particular draft is that I've been more and more hating monkey when he's not mid. I feel like this hero is at his best when he's active, when he's on the map, doing things, making things happen, able to connect with the team. The situation that we saw earlier is, for me, worst case scenario for Monkey, where he needs to farm, but also the team needs him to fight. At least if he's the one that's going in the mid lane, he's not fully tossed with that responsibility, He can open up the map, create some plays, and then it'll obviously be this Magnus, it seems, that's going to be trying to get the big farm here. What do you make of this towards the end? I actually kind of like this from 1 win. Magnus RP in tandem with having a Night Stalker to hold these heroes together, in tandem with some vision game that you gain from the Morana, in tandem with big AoE damage from the Monkey King. I'm still uncertain about the Oracle. I don't think he's going to go for my Blink Dagger build, but overall, I like what they're bringing here from 1 win. What's your read on the draft right now?
I was contentedly looking at the draft, and I was like, they can make this work, but then at the end of the draft, I was a little bit confused because it looked like Sweden Strong and Kira Jr. like they misclicked their heroes. They accidentally picked Monkey King mid as opposed to the Oracle mid and Monkey support. So that was a little bit weird to me. So I'm not sure if they can make this work, but maybe like the heroes are good. Just the misclick is very unfortunate. Maybe they can remake.
Go remake. Go remake. I mean, that would be really funny. Just like, guys, our bad. Quick misclick. We didn't mean to do that. Let's just take it back. Just try again.
I mean, he does have the damage facet on Sweden Strong. So love to see that. Currently, it's 1% spell amplification per level and 30% spell amplification on Oracle. It's pretty legit. This is a hero that can deal a lot of magic damage if he's allowed to cast in team fights. They often don't.
How much will you laugh if he actually goes for my Glimmer K Blink Dagger build here?
I would be very happy. My day would be made.
I'm hoping that he's gonna make our day on Sweet and Strong. This guy has made a career of playing some very interesting heroes in the position 4. You know, he burst onto the scene, spamming Primal Beast. Here he is on his Oracle. Let's find out if it's gonna be good enough to get them the W. As we see 1 win versus Quantum for game numero uno. You know, this Nature's Prophet hero, I don't know why I don't like playing it. It just feels broken. It feels like I'm cheating when you play Nature's Prophet. The hero is just fundamentally, on a conceptual level, way too strong.
I guess which is one of my favorites and most played heroes.
Oh,
I feel like
no.
I play all the shit that people hate.
Oh no. Do you play techies?
No. I draw the line somewhere.
Okay. I was about to say you haven't committed crimes against humanity just yet, so you're still fine.
To be fair, new techies isn't really that toxic. I still think it's a specialist hero, but compared to old techies, it's a Dota hero as opposed to like a hostage-taking terrorist.
Turn this tide to our advantage. We'll turn this tide to our advantage.
So give me the prediction bounty runes. How many are we getting this game?
Ooh. I think they're gonna get 4 bounty runes at the start, and then 2 bounty runes like every... How many minutes is it now afterwards?
What, every 3? Oh, hold on. We're gonna talk about it in a second. Lucas. He's dead. Fortune's End being triggered. They're gonna be able to catch him. Fishman. Oh, okay. That was a nice little attempt at a sprout, but unfortunately it's not gonna help. Blood grenade dropped on top of him. Couple more right clicks, and Sweet and Strong. The real carry, baby. The real carry. Able to pick it up, finding the kill. And that's first blood going the way of 1 win. Oracle claiming it for himself.
Yeah, bounty runes got changed to 4 minutes. It's
Is it 4 now?
still fucks with my mind. Every time they change like some map objectives timings, it takes my brain like potentially months to adjust.
You know, I've actually, even on the old patch, I was very bad at remembering the timings, right? For me, it's more about like, you know, you just feel out, oh yeah, right now is around the time that the bounty should be up. It just never doesn't consciously click for me what the exact timings are for whatever reason.
That's a recipe to get the shit flamed out of you.
Tell me about it, gang. Tell me about it.
Just like smoking at 5 minutes to go and steal the wisdom rune.
When you're like, oh,
Feels
shit.
like it should be up right now, or the wisdom shrine these days.
Oh, talk to me about this mid lane matchup. Shura Jr. on this monkey versus Rise on the Leshrac. How should this be going? What can we expect?
Well, Monkey King is kind of a specialist hero against melee heroes. So I expect him to struggle quite a bit. There is the potential for the Lesh to mess up somehow. And Monkey King can get a kill, but overall this is very Lesh favored. Just spamming out the Lightning Storm, and if Monkey King ever tries to commit, you have Edict and Split Earth. It's a very difficult matchup. Of course, first few minutes for any melee against range line or a matchup are pretty chill. It's just an advantage that melee heroes have of easier CSing. So first few minutes are gonna be fine, and then I would expect Leshrac to dominate.
Makes sense to me. Top lane. Lucas is out here, being currently out CS by Cloud, and there's not really too much. We spoke about this in the draft, how complicated it is for the squad overall. You know, you get your spirit dispelled on Fezzo, just like that. All of a sudden, no more attack speed, no more movement speed, no more attack damage. You just have to waddle yourself back to the tower, leaving Cloud to do whatever the hell he wants in the lane.
Yeah, and I want to emphasize that this Oracle currently already has 2% spell amplification, so the Fortune's
Actually
End
gonna
is
get a
hitting
kill.
like a truck.
What a kill. Fortune's End gonna land. Fezzo. Oh, Cloud
at the
doesn't-
damage.
only level 1 Void. Level 1 Void. They can't
Insane.
finish the chase.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Has 7 stick charges and a fairy fire as well, so he's pretty chill. Sweet and Strong just healing up Phasor a little bit with Purifying Flames, very friendly. Even donates a stick charge. Sweet and Strong, what a homie.
Nice guy. Nice guy, Sweet and Strong. I will say though, bro. I know I was like half joking when I was describing how I thought this lane would go. I'm very surprised it's going exactly as I thought, if I'm honest.
I think this is not entirely too surprising. You just made an astute call, Snare. You should get used to that. You do it quite often.
Yeah, but it plays better if you always pretend to be humble and surprised about it, right?
Ah, right, yeah. And they're like, oh, he's a humble goat.
Mid lane.
Oh, Kira.
No humility here for the Monkey King as he will use his royal prowess to take down the Leshrac, make the Rainbow Pony bow down. And again, great rotation coming in from the Mirana. A fishman specialty, him on this kitty right now. I'm sure he is going to be eating nice this patch with their hero being this good.
I feel like Fishman is always like a zero flexibility player. He always just plays a single hero, but every patch it's different. Like we've seen every game Undying Fishman, we've seen every game Shadow Shaman Fishman, we've seen every game Mirana Fishman. He is like the most flexible, inflexible player I've ever seen.
Just need to give him time to find his one hero on the patch, and once he gets it, he will deliver you some good results.
Yep. Currently, he's delivering a 1k gold lead for 1 win, personally.
Nice. For him, for sure. Takiwazawa now getting some harass put onto him on the Tidehunter. I mean, yeah, you expect this to really be happening. Kind of sucks playing the Tidehunter into the Magnus. He just leaves you away, but you should still be fine overall, getting your own farm.
Also, Snare, did you notice how cute and small Tidehunter is this game? Because he did go for the anchovy eater pass. I think Kira Jr. turns it around mid lane.
No,
Almost died.
Mid lane. They thrown in the fissure, hoping to try and find a kill onto the Monkey King with the Leshrac. Unfortunately, turns out Chira Jr. strong enough to survive through it. Turns with the Boundless Strike, gets his HP back. And guess who was right next to him? God himself. Sweet and strong Oracle, baby.
With his insane, currently 4% spell damage amplification. Shouldn't be legal.
Big numbers, boy. Big numbers.
Do you remember how I said
Chira
that?
Jr. They're gonna try again with the Leshrac, but this time there is a Wukong's command from Chira Jr. Sweet and Strong has not vacated the area. He's still sticking around, and Chira's going forward. Fortune's End gonna be thrown in. It's gonna connect. It does find the stun. He needs a little bit of help, though. No, not necessary. There's gonna be a Purifying Flames to find the kill. Chira Jr. does end up falling, though, as they brought in 3 heroes to support the Lesh mid. They failed to keep the Lesh alive, but at the very least, they find revenge.
I feel like that was maybe a little bit too enthusiastic, but they forced literally everyone except for the Tidehunter to come to the mid lane to try and save the Lesh, and still failed. So, worth it for 1 win still.
Love to see it. 1 win.
Ooh, ooh. Oh, he didn't snipe the courier. He's going for the shrine. He's gonna wait here for 20 seconds together with Sweden, holding hands invisibly.
Yeah, but he realizes there's no point. Sweden planted down the sentry, so he just gets out. What can you do?
Feels bad, man. They could have been friends.
Instead of Romeo and Juliet, Earthshaker and Oracle. What could have been?
Oh, and they give the XP to Tide, because he wants to grow strong. He currently is eating sea grapes. I love how it changes every level. Brings me so much joy.
It would be cool if they added like an animation for him eating something on every level as well.
Man, I would never play another game in my life. Only Tide, first pick every time. Just give the boy some snacks.
Bezo should find himself getting killed off here. Fortune's End holds him down. Chira Jr. throws in the final right clicks, and they do find this kill. And this is what I really want to be seeing out of a Monkey. At this stage of the game, you ideally should be finding your gold from these hero kills, opening up space for the towers to get pushed, and making sure that you're not losing too much yourself. They're already going back middle. They understand the threat that can be presented by a Leshrac left unattended. They arrive before he can even put much pressure on the tower. In fact, they're going to try and fight him heads up. They do go in with the full Wukong's command, and before the ET can even arrive, Raze ends up dead.
I'm not sure about the Lesh build without the split earth. I feel like it would have been quite nice. Oh, and Phaser again. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. No support for him. Goodbye, briefcase, man.
Fortune's in, right clicks. Yeah. You know, everybody always asks where is Elder Titan. Nobody ever asks how is Elder Titan.
Well, currently he's not very well, I think. But you know, he's gonna feel a lot better in a second or two.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Might carry the psychological scars, but his body is going to be fine.
We're gonna see a repeat of the previous game. Just one kill for one team.
Okay. I know I was asking in the previous game, have you ever seen a game with only one kill? There's no way you've ever seen back-to-back games with only one kill.
That would be historic.
Perhaps not the type of history that Quantum wants to be involved in, though.
Oh,
As they are
Phaser.
about to lose another.
Phaser, come on, man.
Elder Titan went up the hill, gave up another kill. Chiro Jr. now dominating on his Monkey King.
Phaser just wants to look at the monkey, but he keeps like making eye contact, and that's dangerous with monkeys. Phaser, I swear to God, if you walk into the jungle again, I don't know what to say.
We'll keep a close eye on him. His efforts might be needed middle because they're coming for a push. Not just coming for a push, they're coming for Ryzer's life. Their track will go down. The Ravage will be there, but they already got the false promise out onto Chira Jr. He's just gonna heads up TP out before the Echo Storm even arrives. Cloud doing his best to escape from this fight. He will be able to do so. They did lose Fishman though, so Quantum have removed history from being made, but have put themselves in not the best position, but at least they get something out of that fight.
Yeah, now we have a different objective. It's now
Dire's
just
bottom tower is under attack.
wait, can I do math? 23 kills away.
My man.
Cloud going for first item blade mail. Super nice against Leshrac. Pretty good against
Leshrac
Shaker and
might
ET2.
Dire's middle
Die here. They're jumping him, but the fissure is going to be there from Kobe. Bolia opens the space. All right, we're fine. Where does he go next? What is actually the Leshrac build? Leshrac's going for the Kaya first. Is this the build that you want to go for? Like, what's the big impactful item that he's going to pick up after this? As he should be able to get away from this. He's fine.
I feel like he's gonna need a quick BKB. It's gonna feel bad, but he needs it.
Dire's bottom tower.
Might actually get jumped on. Look what Chiro Jr. is. As the Tide Hunter is very far forward, but Chiro Jr. is behind him. They're bringing in the Nature's Prophet though. He does seem a bit isolated. They end up killing off the Leshrac first though, and now with the silence going in forward onto Fezzo, they make sure that he's falling low. The RP was committed by Munkushi to prevent his escape. Takizawa also stuck on the high ground. Cloud falling a little bit low to the gush damage. Not enough to really threaten him, nor is it enough to kill Chira Jr. So Chira comes back, Boundless Strike, he's healing up. All of a sudden, Takizawa is alone inside of Wukong's, and his life is forfeit. Munkushi almost died to some damage out of Lucas, and Lucas now was able to get the cut on the tree from Chira Jr., keeping himself in fighting condition. However, it's not going to really help the Earthshake. He gets zoned away from the fight. Chira Jr. inside his Wukong heals up with the Boundless Strike as well as with the False Promise. He is still going. Wingblade, he's at full HP. Now he's jumping in onto the Nature's Prophet. Should be able to get that kill. Only Earthshaker survives this entire fracas. But the big winner is definitely Chira Jr. My man did 4.5k damage. Him and Sweet and Strong walk away with 1,500 gold just between the two of them, let alone the 3k one-win claim overall.
There were like 3 different points in that fight where I was sure that Kira Jr. overcommitted and was gonna die, but he kept healing back up, and then when he was about to die, I get into a coughing fit. He gets saved by the Oracle. And I feel like they already were planning to pick the Monkey King when they picked this Oracle, because it's just a perfect combination.
Another cool thing that they've been doing is that they've been using the channel on the Fortune's End. They wait until Chira Jr. is about to go to the Primal Spring, and then it hits on all the heroes at the same time as the Spring Boundless Strike combo. It's so strong.
Yeah, one win is making it look easy right now. 10k gold lead, 13 minutes. And it feels like Quantum just doesn't have what it takes. They need the Earthshaker Blink right now, but he isn't even level 6.
Oh my god, he's so far away. He has 90 gold. Oof.
Are scanning.
Good luck, brother. Good luck. Also, we're not really feeling the impact of this Lash. Like, so far throughout this game, there's nothing really that I've seen from Rise that I feel like couldn't have been accomplished by a different hero. And he's just so squishy as well. They just jump him and he just falls over. Doesn't have any of the mobility options that we often see from the modern mids nowadays.
Yeah, he just had such a bad time in the mid lane. Like, his early game was completely wrecked, and if Lash isn't leading in items or levels, then he isn't a tanky hero by default. He needs to itemize for it. And since he's so far behind, he's so squishy, which means that he keeps dying in fights, and it's so difficult to come back, even though he's a fast farming hero.
Yeah. No space to farm on the map right now, though, because at 14 minutes, 1 win, just monopolizing everything. Takizawa. Oh my god, dude. I thought Tide Hunter was tanky. He ate 1 Void and a right click. He's almost down to a half. What the hell?
Wait, he doesn't have the Void facet, right? No.
No, that's the other one. That's why I'm surprised. Like, where's this damage coming from?
And it's level 3 Kraken Shell as well. It's pretty strong. I love Sweden Strong and Kira Jr. just being inseparable. Tormentor about to spawn. Free real estate for 1 win. Let's see who gets the shard.
See, it's gonna be the Fishman.
Oh, that sucks.
It's pretty terrible. It's pretty awful, honestly. It's actually it's probably the worst possible option. It's so bad compared to everything else.
Yeah. Like, the extra leap charge is nice, but all of the rest is useless, and it's not 1400 gold nice. Definitely not.
Yeah. They smoke up. Oh no, guess who it is?
Phaser.
It's your boy, Svezo. Hi there, bro. Sorry about that, gang. He goes down again. Well, to be fair, he didn't walk up the high ground. He didn't walk into jungle. He was trying to go to safety. It didn't help. Unfortunately, they also managed to find Lucas. Is no way. Is that a solo kill? Night Stalker onto the enemy carry Nature's Prophet?
Ooh, that's rough. I mean, he does have a like 33% net worth advantage, so it makes some sense.
Ravage, though, they're going to try and at least get something here onto the Magnus. Kira Jr. comes in. Munkushi dropped the Ravage. He will end up dying, but with the Wukong's command, they're certainly going to find some stragglers on the way out. 3 have fallen. Takizawa might be the lone survivor here, but that might not last much longer. They have the vision, but they do jump away as they're going to the top side of the map. Fishman not involved. And that fight will just end with 3 going down in exchange for 1. Hashtag worth 1 win.
A part of me is surprised that we haven't seen 2 letters in all chat just yet,
Radiant's middle tower is under
because
attack.
it must feel so hopeless for Quantum. Everywhere they go, they just get hunted down, and they get a single kill, and in exchange they commit literally everything for it, and then still get a bad trade. But you know, there is a lot of money on the line. It makes sense to play it out a little bit.
Well, maybe they want, look, 1 more kill on the side of 1 win. And we have reverse 3-2-2. Good enough, good enough. Top lane, oh no. It's your boy. It's the homie. It is the dead man. Fezzo dies again. The reverse 3-2-2 is now online.
You remember in the draft when we were like, oh, this ET is a pretty good pick. If he has good positioning, can stay behind, his counter initiation is gonna be so nice, but if he gets caught, he's like a creep with a briefcase. I remember some very smart man saying that, but it's happening so badly. He keeps getting caught and he literally cannot do anything. It's painful to watch.
Yeah. I know my boys Lizard and Rock Lee are out here somewhere crying. Very favorite hero for both these guys, and they're hating life seeing this happen to their boy.
Yeah. ET just plays so bad when people can just jump you.
Okay, so what's happening for Quantum item-wise? Raze is trying to pick up himself a Bloodstone on the Slash Rack, of course. The Nature's Prophet almost has the Mjolnir, you know? Just 100 gold away from having that available. So that is certainly going to be something that makes a difference for them.
Has been killed.
Exactly, they might just lose Tide Hunter mid. And Does manage to crack into the false promise, or the fortune's end rather. Should be chill, he's fine.
He isn't doing too badly. This is still a nice Tidehunter game because he's not gonna get shut down by the Magnus. He should be fine inside the Wukong's command for a little while because of the Kraken Shell active. So he's still having a good time. It's just that no one can really utilize the fact that he's quite strong right now. Because both the Leshrac and the Nature's Prophet are so vulnerable.
Yeah. Speaking of the Lesh, if he wanders too close to the tier 2 tower, he will die. That's just the long and short of it. They're gonna leave Tide alone. But they're so scared. Now Raze, he shows himself. This might be a mistake. The jump is coming. Wukong is being triggered as well. And they go on him. He's gone. Shockwave back into the Wukongs. No escape for you, my friend. They even throw in an arrow for good measure. Kira Jr. now beyond godlike. 14, 1 and 6 on the Monkey King. Good God.
Man, he died. That's pretty bad.
Oh no, they also get the skewer back onto Kolya. There's no Earthshaker. No buyback for him either. Fezzo unfortunately dies next too. So 3 heroes without them having to commit really much of anything. Like they did use Wukongs, they did pop the darkness, but whatever. They're going to use those to take the tier 2 anyway.
And you can just see the despair in Takizawa. He's just walking around with his Ravage ready, being like, it doesn't do anything. What do I do? Oh well. He has his blink, but his team just cannot follow up. Oh, it's rough. It's rough.
On the bright side, you know, he's still keeping some decent net worth overall. Hasn't fallen behind too much. And hey, there we go. It's not all doom and gloom, gang. We just got a kill. It did cost Echo Slam, did cost a full complement of spells, but it is a kill. That's all that matters.
That's pretty nice. Good money and XP. Oh, but Lucas in too deep.
You know what's really crazy? Is that's the second time I've seen this Nature's Prophet die, and it felt like it was a support dying, just because of how fast he dies to Cloud. Now they're going back middle. Gotta take a fight. The Magnus might be in some danger. ET Splitter will be there. Unfortunately, so is the Oracle, so all your damage is gone. Skewer forward. Kushi was hoping for an RP. Finds it onto Takizawa as well as Kolya. One is gone. The second, not much longer for this world. They have found the strike, but they don't even need it. Shockwave secures the kill. Grants a double to Minkushi. And Quantum. I don't know about this one, gang. We're trying to create some new numbered memes, perhaps, but in terms of prospects of winning this game, they seem almost impossible right now.
It's 21 minutes and Phasor just dinked level 7 because of a Wisdom Shrine. Oh, Raze. Yeah, he's dead. Just look at the ease of the Magnus taking down the Lesh. That's not a sign of a healthy mid. You know, maybe in 5 minutes when he gets Bloodstone, he'll survive for like 4 seconds instead of 3.
You know, until you spoke right now, it didn't click in my mind as Fezor dies again that he still doesn't have Bloodstone. But you're correct. And he's still quite a ways away from having the Bloodstone as well. Top lane,
that's
they are
another
going to go
solo
on to
kill.
Lucas. Yet again, solo kill by the Night Stalker onto the enemy Nature's Prophet. Doesn't have a Force Staff, doesn't have a Hurricane Pike, doesn't have a BKB, doesn't have nothing. If he gets jumped by the Cloud like that, he just dies guaranteed. Oh no, Harpoon thrown in onto Takizawa. They don't manage to drag him too deep into the fight just yet. On the high ground though, Cloud is going to jump in after the Earthshaker. Wants to make sure that there is no counter initiation available from the side of Quantum. Unfortunately, OneWin don't have the best push in the world, so they might not be able to secure this full set of racks right now without an Aegis.
There is Echo Slam, Ravage plus Earth Splitter now. Despite being 23k gold up, you need to respect that. Just a little bit, not too much, but it is something.
The way they're playing right now though, it feels like OneWin are respecting whoever they have a date with later, man. They are not here for the long haul. They're trying to end this game, or at the very least put themselves in a winning position as soon as possible.
Haven't really attempted to go for Roche yet, as their lineup He's pretty bad at it. No big minus armor, no huge physical damage, no great tanks, so they're waiting. They're just doing their best to choke out Quantum and win the game that way, and then go for Roche when the time is right.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And now we're going to have some pressure applied to the tier 3 top. The rest of Quantum all TPing into the base to try and force a defense here. To throw a dead in the water onto the Monkey King. Does have Sweden Strong to help him out. Oh, long range arrow connects onto Earthshaker. They might try something on this, but probably not. I think the more I'm looking at this game, the more it's feeling like one of the problems they have is nobody can ever reach Sweden Strong, like with his team around him. Well, maybe now that he's a bit overextended away from the team. Brother, I'm sorry for the Costa's curse. That one's on me. He's dead. Let's see if we can avenge him. He will get himself an Echo Slam out onto the Monkey King. They want to try and find this fight. Ravage as well. Kira Jr. all of a sudden killed off. And they need to flee from one win. Takizawa almost got the dead in the water on the Fishman. But the leap came just in time. Nonetheless, though, Quantum able to make a big play. However, one win has gone into the Moonlight Shadow. They maybe want to try and make a turnaround play happen. Takizawa having the Magnus reaching on top of him. There's a crippling fear as well. They drag him into the shockwave and he will die. But he accomplished his objective. Ravage out onto the monkey, killing the big bad hero on the map and putting themselves not in a better position, but it can't get worse than this. Oh, never mind. Lucas, my bad, gang. That's on me, man. That's my bad, bro. I'm sorry.
Is he fine?
Nice.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Shaker doesn't have enough stuns. That's also a bad sign. And he's gonna die too. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, ET. Oh. Well, we almost had the proof of concept. Instead, it's just going to lead into a triple kill.
Cloud is gonna kill another.
Chases down Fezor.
That's 3.
Ah. All right, Quantum, that's on me, guys. My bad. I cost us curse to draw now.
Just when they get something, they lose it again. Well, what can you do? If they can catch Sweden Strong again and then get a big echo, you know, who knows?
Well, it'll help to have a title to our life for that endeavor, but he is just killed, but dragged far outside of his base. No amount of Krakens will help you in that situation.
I'm not sure why he was there.
366. Perhaps this is the new meme number, my friend.
Radiant are scanning. Dire
Still an Echo Slam, but Tide isn't gonna be up for another 25 seconds. He is gonna have his Ravage when he comes back, but Rax have already been lost, so I would expect one win to go back and go for Roche now.
Bro, what about this game makes you think they're gonna go back? I don't think they're gonna go forward.
Yeah, but Roche is so close. It's no longer at the bottom of the map. They're practically next to it. And he's such a small guy, you know? It's free. It's free.
He's just a chill little guy.
Yeah. Just take his Aegis. Take his little shield. Take it for yourself. You can just take it. London doesn't want to give this for free, and this could be huge. If they get a good initiation here, we could still have a game on our hands there.
I mean, this is the one place on the map where their team fight is going to be really good if they can catch one inside the pit, right? Scouting them with the ET splitter, connecting with the Echo Slam, having Ravage, a nice area for Raze to be able to jump into.
Smoke now from one win. They don't want to get caught out. They just want to get another pick off and get it without any stress. Who are they gonna find here? That's the big question. Tide would be the worst target, but maybe good enough.
Searching in multiple directions. They see the Tide. There's the silence. Tide is gone. Blink of an eye. At the same time, they take out the Earthshaker. So dual assassination from the side of one win. Neither of their targets having access to the buyback.
Dire's middle
So
barracks.
There you go.
that'll easily open up the path to Roche for them.
Should be free now. Still, it's no longer 1k gold per minute advantage. That's good.
You know, people keep forgetting that despite your affect, that you're actually a meme lord at heart. It's the best thing ever.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. That's what you get for having like 19,000 hours in Dota.
Hero Jr. probably have a similar amount, and now he wants to reduce his hours for the evening. He's got some shit to do tonight. You want to go and end the game. Hook. Oh my goodness. Harpoon back. This combination, Harpoon into Crippling Fear, is just so stupid, honestly.
Yep. Even the Tide has no escape. I was like, he's the worst target, but then he's standing in the Crippling Fear, so cannot do anything.
Dire's top tower is falling.
And Kushi even talking some trash, I imagine, on the way out. They know how dominant they're looking in this game.
Dire are scanning.
Chips even flying through. It's 39-6.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Oh boy. Almost a 7-time kill margin in favor of 1 win. And they find the subsequent fight. There's still no Earthshaker for another 10 seconds. There it is. The classic Harpoon, Dragon back, Crippling Fear. No counterplay available without BKB. And they're still not calling it. This is, at this point, feels a bit masochistic coming in from the side of Quantum.
This game was over at 15 minutes, but Quantum is just like, nah. Let's make him work for it.
Echo Storm comes out, misses everybody, and here's the jump forward. They do find the Marana and they kill him. Echo Slap dropped as well onto Speed and Strong. They really want him, but sadly, Raze dies long before the Oracle does. And now Lucas, standing in the middle of all these heroes, has no option but to just get himself right-click down. As he dies and they clean up the entire fight, then they finish off Fezor. Finally, the GGs have been thrown in. Quantum have no more lives to give, so 1 win will complete the Demolition Derby and walk away with 45 kills to 8, 33k net worth, more than 1,000 a minute, sir. Damn, what a shellac.
Yeah, and the favorites won. That's a surprise. No, but really, 1 win. They look really strong right now. We had our doubts about Quantum, and so far they've been confirmed. They looked quite shaky, and it felt at no point like 1 win was in danger of losing this game.
It's like everything went perfect, right? Laning phase was fantastic for them. I mean, there was some brawls early, but you're completely fine with that. Early mid game was even better, but I think for me, the big thing that made this game practically impossible to play, you know, was that there was that moment just before they finished the Mage Slayer on Chira Jr., where him and Sweetensong are like, wait a second, if we just run at people and we have Fortune's End and the False Promise, can this monkey actually die? Let's go see. Let's go experiment. Let's go test this. And it turned out he couldn't actually die. You know, just get as far forward as he wanted, killing absolutely everybody. He did more damage alone than the Leshrac and the Nature's Prophet combined. Yeah, tells us everything we need to know about how Chiro Jr. is playing this game. But I do think, for me, as amazing as he played, my MVP is Sweet and Strong, man. From the laning phase into the mid game, this guy basically made sure that Elder Titan didn't have a game, right? Elder Titan was feeding the whole game because his lane started off so horribly, thanks to this Oracle. Oracle ensures that they get an early kill onto Nature's Prophet, make sure that this Leshrac doesn't have a game. You're either dying because you're rooted in place, or you're not dishing out damage in the middle of these fights. Or best case scenario, you get your Ravage, you get your Echo Slam, you get your Stomp, all of these spells onto Monkey King and it's all pointless. So Sweet and Strong, they just didn't have an answer for this Oracle, honestly.
Yeah, maybe if the mid lane went better, because Lash is quite decent against Monkey King. We even saw Monkey King die a few times to the Edict damage, but at that point he was just a little bit too far behind, and as a result he could never kill the Monkey King. It snowballs, blah de blah de blah. But yeah, just a pretty darn smooth performance from 1 win. And we'll see if they can bring the same heat in game number 2.
That indeed we will witness as we go into a quick break. When we return, we're going to see if the side of Quantum has what it takes to make a comeback, or if 1 win will turn this into 2. Let's find out in a very short couple of minutes. So go grab some water, be back with Sneh and Wingblade for some more CCT Series 7 action.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Welcome back, one and all, to some more Dota 2 action as we enter Game 2 of the side of OneWin versus the side of Quantum. So far, OneWin have demonstrated that these invited teams this season are nothing to mess about with. They demolished, absolutely tore to shreds the side of Quantum. And so far, I don't know if you agree with me, Wingblade, but even in some of the games that we've seen that were 15 minutes, 20 minutes long, this still felt like one of the more dominant series that we've seen so far in CCT.
I feel like there is some bad blood between the teams as well. Like, we had some all chatting, but obviously I don't think either of us is an avid Cyridic reader. But also the fact that Quantum kind of refused to GG for a long time. It's like, you think there is some history?
It feels like it, because also think about the way that they're playing on the side of OneWin. They're not just playing to like secure the game. So you can tell that they're hunting, right? They're out to inflict some emotional damage in this situation. I mean, think about it. They spent like 10-15 minutes not even pushing high ground, not even going for Roche, just hanging around Dire side of the map, picking whoever comes on the map out. So yeah, I think you're right that this might be a little bit salty between the two squads.
Did you notice as well, like, a few kills on Phasor? Kira Jr. had like the right click ready, but was like canceling it a few times. Just like, there we go.
That's what I'm
like,
saying.
When
It
you
felt
see
like
that kind of
emotional
stuff,
damage.
that's like moderately tilting.
Well, the question I have for you, sir, what's more tilting, right? Experiencing that kind of stuff in a game of Dota 2, or having to deal with the first overall pick Lifestealer in a game of Dota 2?
I think that's a very patch-dependent question. Right now, probably having to play against Lifestealer, but overall, definitely like those kind of things. Oh, or like when Monkey Kings like spam their taunt or Pangos. Like that kind of gets under your skin sometimes. But again, it's part of the game. When I play those heroes, it's spamming all the way. And sometimes in pubs, when someone is being like, you know, sometimes you see a profile and you're like, you know, this person, they probably aren't in the most stable mindset when they play Dota. Like you see the anime picture and like despair and they first pick Invoker. When you kill them, sometimes my hand slips and there is a question mark. Not because I wish them harm, but it's like, it's part of your toolkit in Dota, right? To try and win the game.
You're trying to just slowly but surely nudge them over the edge of tilt. And you're like,
Yeah.
oh, bro.
And
You
I
have to
hope
figure
they
out how
have
to
a
write
wonderful day, truly. But like, I want to win this game.
I hope you have a wonderful day, but you hate every second of being in this game. I like that a lot. I like that. Oh, well, I'm gonna love being in this game. Can you tell me why? Why do you think I'm gonna enjoy myself here?
Because we have a Lifestealer first pick. You love Lifestealer. Wait, you like
Boo.
Bristle?
Oh,
That's crazy. Snare.
Yay.
How do you think this matchup goes?
It's an interesting one because generally speaking, the Lifestealer doesn't want to have to deal with you, right? Because it takes too long to kill you with right clicks. You just kite him around a little bit. You take so much damage back as a Lifestealer. However, there is a phase of the game where this swaps around. Once you get the Aghanim Scepter, you go either into him or one of the other carries in the game, and you dish out so much damage that firstly, you're hurting them so much that Bristle, he can't face around the Aghanim Scepter, right? So you just take the full damage to your face, and then as you're trying to leave the area, Lifestealer pumps back up, full HP, and you have a very awkward decision to make as Bristle. If I turn and try to go back, he probably kills me. If I don't, there's nobody else that's frontlining in the area. So early on, better for the Bristle, but the longer the game goes, the more, not just better for Lifestealer, the more impossible it becomes for the Bristle.
This is interesting as well. We see another broken hero in the DK and then a silencer. Interesting. This speaks to the confidence of OneWin as well. Like, we'll throw in a little silencer. You think this
Not
is...
this speaks to you.
Where's
Not
this
this
gonna
speaks to you.
go? Yeah,
This speaks
I
to
love
your
it.
point that you made in the previous game. Fishman has a specific set of heroes, you know? If you're asking me what's a Fishman hero look like, a Marana, a Disruptor, a Silencer, this is like the perfect template for him. I'd be astonished if he doesn't play this hero, honestly.
Okay, okay. I was gonna ask you, like, is it gonna be like maybe a mid silencer? Is it gonna be a forward? Now you're like, it's a Fishman hero? Are you saying that because it only has like 2 buttons? Or like, what does it mean to be a Fishman hero?
Not only, for me, a Fishman hero is a hero that can sit back, but reliably do one thing consistently throughout the entirety of the game, right? So when he used to play like Undying, for example, like you mentioned, he'll just drop off the Tombstone. When he's playing Bane, you can rely on him to always get the Fiend's Grip. You can rely on him to always get a Static Storm. In this instance, you can rely on him to always press the R button when you need it, bail you out of trouble if things are going south. However, how does that play into a Huskar plus a Slark? I mean, if Slark is lucky enough, you can dogpack through it. And, you know, these Huskars should be buying like some SNY BKBs or whatever. So what do you make of Silencer into these two cores?
I don't think Silencer is gonna have a great time. He doesn't have a way to like move away from these heroes. No defensive potential. You can silence, but they're still gonna hit you. So you spoke about Fishman like a single core processor with a fast clock speed. But he might need some more cores to like also have his map awareness dialed.
That makes sense to me. I can see that.
So we'll see. Like these are some very Okay. We were memeing about it earlier, but to be fair, this is a pretty sick AA game. Of course, he has the same problem as Silencer does, where if he gets jumped, there is nothing he can do. But the offensive potential is there. Like, if he gets ulti on a Huskar, on a Slark, that's game over. They're dead. Especially Huskar, because he is always running around at 0 HP. Doesn't matter how you itemize, doesn't matter how you play. You get AA ulted, you're screwed. You back off, you try your damnedest to survive. But the problem is, you're probably going to be running around with Armlet active. So if you keep it active, you're going to lose at least like, I don't know, 600 HP worth of self-damage. If you turn it off, it's the same story. So there is no winning. I guess maybe in the Glimmer Cape meta, that helps you a little bit, but still, it's not a good time.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, Miranda can buy the Glimmer Cape early, but core Slark, core Bristleback, like Bristleback carry can buy it like second, third item, but you definitely don't want to buy it early from the offlane. Slark doesn't want to buy it early at all, really. Oof, dude, yeah, this AA can crush this game, honestly. At the very least, you know what, on the bright side, Bristleback has been nerfed with the Bloodstone build, so you're not going to be tempted to build that. So at least you're not going to get impacted by him in that fashion, but the other hero is not going to be feeling so hot. Also, I don't feel like Bristleback is very happy building Pipe of Insight as a first overall item, and I do kind of think you're going to need a Pipe in this game to help you. Like, I just don't see how you can play into AA with Huskar Slark and not have a Pipe of some kind.
Yeah, I hope, like, I spoke about playing Slardar against Huskar in a way where you kind of need to be creative, like color outside of the lines. Oh my god, this Huskar is gonna have no fun. Let me first finish my initial train of thought. You need to play differently. When you get countered as a Huskar, one build I love to do is going Blink first, because you still have your Blink initiation with a silence, so you can actually deal with heroes like Wind Ranger with AA if you just jump them with the silence and you have a follow-up. But also, it really fucking sucks playing Huskar against Wind Ranger, because she just focus fires you down. You don't want to build MKB. Halberd is no longer a great item on Huskar because it no longer has Sanj, so this is just kind of a terrible game for a Huskar and for a Slark and for a Bristle. This is just pain.
And to make matters worse, it's not like you can, you know, there's some matchups where you're like, well, for example, the Slaughter matchup, where you say throughout the game, it's challenging and problematic for the Huskar, but at least you dominate the lane. I'm no mid player, but as far as I know, Huskar cannot dominate a Wind Ranger mid, right?
No, definitely not. It's a terrible matchup. I think the only matchups that are worse are like Lina and Sniper, I think. But Wind Ranger is definitely up there, especially once she gets level 6. There's like nothing you can do.
I mean, I've seen Wind Rangers before. When we're playing carry, you just buy Javelin. You just wait for the Huskar to show up. You have level 6 plus Javelin. You press R, win the fight. Feels so good.
I was gonna say they need to do something different. Like Ember Spirit would be quite nice against DK and Lifestealer, but like their draft is so screwed up. They have a support Huskar now.
I'm seeing that right. That is a support Huskar, right? Explain.
Well, Huskar is a hero that relies a little bit on momentum, Currently, he's countered by like 3 out of the 5 heroes on 1 win. It doesn't seem like a great prospect, so you kind of just put him support, hope he does well with some harassment, and then go from there and pick a mid hero that can do quite well. I mean, that's the thought behind it. They're still screwed, but I think it's better than trying to force this Huskar into working. Maybe this was the plan. Maybe they thought about this. Maybe they scrimmed some teams and did well with this. I'm gonna say probably not. Probably a bad plan. But this is what they picked. This is what they have to deal with. This is what they make history with, potentially. Potentially.
I mean, earlier today, one move in game 2, backs against the wall, playing up against an invited team, the returning champions no less. They went in for a very strange draft, picking up the Tinker for the position 5. It worked out magnificently. They win that game. They go to game 3. They get crushed game 3, but they get there to begin with. So maybe for Quantum, this is the outside look that they needed. Putting in this Huskar. Also, if they get Ember at the end of the draft, right? Firstly, we basically nowadays never see a 24 pick Ember. The heroes usually ban out in the first phase, latest the second phase. He's probably, in my opinion, the on balance best mid in the game. So you get the best mid on 24. He is not going to have the easiest game, right? Enemy team does have the DK. They do have Silencer. They do have Ancient Apparition. But it is still Ember Spirit. Is this not enough, Mr. Wingblade? Can this Ember Spirit carry this team to victory? Oh, okay. Never mind.
Also, Ember isn't that good against the Wind Ranger either. Like,
Yeah,
especially the lane is not great. So, I mean, if Quantum pulls this off, my respect will go through the roof. Like, this is some insane shit. I did say before the series, it's good to have, like, a team that can bring the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. And this is that kind of lineup. I thought this is going to be brilliant and it's going to be amazing. And the fact that they win this is going to be glorious. Or this is going to be like the worst game of Dota you have seen in your goddamn life.
Okay. Mechanics question, brother. Mechanics question. If I'm Wind Ranger, right? So Huskar obviously gets through the Berserker's Blood a ton of magic resist, right?
Well,
If Wind Ranger hits
little
you
bit.
with a kill shot arrow, does it just go through the magic resist on the right threshold?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's I think it's similar to like Culling Blade in that sense. I'm not sure if it goes through Grave. I haven't really seen that interaction.
So there'd be Grave, Borrowed Time, Huskar, False Promise. Well, False definitely wouldn't work on False Promise. Wait, actually, I don't know.
For
It
Axe
shouldn't?
it does.
For Axe, that's what I'm saying. For Axe it does, but I don't know if it would for this. I don't know.
You
We
know-
need to do some testing.
I am gonna do my job and find out. Stay tuned,
My man.
people.
In the meantime, though, there will be a 2-2 bounty rune trade as information is being gathered on the side. I will say that for one win, they'll definitely be feeling buoyed by their performance in game 1. And they're also switching things up here. They're deciding to put Cloud middle versus the Ember Spirit. So putting the tougher matchup of the DK Ember, and they're going to slot Chiro Jr. off in the off lane with Sweden Strong on the Ancient Apparition. This is very intriguing stuff from one win.
Yeah. Well, they're definitely doing some interesting stuff here. Switching roles. That's something I haven't seen for a long time, but I do love to see it. I remember when this happened more often. It was always so exciting.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, the old Team Liquids of the world are few and far between who are willing to do this.
You didn't need that.
We'll see
Should
about
mean
this
that-
matchup. I think it's a little bit DK favored, actually.
It should be, right? Every time I've seen this matchup, DK does end up winning. Especially, like, this newfangled DK is also a beast, so... I don't envision... Even if they don't win, they should draw even, but at the same time, they find the first blood down bottom. Unfortunately, Slog, one of the worst laners in the entire game of Dota 2, so able to get very easily abused. And in fact, look at the damage he's already taken. Almost died there to the power shot. If he channeled that for one more second, I think Lucas might have tickled over.
Yeah, Wind Ranger has so much damage here. And Slark can be okay in lane, but generally only against melee heroes. This is like double ranged bullying. So I think every single lane, except for maybe the top lane, is heavily one-win favored. But I think top lane can do well. Like Bristle, Huskar, that's a strong lane.
Did you ever imagine that you'd be talking about Bristle Huskar lane in your life?
Well, there has been like a few weeks where Huskar support was quite popular. I think that may have been before these facets. But it has been strong. Like, I'm not gonna say strong. It has been alright in the past because Huskar is one of the most efficient traders in the game.
That he certainly is. He's doing his best right now to facilitate things top, but when Kushi and them are farming, Fishman will die, ticked away by these burning spears. So good job being done by Quantum, showing us the power of Kolya on his Huskar here.
Alright, so I did test the power shot plus Grave, and it doesn't do the same thing as Calling Blade. Calling Blade is super unique in that sense, where it's the only thing that goes through everything. The power shot is just like it deals lethal damage. It doesn't go through borrowed time, doesn't go through false promise, doesn't go through Grave. And I think that is part of what makes Dota so cool, where certain heroes are just absolutely unique and they break the game in their own way. And because a lot of heroes break the game, it turns into a semi-balanced game.
Yep. If everything's broken, nothing is. As they end up breaking the life of Fezzo, he tried to leap himself away. Unfortunately, chased by the right click of Sweet and Strong, who in this game, going for this exposure facet. I love this actually with the AoE cold feet against Slock. Honestly, Slock, you don't just hate this matchup because of the Ice Blast, right? You hate it because you're always forced to use Dark Pact and Pounce in ways you really don't want to do as this hero in the team fights. Now he's going forward. Nice. They're going to try and find some quick revenge onto Sweet and Strong. They should be able to grab him. Cold Feet held out the Marana, and now Lucas can't get the chase. Yo, Sweet and Strong, relax, gang. It's only a game. You don't have to outplay them like this, brother.
Imagine not being able to catch up to a 285 movement speed hero. That feels bad. I was so excited to say permanent agility for the first time, but it didn't happen.
Instead, we might have some additional deaths. Munkushi going way too far forward.
Yes.
Alrighty, well, you were talking about the prospects and the prowess of this Huskar support. The Burning Spears ensure that they find the double kill and keep Takizawa alive.
And it doesn't cost Huskar anything. He doesn't care about his int being stolen, and he goes right back to healthy HP. Takizawa even turns around at the last moment. He's like, you can't hit me.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
You know what would actually make this hero a very decent support? If they brought back Lifeblood at like a facet or something, that could be decent.
That's interesting. I remember the Lifeblood days. Those were interesting days, for sure.
If you weren't a Huskar player, no, they weren't. They were terrible days. It was bullshit.
I remember when I started playing, like, you had to choose between Burning Spears and Lifesteal. Like, you had to actively make the decision in fights if you wanted to damage with a Lifesteal, because they didn't stack. Ooh, Ember.
Ember Spirit trying to put some damage out onto Cloud, but unfortunately it's not enough. The DK popped the level 6. Sweet and Strong shows up as well. Just for some spice. Throws in some long-range damage coming in out of that Chilling Touch. It's not really going to result in anything, but does remind them that killing Cloud is certainly going to require more than 2 heroes at this stage of the game.
Yep. They're gonna struggle with killing Cloud, I think. They have some okay damage, but it's all quite slow. And I don't think Cloud is the kind of player who's out of position super often. And that's a jinx, potentially. Oh, Fishman is dead. Goodbye.
Yep. Bye-bye again. Trying to get himself denied, but unfortunately, the small camp will not cooperate. So, as you were saying earlier on, this lane is actually going quite decently for them. Whistleback is number 2 in the CS department. Huskar's now been involved in 4 kills. This is going quite decently. Unfortunately, they did take some harass on the mid-tier 1 tower, but in the grand scheme of things, especially given how game 1 started, I think Quantum
Munkushi,
feel very
he's
good
gonna
about
die
themselves.
for a deny.
And Munkushi is actually being dove upon right now. Kolya with the inner fire ensures that they find this kill. And this top lane is just a disaster for 1win.
Yeah, I feel like they need a rotation or they need to get the fuck out with Lifestealer. Ooh,
Bottom.
that's a good
Hero
pounce.
Junior getting jumped on. They're going to try and kill him. Fezzo has the Starfall, and they do have the damage.
Tower is under attack.
Alright! Quantum showing that game 1 is not going to be repeated in game 2. They are putting the fight towards them, even though they were falling behind a little bit in the early laning phase. Now they're the ones racking up the kills.
I think unironically that this is their strongest timing though. Because Huskar support does not skill well. And I feel like once win gets a few levels on their supports, it's gonna be way harder to play. Oh, Fishman again. He's
Bye-bye,
dead.
Fishy. Getting gone on right now. His life will be forfeit here. The question is, they should be able to find revenge. Huskar will be the first one down, but I think the Bristle is gone too. Cold Feet will trigger. So that allows Munkushi to find the double kill.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Big killing spree ended. 1,000 gold picked up by 1win for that. What?
That's a solid amount of gold and some nice permanent HP for the Life Seeder as well. You know, they all go for the boring HP facet.
Mid lane. Huskar getting gone on as he just showed his face, but turns out he might have wished he stayed away. He ends up dying. Raze is forced to deny the tier 1 tower. And as they back up, 1win, they'll be like, well, guys, the last like 90 seconds, y'all were doing okay, but let's still remember who are the, you know, the big boys in this matchup.
Yeah. I mean, I just said they're the strongest they're ever gonna be, and then they immediately die afterwards. We did strong taking some solid damage from Razor. He just goes right back to base. And I feel like he can stay there potentially and just shoot ultis and still be impactful. Fishman.
So as Fishman dies, right? Remember TI Singapore 2022, where we had the silencer meta and the silencers were just sitting in fountain, pressing all when
Yep.
necessary? You technically can do that with both heroes. I want Sweden Strong and Fishman just not leaving the fountain.
It's just the 3 cores on the map. Maybe it's a good strategy because then you give your passive gold to your teammates as well by abandoning. Although I don't think abandoning works in lobbies in captain's mode. I don't think it's a thing.
I don't think so either.
At least not
Bottom.
due to inactivity.
Okay, we almost had a bit of murder taking place between both Lucas as well as Shira Jr. But now Lucas has committed the Shadow Dance, so he needs to be careful. We will have access to the Shackle Shot again in 3 seconds. They also have almost the right angle for Sweden Strong to lay in the Ice Blast. If they can find both together, it's Lock, but he's playing very carefully, so he should be fine.
Raze gets the haste run, so could try to go for some kind of play. I think bottom is probably the most appealing target. As a Life Stealer is still kind of hard to take down when you have this team with a 0 lockdown.
Well, sadly, the smoke will first come from 1win. Cloud and Sweden Strong moving bottom. And there was an observer that actually scouted Shiro Jr. disappearing, so they should know. And the dire scan does connect as well. Lucas, brother, you need to get out of here, fam. Lucas! Lucas! He will not be able to heal because he's under the auspices of this Ice Blast. Still doesn't actually get
he's
ticked
fine.
over. Falls very low, but he's fine. Shiro Jr. actually gets brought down by Fezzo, and now Sweden Strong has some reinforcements coming in right around him. He gets killed off. Cloud doesn't have a blink available because it got disabled at the last second by this Ember Spirit. He's still very tanky though. Turns around, putting pressure out onto this Huskar. Husk, they're trying to tick him out, and he will end up falling. Fishman collects a point of intelligence.
Radiant's courier has been
They also kill off the courier as well, but nonetheless,
Dire's middle
Fezzo
tower is
escapes.
under attack.
They do not get the kill onto the slog, and in the aggregate, given how this game is going, Quantum will take that
Is
trade.
under attack.
Not the worst. If they lose this tier 1, that would be a bit unfortunate. Munkushi went for the armlet build, so he's actually quite strong already. He's still planning to go for a Radiance
Radiant's
afterwards,
bottom
but
tower has
he can
fallen.
definitely hold his own right now.
smoke up. They're going to port to the top side of the map. They want to kill this Bristle, but unfortunately, he started retreating with the Moonlight Shadow before the TP completed. I think a last remnant of a creep wave might have seen the TP coming in. So safety is going to be afforded for Quantum. And they can maintain their 1k net worth advantage. I believe it's the first time they've had a lead this series, and now they might be able to extend it. Long range arrow connects onto Cloud, but sadly, they don't know there's a life stealer there. Ice Blast hit 3 heroes. They need to run the hell away. Cloud is still alive on the high ground, but they dare not chase him. Ember Spirit was hoping to find an angle towards him, but not going to be able to reach him. For now, though, Huskar just trying to run himself away. He's underneath right now this little bit of the Arcane Curse. He doesn't tick out just yet. He eventually goes down on Fishman as Fezor gets chunked to pieces by Mankushi. Meantime, Sweet and Strong gets brought down by Rise, who was able to chase him all the way on the other side of the map as soon as the Ice Blast expired. So 1 support for 2. Quantum, yet again, making a favorable trade for the Radiant line.
I feel like that fight would probably have been a little bit different if Fishman was level 6 and had his global. But still, I feel like these trades are actually not bad for 1 win. Because Quantum's lineup doesn't really skill that well. So if they can trade evenly, they're gonna be pretty happy, I think. Maybe I'm underestimating the scaling potential of Ember Stark, but I just don't see it happening against this 1-win lineup.
A lot more work needs to be done by the Slok for him to get to that point. For now,
Oh,
he's
and he
still
went
chilling
for
with
Midas.
the Midas, you know? So it's going to be quite a while before we see him having any degree of real impact. And it's not like he's playing with some Beastmaster, some Magnus, who can help him out in some regards, stats-wise. He just has to do it all by himself.
I really don't like this Midas. It means that they want to play for a later timing. I think that's a terrible idea. The later this game goes, the less of a chance they have. They need momentum and they need to win fast. Otherwise the gimmicks are gonna fall apart.
Also, legit, they do not have an answer for Lifestealer once he gets Aghanim Scepter. At all. There's nothing they can do.
Mm-hmm. How does it work with Slark Shard? It still goes through, right?
Still goes through. As far with pretty much everything.
Radiant's top tower
goes through.
is under attack.
Even
With everything that I've
not
tested, I haven't tested
Astral,
with
right?
everything, but it goes through most things.
Or phase shift.
The rune of invisibility.
Either way, gonna be a big timing. 2k gold lead now for Quantum, and the game is already more interesting than the last one, so I'm very pleased.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, Quantum right now have 50% more kills in game 2 than they had in game 1, so already good stuff.
Shadows take us.
Moonlight Shadow triggered out right now. They want to try and find a fight.
Dire
Lucas
are scanning.
will come across Shiro Jr. perhaps, but he will walk underneath an observer wall with the sentry, so they know what's happening. They see him, and now they're aware that they've been scouted.
See a big fight here. This time there is a global. Cloud gets the vision, gets the jump.
No, they got the steering chains, but they still missed the arrow. There's the global, but not much follow-up just yet. Cloud, they jump onto the Ember Spirit. They want him down. They miss him with the Ice Blast. It barely clips him. They got him. He should die. He is gone. Tazaiwa needs to get himself out of here as well, as he's also caught in. Power Shot brought him very low. Not enough to kill, as he pops a very big one, trying to keep himself alive. The arrow held back Cloud for a little bit, but he does eventually find the angle for the Dragon Tail stun onto Takizawa. Lucas, he comes into the fray with the Shadow Dance. He's able to bring down this Wind Ranger, and now with the Heaven's Halberd out into the DK, he can't attack right now, Wingblade. He's just gone. Sweet and Strong trying to twin gate through. He's able to do it, but 1 win. They get punished in this fight. It looked like it might be a good initiation, but they just can't find their targets.
Pretty heavy overcommitment there. They had an okay fight when killing the Ember, but then they kept chasing. And I feel like you're gonna be familiar with the concept, but taking long fights against Bristle, Slark, and Huskar is not the best.
Other side, they also end up losing Sweet and Strong.
No remnants.
I
Still fine.
should be fine. Nice.
6k gold lead now for Quantum.
Dire's top tower is is under attack.
Okay.
That's a good amount of case. Phasor very low.
Dire's structures are fortified.
But he's fine.
Well.
He's chill.
We're at that point now where I guarantee Cloud, let's click on him. Yep. Cute BKB after that fight. Always like this.
Yep. They always need that little wake-up call.
That BKB will certainly help. And we're still trying to finish the Radiance for Monkushi. And that big fight has allowed Lucas to finish off the Sanj. Only needs the recipe right now. Or the Band of Elfinskin rather, to be able to finish off the full SNY. Basically has it. So this Midas wasn't paying off before, but that fight gave him a massive juice in the net worth department, gave him time to farm up. This lock can really still become a problem for the game.
I think so too. I would like to see a Diffusal Blade. I think it's good against one wins heroes. He might just go for something like a quick Aghanims or BKB. We'll see.
Observer Sentry combination scouts out yet another Moonlight Shadow. So 1-win. Can start thinking about how to set up a defense for this mid-tier 1. They do have the Global Silence available on Fishman. Something that Quantum has to be concerned about. They still don't have any dispels for the Global.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Falling. Not very fast, but it is falling.
The way you said it made me think of Alicia Keys. That would be cool. That would be an amazing voice line. Like, tier 1 is falling.
Radiant are scanning.
I would buy that one.
I love the
Dire's
song, but
middle
I'm not
tower
gonna
has fallen.
on live broadcast
Radiant's
try
top
to
tower
imitate
is
it.
under attack.
Come on, man. It'll be a duet. We got this.
I'll save it for after we practice a little bit. We can do it for our final match of the CCT.
Oh, you see, now you're talking my language. Top lane, they're going to speak more of my language, and that is the language of violence, because they're smoked up. They're going to find Chira Jr. and Sweet and Strong. The combo that tortured them in game 1 now are in dire straits. Both of them caught with the searing chains. There's the Starfall coming out from the Mirana. These two heroes are gone in the blink of an eye. Rai's going to be super happy with this one. Man, game 2. Looking like it's just a complete flip of the script from game 1. Much more interesting, like you were hoping for. Maybe not the fashion that you expected, but certainly a result that's entertaining.
You think 1-win will ever mentally recover if they lose to this lineup?
Tower is under attack.
With a Huskar Slog, it's tough. Support,
Then
like
again-
losing to support Huskar, that's pretty tough. That is pretty tough. But it's either they get crushed forever, or they get like remember the first iteration of Team Secret where they were playing up against EG in some final when Artesio was on the team, and they got so pissed by EG celebrating a win that they just dumpstered them game 3? It could be that as well.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe then that in game 3 they won't pick fucking Ancient Apparition plus Silencer as their support duo. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm talking a lot of shit about Quantum sign-up, but that ain't pretty either.
They're gonna try and go into this bristleback right now. Ice Blast will land flush. And that Ice Blast will ensure that they find the kill onto the bristle. Fezo able to leap away. Lucas coming in on the backside of the fight. They wanna maybe isolate this DK. With the Shadow Dance going, they're turning attention now to Monkushi. They can't find a proper bead onto their targets. Ryan's trying to get away, but he gets caught with the Dragon Tail stun. There'll be a last word silence as well, and you will end up dead. Chira Jr. gets the vision on the other side of him. Fezo at the very least able to leap through the Roshan pit, keeping himself alive in that one, but the rest of the fight does fall apart before his very eyes. So 2-0 in favor of 1-win. And what do we attribute that to? Is that a good catch, or is that a Wingblade Costa's curse?
I think that was a good catch. They did well there. And they show that even with the farm that Bristle has right now, he's still very killable. Ooh, Monkushi. I think he wins this
I don't know
fight,
about this
Mr.
one
Huskar.
from the Huskar. You know, sometimes you forget that you're playing support in the game. You're not playing core. What can you do?
Yeah, but I feel like even a core doesn't generally win a man fight against a lifestealer. Even if you get the full duration silence, because Huskar's damage is like, it's very gradual, and if it ever gets too bad, Lifestealer just jumps into a creep. It's a weird
And
decision.
they forced off away the Bristleback, making sure that Sweet and Strong doesn't have a clean angle for the Ice Blast.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Glimmer Cape next for Bristle.
Yeah, for sure.
No surprises there. What about other magic resistance items? Glimmer Cape is like the cool thing, but you remember Eternal Shroud? That's an item in Dota.
What? When was the last time you bought a Eternal Shroud, bro?
I don't remember. I literally do not remember. I bought it on Huskar before when facing a full magic damage lineup, but even then it wasn't good.
I feel like it's too expensive. It's like 4k gold for that item. It's
Yeah,
so bad.
4k gold to be like slightly tankier with no utility, and not even like that much tankier. It's
It's like,
yeah.
it's the same price as a pipe, and the pipe is at least like a team buff.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Imagine if your pipe was slightly worse.
And only for one person. Yeah, how about that?
That's good. I'll take 2.
Uh-oh.
Like Mage
They
Slayer
might
is
take
so
Kira
much better
Jr.'s
as well.
life. Is he dead? What do you think?
Yes.
see.
I think
Yeah,
it's
he's dead.
totally dead. Arrow. Bonk.
Feels bad. Feels bad.
Oscar level
They're making the
13.
jump onto said Bristleback though, and they will be able to kill him. Okay. Just as he picked up that Glimmer Cape as well, so that's also an emotional victory. We kill one of your cores, you kill one of ours. But at this stage of the game, Wingblade, our win rate ain't worth shit.
A tool to teach.
Yep. You say it's a core, but is it really?
Radiant are scanning.
And 1 win. They are still slowly creeping up in farm. I still think they have the edge late game, but I'm like repeating it as a mantra at this point because I'm trying to believe myself. At this rate,
They lose their DK because he is right now
He's
getting
BKB.
chain disabled. He does have a BKB to pop. He's trying to leave, but I'm not sure if he's gonna get out. Oh my god! I was like sub 300 HP on this DK. If there was one other hero nearby, he would be dead right now.
Dire's bottom
that was a big BKB usage. Bit unfortunate, but at least he survives.
bottom tower has fallen.
Ooh, and Quantum is gonna go Roche. I like this. Incendiary is a very bad facet for taking Roche, but when you don't have to tank it yourself, it's actually fine.
You also have Bristleback right there with you. Got the Ember Spirit too, so this Roche is not going to take too much time. There it is, gone. Give Lucas the
Nice blast.
Aegis. Whatever. Not one of the most funny things though. All slog players relate to this. You take Aegis, so you take like an objective, you're TPing out, you trigger the Dark Pact, and then you get hit by Ice Blast just as before the full tick happens for the purge, but just as your HP goes down, then you just die. And you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of Aegises are lost so fast because you're like, I have an Aegis, I can do some stupid shit. And then you die and you're like, okay, I should remember that for next time.
It's actually funny to me how much of Dota is just like, how much of a game that's going well, it's mostly about not even managing the game, but managing your own confidence levels.
Yep, and your teammates is as well. Like, bro, go back, please.
Nah,
Leave
bro,
this
we
miss.
can dive them though. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, wait. What the worst that could happen is a bad fight breaking out. Lucas was forced to back off with the Shadow Dance, but now he's committed Shadow Dance. So we'll see if one win want to go for more. We will see a usage of the Moonlight Shadow. Lucas goes in, gets the lash out onto Fishman. They want to stop the Global from coming out. Arrow gets connected onto by the DK. The Global will still come out though. And now Ice Blast landed in onto Lucas, but he's invised up. They can't catch him. The same is not true for Raze though. He's on the edges of the fight, trying to TP himself out. By some miracle, he's still alive. Dodges the Focus Fire Blast from the Shackle Shot, so he lives. They end up losing the Ancient Apparition. They brought back on the Silencer, but it's not going to accomplish too much. Chiro Jr. trying to TP out, but the arrow interrupted. He gets pounced upon. Gets finished off by the Slider Fist of Raze. One win, ended up losing 3. They brought back on 1, and now they're losing the Tommy too. All in exchange for absolutely fuck all.
Yeah, this is not looking good for one win. It really isn't. They keep losing fights as well, even when they do get like decent ice blasts. They just cannot kill this Ember. They keep trying and it keeps not working. And like, let alone Slark. Like, we haven't even seen them really attempt it recently. Because at this point, his Midas has paid off. And despite him not regening, he still has, let's see, 3 plus 7.25 seconds of pretty much invulnerability because of his ulti and shard.
Yeah, another problem that they've been having is, honestly, I think the long-range damage option is supposed to be, Ice Blast hits, DK hits you a bit, and then you find this big power shot from the Wind Ranger. When is the last time you actually saw an execution from Wind Ranger with this power shot? It feels like she's not actually being able to sit out and dish out enough damage. She is throwing out the ultimate, throwing out some focus fires. The power shot will miss here and there. There's not enough damage from the focus fire, and she herself is not tanky enough to sit in the middle of the fight. And unfortunately, we still don't have... Yes, we have a BKB on DK, but how many times have we seen him use it and very early on be like, guys, I have to leave. I do not have the duration to sustain this long term.
Bro, he keeps getting arrowed. Well, that definitely doesn't help. But to answer the question about Wind Ranger, I don't remember the last time I saw Wind Ranger do anything. Like, she doesn't deal a lot of damage focus fire, so she can't really threaten any heroes. We haven't seen any sick shackles. She keeps dying despite wind run, so I'm not sure what she's doing.
She is currently right now not only at the bottom of the net worth of all the cores, but she has less net worth than the enemy position for Huskar, just for context.
Yeah, that's a bad situation to find yourself in.
Yep. Oh boy. She's still far away from having any full items to help her in these fights. Gonna be a while. Meantime, Takizawa is leading into having a Lotus Orb for himself. This Bristleback becoming increasingly difficult to just bring down and kill. And even though they've been landing these Ice Blasts, it's something that you mentioned earlier about the support duo. Ice Blast will land, but usually you'll have like Ice Blast plus some Hoodwink, some Earthshaker, another support who can dish in some of the remaining damage to make sure that the hero ticks over. But you have Silencer. That doesn't really give you any damage in this game. I would be astonished. Like, if we end this game and Fishman has dealt 10,000 damage, I will be incredibly surprised.
Yeah, like, this Silencer really doesn't do much in the game. Like, Huskar doesn't care. Ember cared in the past, but it's gonna get a BKB now, and despite it being the, like, reverberating silence talent, it's only gonna be 2 seconds of silence at max level if you pop BKB, so he's still gonna be fine, because no hero right now on the side of one win is gonna be able to kill him in 2 seconds.
Much obliged.
Yeah. Well, one win still has some hope. We have the Aghanim Scepter at some point coming from Monkushi. I think that's going to be one of the big changes for them. Allow them to actually get some damage onto the Bristleback. You infest them after the Ice Blast. That should take him over for the most part.
I'd hope so.
Tough.
Zawa gets spotted.
He's so fine, dude. Without Axe, remember when we were talking about this matchup? Without Axe, that's, you just watch him and you're like, okay, bro, try do what you want to do. I don't know what you want.
I do recall saying that Fishman probably wasn't gonna have much fun against Slark. That is proving to be the case. And Lucas, he's up to a respectable 5 permanent agility. It's
Bowling,
still
man.
not a lot,
Dire's
but
bottom
you know.
tower is under attack.
Don't spend it all at once, bro.
It's
Save
free.
that.
Wisdom. Gonna go to Phasor, who's having a distinctly more positive experience in this game number 2.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant
I'm actually
are
surprised at
scanning.
the relative lack of tips that we've seen in this game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, after the first game and with this draft, I would have expected some
Dire's
But
middle
maybe
tower
it's gonna
is
be
under
at the
attack.
end, you know? A lot of
Are
like
scanning.
shit talkers, they're quite timid about it until they know they've won.
Oh, top lane. Lucas revealing the Aghanim Scepter out onto DK, forcing Cloud to use yet another BKB. We are now down to 6 seconds, Wingblade, and he's only used this once positively in a fight.
Yeah, the BKB TP ratio has been a bit unflattering for Cloud.
Chira. Oh my god. Whew. Lucas almost caught him as you're trying to TP out on the Wind Ranger. But the scary thing about this is that now you have 2 cores who have TP'd home on the map. And Quantum have been pushing in top with Fezor and the Bristleback. Have been shoving in mid with this Ember Spirit. And bottom is under the purview of Lucas. Even though they haven't consolidated the full map just yet, it does feel like one winner really going to struggle reasserting map control in the next few minutes.
And I think Munkushi and Cloud should still be okay, but I'm very worried about Kira. Because he isn't gonna be getting any space to come back into this game. Don't to Ember.
Ember
BKB
Spirit
faults.
just pops BKB. He's chilling. They rush forward. Just jump in and out. They're fine.
Now Raze has also used his BKB. That's nice for one man. To try to take a fight, but that it is down. Still have global ice as just no Dragonfall.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So 13k gold lead right now in favor of Quantum. Shockingly though, Gaben only affords them a 58% chance to win this game.
I don't blame Gaben. Like, it's still a lineup that's not gonna do super well in the late game.
They might not need to get to the late game. Look who they found. Their observer was saw both Cloud and Fishman, and they know for a fact that Fishman will have no way out of this one. So they just catch him. Easy kill. Another stack for Lucas now. Very respectable and healthy 6.
Good number.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Shadow Dance attack speed picked up.
Munkushi. They don't have any BKB piercing TP cancel here, so he should be able to get out. Gonna put some pressure onto Rise, and we can sort of see what can happen the stronger this lifestealer gets throughout the game. He almost has the Ag. I think he actually has the Axe. Just needs to get out. We'll just finish off the tower.
Radiant's top tower has
So
fallen.
now we'll have an Aghanim Scepter on him, and he can start building into a Bloodthorn. And here is one of the issues that I have with the Quantum draft. We need to start getting high ground sooner rather than later. This advantage they're enjoying right now, this will not last forever now that the lifestealer has Axe.
I still think it's a good matchup for Slark against Lifestealer. They don't have infinite time. Can he escape here? Ooh. That was close.
This wait for a
Kira.
straight re-engage.
Good try.
Okay, indeed they are. Straight re-engage, fam. We'll see how this one pans out for them. They do have the entire complement with them. All their ultimates available.
Oh, the scan
And they
though.
were
That's
not scanned.
Wait, it's a dire scan, not a
The
radio
dire
scan.
scan, yeah. They see Raze right now, but oh my goodness. Cloud is the one that gets caught with the Searing Chains. He was also the one carrying this Lifestealer. Any other hero that gets chained, they can still jump and kill the Ember, but now it's over. Gotta retreat.
Lotus Orb on the Huskar as well. That's very nice. A lot of good spells to reflect and a lot of annoying debuffs to dispel. Oh, it's gonna be a Quantum Smoke. That sounds like a cool item, a Quantum.
That actually sounds amazing, actually. Yeah, I like Quantum Smoke. That's cool.
Moonlight Shadow as well. What can they find here? I am shocked to say it's Fishman.
What's been up with across both games? Both Dire position 5s have just been caught reliably out of position. What's been happening?
I don't know. No good times for them. To be fair, they're playing position 5s that are particularly easy to pick off. Like ETs and silencers, when they get caught, there's like no escape. Kira could be in trouble.
should be fine here. They forced off from forward, they turn around, Ice Blast goes out with the focus fire, but they didn't manage to find the additional stuns. Arrow gets tanked through by Mankushi, but his rage ends just on the last 3 seconds of the stun, so he's still held in position. Sakizawa trying to chase down Chiro Jr., not going to be able to do so. As Mankushi did go for the offensive infest there, pops himself out. But this fight should end right now. Everything's good. Cloud, though, says no. You at least want 1 kill out of this. I wouldn't sure what happens. And that's not an insignificant kill. That's a lot of gold for a Mirana at this stage of the game.
Yeah, crazy. I guess there was a spree and a decent gold advantage, but 600 for a +5? That's a good deal. I'd take that deal.
Sadly, when they tried to negotiate with Roshan, Roshan said, no deal, brother. I'm still staying home. I'm not coming back right now.
He's still patrolling the parks.
Oh, I like that. He's patrolling parks, you know, writing reports, making sure the bureaucracy is being done well before he comes back home.
Takizawa is working towards a nullifier. Wants to see none
Nullifier
of the Glimmer
Bristle.
Cape shenanigans. Oh, Moonlight coming out. Kushi appears to be the target. He's not the easiest to take now.
Chira's
It's
much
Kira.
easier, but he does have Hurricane Pike. Pushes himself towards the high ground. And now with the wind run, should be a-okay here.
Thorn will be out soon, and this Munkushi Lifestealer is quite scary. And in order to infinitely skill, Slark needs to kill heroes. Lifestealer can just keep farming. Then again,
Roshan's
there
gonna
is
be the
percentage
protocol.
damage as well on a Quantum side. So even if he has infinite HP, he will still die
Are scanning.
to Huskar. I love those hypotheticals. They make no sense. They add nothing to the actual analysis of the cast, but I can't help doing them.
Well, we're going to talk about those hypotheticals because we're going to have a certain fight about to break out. Mankushi, he's the one far forward, but Lucas trying to do the wrap here. Oh no, guess who it is that they find? Sweet and Strong. He tries to use the Glimmer Cape, does drop the Ice Blast, but his life is forfeit nonetheless. Will they try to avenge him here from 1 win? I don't think it's a good idea. Gotta let this one go. If you don't have Ice Blast, you simply cannot fight right now as 1 win.
Yeah. Just no chance. Still posturing aggressively, which is very risky. Only Munkushi is kinda safe. It's an Orchid now as well, which is nice against Slark, although he does have himself a Disperser now, so he can get rid of it quite easily.
Still be nice against the supports. Will be pretty decent into this Bristleback as well. He does have SNY though, so that can be problematic, but the main thing I believe is going to be about the Soul Burn. The Soul Burn damage on top of Ice Blast should provide enough. So, still
If they
play
can
safe
ever
though.
get the jump onto the Slark
Radiant
without
are
him
scanning.
pressing Dark Act, they're gonna blow him up completely. But it's such a tough task against a hero that has so many tools to make sure that he can pick his own fights.
What the hell? Dota Plus still believes it's only 53-47. Are you kidding me?
I still don't think that's too inaccurate. Like, look at this Quantum lineup. They have so few disables. Like, if Munkushi becomes a beast, he can just sit in front, and it's so hard for Quantum to dislodge him. He can even buy, like, a BKB at some point. Like, how are you gonna deal with this Lifestealer? I guess Slark, but Slark isn't a hero that can kill heroes quickly. Still, it's gonna be a Roche for Quantum, so they buy themselves some more time.
They will trade though. You know, it used to be back in the day that the trade was when the Roshan pits were in these areas, especially when it was on the other side. It used to be the trade is Roshan for a tier 2, other side of the map. Seems like the new meta is going to be Roshan for Tormentor.
Yep. Times change. Lucas on the hunt. Oh, Sweden, run. Yeah, he's negative.
Running
More
is not going to be a
permanent
possibility
agility.
here, my friend. sweet and strong. Let them a cape and his life is gone. He was done.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
18 essence shift as well, that's nice. There are a few things sweeter in Dota than killing a support as a Slark.
And it's even better to kill a core though, because they want to try and bring down Cloud. He's made his rotation towards where this DK is at. DK trying to TP out, does manage it. He's actually quite lucky because Slark had literally just swapped in his Basher. It was still on cooldown, so there was no possibility of ending the TP, but the next time he certainly will not be so lucky.
What's the ratio of BKB TP out now? Has to be 50% at least, right?
For the DK, I think
Yeah.
it's higher than 50 at this point.
Oh, poor guy.
Yeah.
He's making DK look
Dire's
balanced.
middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that's not a good thing. That's not a compliment in this meta.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh. I remember the one
Because-
fight he had bottom and the one fight he had towards like River, where he used BKBs positively, but every other occasion has wound up with him having to go home,
So get
including the
nice
first one,
deep
which hurts
vision.
the most.
Yeah, like first BKB TP outs, always like, oh, could have been so much. 15k gold lead. But at this point, it's not super significant, I think.
Radiant
You just
are
need to
scanning.
find the right fight. Bloodthorn
Still
is up.
just-
I feel like OneWin wants to go, despite there being an Aegis. Yeah, DK TP's in. Infests.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See what they can find here. It's gonna be a big fight. If they lose, it's objective damage because Lifestealer and DK don't have buyback.
Yeah. Chira Jr. desperately trying to finish his BKB down on the bottom side of the map. Still 270 gold away. And bro, he missed 2 Siege Wagons in a row. Oh, that's tough. And now he might just
He might
end
die.
up dead. They're coming towards him. Bro, buy the recipe! Buy the recipe! Oh,
He doesn't have the gold. 100 gold.
Oh, no! No, not like this. Swing Blade right now. He is 22
Oh.
gold short. Hey, he got it! Ah,
He
work.
focus fired
It's
the
fine.
creep. What a
Focus
beast.
fire the creep, got the gold he needed. It's all good, gang. You know what I say to my team right now? Hashtag space, man. Hashtag space.
Yep. If only he didn't give 11 Essence Shift and another permanent agility to Stark. That would have been nice. Can't have everything in life.
Well,
Oh,
unless you're Slot, he has everything in life right now.
do you remember what I said about Mirana last game? Where if you have like a few items, you can buy whatever and not get flamed? Faceor just skipped the Greaves plus Glimmer Cape and instantly went for damage items.
Nice. That happened. I guarantee you he clicked on, he was like, okay, Huskar bought Glimmer, that's fine. Then he clicked on Bristle. He's like, wait a second, Glimmer available already? Psh, who needs 3, bro? We need damage right now. Let's go.
Gotta get the big clicks. And he's at a stage where if he gets his crit, he can solo kill the supports. So can we really blame him? The answer is yes, we still can.
We still hold a grudge. This is still bullshit. By the way, what do you think of the new Ravensbrooch?
I think it's uninteresting. I was gonna say interesting, but I think it's uninteresting because I feel like the entire item is just like a math equation where if it's good enough, every hero will buy it, and if it's bad enough, no hero will buy it, like in any game. It's not an item where you think about, ooh, this item is good in this game. It's just, is this item good? Yes, I buy it. No, I don't buy it.
Bottom, they are trying to take away the life of this Bristleback. Ice Blast will connect with the infest from Munkushi, but they didn't have enough follow-up. Now the arrow flies back. It does get threaded in through these one-win heroes. Lucas, though, wants to try and catch onto Cloud. He's got on top of him. There's going to be the global silence in the middle of this fray. Unfortunately, there's no damage coming out of one-win. They've already lost their silencer. Cloud needs to run, getting dove upon by a Huskar, surrounded by an Ember Spirit and burnt to a crisp. At the same time, Munkushi was unable to hang 1v1 against the Slog, dies in the man fight, ends up watching his entire team crumble behind him as well. And as 4 heroes will fall, Quantum now find themselves in the same position as one win. Demonstrably far, far ahead, but the opponent's just unwilling to tap out from an absolutely lost game.
I think it's GG. They can just end. There is a buyback on Dragonite, but he cannot stop this. And Lucas has 33 Essence Shift stacks. If he realizes this, he can just end the game. Doesn't look like he really knows. Yeah, now they realize no buybacks coming out.
Getting caught, doesn't have BKB. It was expended in the previous fight, so it's going to be in a tough place right now. Still alive for the moment, but Raze puts a short end to that one. The Ice Blast did land out from Sweet and Strong, but nobody held in position. Nobody's been caught out. There's just no stuns, so they just casually walk away after taking so much damage.
Dire's top tower.
Well, I think Dota Plus is gonna agree that the odds are a bit better than 53% right now.
Slightly better, slightly better.
31k gold lead now and 1 win. There's just too many threats for them to deal with. And it doesn't help that 2 of their supports are pretty much worthless. Their offlaner doesn't do anything, and their carry has a bad matchup.
Has been killed.
So what you're saying is we're playing 2v5.
Pretty much, yeah. And despite the way the game is going, I still think 1 win has a better draft. I just think they could have played this better, and they didn't take Quantum's heroes seriously enough.
In retrospect, the thing I would definitely change about their draft would be the silencer. Like, the Ancient Apparition has provided some degree of value, but I literally have felt nothing from the silencer all game.
Yeah, who are you gonna silence?
Under attack.
I guess the Ember at some points, but
Dire's bottom tower.
do you really want to use one of your heroes for that? There's other ways to shut down an Ember. Either way, 1 win hasn't thrown in the towel just yet.
Dire's bottom tower.
Ken comes out. I would expect to see another fight soon. Roche could spawn, but it's another long one. He's really chilling in the parks.
Listen, it's probably some really good weather out there, you know. There's some rainbows in the skies. My man is chilling. Mid lane, Munkushi is
Ooh,
definitely
Hex.
not chilling because he's about to get jumped on. Hex available. They go into the life break with the follow-up damage. He busts him down before he can do anything. The global silence will be there and damage from Cloud, but all they've claimed is a support Huskar. And now the rest of One Way needs to run. There's going to be the Abyssal Blade jump onto Kira Jr. He's not dead just yet, but will be soon as he flees into the base. Ray is able to catch out onto the DK. They bring him down first. They will allow Chira Jr. to live. The same is not true for Sweet and Strong. As he goes down, the Ancient is destroyed. GG has been called. And for the final game of this day, we are going to the finale. Game 3 of Quantum versus One Win will happen. What a game this was for the underdog squad.
Yeah, well, it's all we hoped for, right? We got some interesting Dota for sure. They brought out some interesting strategies. I don't think One Win was fully ready. I don't think Quantum was even fully ready, but they made it work.
They made it work indeed. I think a lot of things really worked out in their favor. This Huskar pick was actually genius. It really owned that lane, right? Created so much space for them, got them the early couple of double kills, not just opening the space on their side, right? Making the Bristleback more farmed, but slowing down the pace of Munkushi's game. This Lifestealer definitely didn't find the farm that he thought he deserved, they thought he was going to find. He wasn't able to reach that point. Even though they found that earlier kill on with Chira Jr. down bottom, you know, Wind Ranger looks like she's having a solid start. As time went on, that just became very apparent that their team fight for One Win is practically non-existent, right? You have Ice Blast, you have Global Silence, but where is the lockdown? If you miss a Shackle Shot, right? Or if you miss the initial stun onto the correct target with the Dragon Knight, that's it. The fight is just over, right? You have no lockdown, you have no persistence in that fight. And it's something that you mentioned as well in this game. You're playing up against Bristleback. You're playing against Huskar. You're playing against Slog. Heroes that love taking these long, drawn-out, elongated fights. So if you can't burst them in the initial salvo of the jump, then the Ice Blast expires, Global Silence expires, you literally have nothing left with One Win.
Honestly, I think they could have been totally fine because they had such good lanes. Aside from the top lane, they had quite a bit of momentum at the start. Like this Ancient Apparition Wind Ranger lane did so well, but then for some reason, something just haywired, and the Wind Ranger lost all relevance because she had everything she needed to thrive. And I feel like if we have a game where a Wind Ranger actually has some momentum, can play aggressively, you have DK that is actually a kill threat to certain heroes, this game is completely different. But because it's only Lifestealer that deals damage, because Kira doesn't have anything, they just have no pressure. And then even a lineup without any disables can win, because then you just buy a Hex on your Bristle, you buy an Aghanims on your support Huskar. That is not things that could happen if your Wind Ranger or if the enemy Wind Ranger has any kill threat on the map. But something went wrong. I can't exactly point to where, but this was such a winnable game for one win. It's kind of painful.
Let's talk MVPs. For me, I have two options. Either Fezzo on his Mirana because he did do some Lord's Work arrows, but I really think Raze played an amazing game on this Ember Spirit. The lane was, obviously it was a lost lane, but not that big of a difference. But throughout the game, Raze was just everywhere at the right time, very rarely got caught out, and allowed himself to be the first entry point in the fight, almost thinking to himself, I can outplay them, they're not going to kill me. And he was right pretty much the entirety of the game. So what do you think? Him MVP?
I think there's a good point to be made, but I also really want to credit Lucas. Like on his Slark, he didn't die a single time and managed to recover from a lane that was absolutely terrible. So a lot of credit there as well, because that is no easy lane and this was no easy game. My kitty cat is joining the cast because he definitely agrees.
The kitty cat is like, we give the votes of approval towards the fish man. The cat wants the fish. That's how we roll on this particular broadcast. Well, with that, the fish will be walking away with the victory. And now One Win and Quantum find themselves 1-1 apiece. We have no idea how the series is going to end out, but we do know it's going to be extremely entertaining. So make sure that you are here with Snare and Wingblade to round out the series, round out the evening, and round out yet another phenomenal day for CCT Series 7 action. We'll see you soon for Game 3. welcome back one and all to the final game of the day. Game 3 between the side of OneWin and Quantum. The winner of this will advance through the upper bracket of CCT Series 7. The loser still has another chance as they only drop down to the lower bracket and have to make a full run if they want to see the grand finals. Of course, for the last time this evening, my name is Snay. I'm joined by the beautiful, bodacious blonde Wingblade. Brother of mine, it's been a crazy day of Dota. Look into the future. Give us some predictions of how you envision this third and final game of the series panning out.
I think either Ancient's gonna explode, and it's gonna be like a big explosion, and then it's gonna say like Dire or Radiant victory. That's my prediction. Without being a smartass, I feel like OneWin is gonna stomp this game. Like, the only reason they lost, in my opinion, last game is because they didn't take Quantum seriously. Their draft was so bad that it was actually good, so OneWin didn't see it as a threat, made some unfortunate mistakes, and I feel like now they're pissed. They're like, guys, I cannot believe we lost last game, so let's play seriously this time. No more Silencer, Ancient Apparition support duos. No more dying in lane because you want to deny a creep. No more running at a Huskar and then dying to 5 right clicks. None of that. Just good Dota, and then they're gonna win.
I mean, this is a team that has won CCT series not that long in the past, so they certainly have the pedigree and the capability to do it. Let's see what they have on the roster. We do have the first pick going the way of Quantum on the Dire side, the second pick for OneWin on the Radiant. The usual complement of bans, except for the Magnus. Oh, Magnus is gone, except for Bristleback. Doxia made it the way through. Who's the other band that we normally have except for Marcy?
Well, we've seen some. I want to say we've seen Darkseer get banned every single time, right? What else is there? Ember is already banned. All the annoying tanky heroes are banned now. What is left? I feel like we see the same first bans every single. Maybe Muerta?
Muerta's normally second phase. We normally see Muerta second phase ban. Because first phase, it's always Tiny. It's always some combination of Tiny, Abaddon, Magnus, Ember, Lifestealer, DK. There's one missing. Who's the other one that we're thinking of right now besides the Marcy?
Bristle.
Bristle! There we go. There we go. Good job. That's why you're the analyst. Good job. Good job. Good job. I'm not surprised Bristle won the previous game, of course. Better hero than the Lifestealer, I told you.
But it never
we do
flipped.
See now.
You promised me it would flip. It didn't flip, even when Lifestealer was 6-slotted.
Yeah, but that's because Lifestealer was playing 1 versus 5 by that point, you know? Like, it's a bit tough. It's a bit tough for that to completely change over. But now, though, we do get... This is an old school classic. We used to get this together all the time. The Darkseer plus the Disruptor. Also, we used to get Disruptor into Nightstalker all of the time. And also, I am very surprised, Wingblade. Why would you pick Weaver into Disruptor?
I don't know, man. I guess it's good in lane. It's a good laning hero. And maybe later in the game, when your hero gets glimpsed, so it goes like this. Then you use Aghanim's time-lapse and then it goes right back. That's the plan. That's what they're cooking.
I see. I see this vision. I see this wisdom. All right.
Oh, man.
They will pair that Weaver with a Elder Titan. Well, your boy Vezor is going to be back on the ET. Look at it this way, right? This game, you do have the Sakuchi closing the target, right? Drop some Swarm Bars on top of them. Bring in the Spirits as well. So then we have the minus physical armor. So on the front of the fight, we can just burst heroes with physical damage. And on the back of the fight, ET and Nightstalker can close it on the target and kill them with magic damage. It'll be fine, bro. It'll be fine.
Uh-huh. Well, either I'm gonna recommend Quantum to never pick ET again, or it's gonna be a Phasor redemption arc. So either way, we're gonna have some divisive results. And OneWin, they respond with a bounty monkey, so they really wanna put the pedal to the metal and just go hard this game. Everything about this draft just shouts, let's run at them.
Bro, Docs here with the bouncy off lane. Monkey mid, who's going to try and make these big moves around the map like Chiro Jr. was doing in game 1. Just Raptor, just dragging heroes back, not allowing any retreat. Yeah, I'm with you. This is a full Defy lineup coming in from 1 win right now. All that's missing is like some safe lane Alchemist. You know, one of these style of heroes that just wants to go forward, never wants to turn around and go home. If it's not Alchemist, now that there's a PA in the game, how would you feel about an Ursa who tries to angle for an early MKB here?
I feel like it's an alright option, but it's still a bit too slow for my liking. I would vote for Luna. Just like
Is that still a hero?
Not really, but this game, I think so. Because she doesn't really care about Night Stalker because she gets an early BKB. Eclipse is something that is very difficult for PA to deal with until she gets like 3 items. And you have the style of lineup that doesn't want the enemy carry to ever get 3 items. So you just need a super high tempo carry. Could be Gyrocopter as well. I think that works, but the Gyro lane together with Bounty is a little bit less strong, I would say. So that's why
surely
I'm
the Gyro
leaning
lanes
towards
with
Luna.
the Disruptor here, right? And then you put the Bounty with the
Oh,
Doxia on the other side?
Yeah, that is
Okay.
very true. So then it doesn't matter as much.
I like the Gyro idea. A hero that naturally will build a MKB, he'll have Ags. And I do think Gyro's one of these heroes that if you get far enough ahead of the PA, she can never jump into a fight if you're there.
Yeah.
So that can create a lot of space for your team. It can synergize very well with the rest of the massive team fight. Wukong's big Vac War, Cold on top with Static Storm. Yeah, I see it. I like the Gyrocopter. I like Gyro quite a lot.
We'll see what they end up going for. Because they have the Disruptor, I think the Ursa is a little bit better. Because then it's a like ranged melee lane and not Ursa plus Bounty. So I think that could work too. But I would love to see them just fully commit for this high tempo carry. And Ursa is high tempo once you reach like 25 minutes. And I feel like you want to be aggressive from minute 0.
Quantum will be the ones that pick out of the phase first. So we need to see a mid hero, presumably from them. Ember is still... Oh, he's banned. Ember's gone. Puck is gone. Queen of Pain is available. Pangolier is available. What are you feeling for this particular game?
I think Pango is decent. It's not great against Disruptor. But I think you can dodge the Glimpse with the Shard, so that is not too bad. I think it's a good option because you need some hero that can actually create some chaos, make some space for PA before she gets farm. What else is there? My cat is sitting in front of the ban screen, so I cannot see the quantum picks. But I think Leshrac would work quite alright as well, and it's gonna be Invoker. I spoke to Stormstormer about like making a tier list for mid heroes. He was like, bro, I don't play enough pubs these days, but put Exort Invoker on there, I swear to God. So we'll see this game.
Listen, Wingblade, you're asking Stormstormer about Invoker. Of course, what do you think he's gonna say? Is he gonna come back and be like, nah, bro, trash hero, I don't wanna play this shit no more? Of course he's gonna be like, hey man, this new Exort, this is actually the future, we can do this. Look, I happen to agree with him that Exort Invoker is actually kind of legit, but also you asked the wrong person. You know, you might as well have asked Yatoro, hey man, is Drow Ranger a good carry right now? You're not gonna get an honest answer out of that guy.
Yeah, fair enough. That being said, Invoker is one of the weakest laners in the game right now. He starts like with a pitiful amount of damage. And 1 win doesn't really capitalize on that too hard by picking a lane dominator. Instead, they put the Monkey King as a carry and go for a Pango mid. So it's gonna be Monkey King plus Disruptor, and that is pretty decent lane as well, to be honest. Especially against a Night Stalker who cannot really blink away, so yeah, I could see it working. Good Davai Dota hero as well.
One of us can, but as I said to you in the previous series, I just fundamentally do not believe in Monkey King as a carry hero right now. So I am just from this immediately. I'm putting a little bit more faith in Quantum. Monkey is just, I will give the Monkey this, right? This is the kind of game where the Monkey can be very effective because normally the main problem with the carry Monkey King relative to the mid lane Monkey King, mid Monkey King can sort of say, right, I'm going to be giving up some lane presence. I'm going to go farm heroes, get the gold that way, and then that's how I'm going to progress throughout the game. Usually the carry Monkey wants to be sitting and farming more. In this game, there are access to track kills, so the occasions where he does show up here and there, he doesn't have to fully commit to still get like a massive increase in gold just from his few engagements across the map. And if they do want to just have him be full-throated, hard aggression, never stop on the map, you do have the right heroes to make that happen. Disruptor, the Darkseer, you know, this bounty. So I don't like it, I'll be honest. I never like carry Monkey. However, if it's ever gonna work, Wingblade, it should be in this game.
Covering all of your bases, being like, it's bad, so when it goes bad, you can be like, yeah, it never works. But also being like, yeah, but if it ever works, it's gonna be this game. That's very political, very well done. Yeah,
You know,
so...
more than once throughout my life, people have told me, you should join politics, man. You can weasel out of situations, can't you? So we can do
No,
this.
you're too smart for politics, Snare. So, I'm just gonna ask you a straight question, and because you're not a politician, you're obliged to answer with a straight answer. So, Quantum or one win? Who's gonna win?
I think one win is the better team, so I think they'll win. But I will I think they'll win. Right?
No,
I guarantee.
buts.
I'm putting my stamp
There.
of approval. One win wins, but I think Quantum has a better draft.
Ah, damn you, Snare. You still added something to it. I just wanted one team. And for me, it's one win. So I'll just say that.
Okay.
I can't ask for a prediction and then not give mine. So I'll say one win as well. So we are into the game. Both teams smoked early, and there is a Night Stalker in the game, which means nothing is gonna happen because nothing ever happens.
Yeah. I mean, this is sort of like this Night Raid facet is sort of like the anti-action facet. It's the laning phase facet. You pick this if you know it. Just gonna lane gang, nothing else. That's fine.
Yeah. You wanna have some fun before the horn? Not allowed.
No, not today, boys. By the way, I just want to alert you to the fact that take a guess with me. How many games do you think Fishman has played on Disruptor before this?
168.
No, he does have 181 Bane games though, but this will be game 133. He has 132 games on Disruptor with a 63.64% win rate, and it might get higher because they're about to find a first blood as well. Night Stalker gone. And it's Fishman! Hey! The Disruptor spammer himself. GG, well played, bro. Just wrap it up. It's fine.
Well, we didn't get action before the horn, but we got action immediately after the horn. I'll take that. So Sunstrike for creeps. That's the kind of things that Exort Invoker has to do these days with his 52 damage right now.
I believe there's not a single human being who's ever played Dota who is sad about Invoker being a worse laner after the horror we had to endure for like 4 or 5 months. Holy shit, previous Invoker was too much.
Yeah, I like it. I like having a hero that skills well into the game while not being a right clicker, and that is actually weak in, like a spellcaster that skills well and is weak in lane is something you don't see in Dota that often, so it's cool.
Radiant's courier has
Let's see if he
Thankfully for him,
actually
though.
does poorly though, because I think he can still beat a Pango, because Pango always does medium well.
Yeah.
And Invoker around level 5 starts becoming really strong, so we'll see.
See how things are looking in the top side of the map. Lucas on his PA. Just trying to get some farm. Fezzo on a redemption arc. That's the important thing. We need my boy Wingblade to give the stamp of approval and say, you know what, gang? You are certified to play ET in future games, no flop.
It helps that his spirit buff is not gonna get dispelled this game, and he's playing against 2 melee heroes, so it's a bit better. I still can see him dying 13 times without a single kill, because 1 win still has a really lethal lineup for ETs, but in lane, he can do some stuff.
On bottom. The former lane partner of that Oracle in the previous game that was demolishing the ET. Now it's a Night Stalker with a Weaver behind it. Sadly, because it's a Weaver playing into the Disruptor lane, there's not nearly as much harass as you can put into them, so Munkushi will be getting pretty much free farm in this lane.
And they picked a lane that is usually very aggressive with Weaver plus Night Stalker, but I don't think they can be aggressive into Monkey King Disruptor, so they're already not really achieving their objectives here. That being said, nighttime still gonna last for another 2 minutes, so maybe they can make something happen.
I'm gonna try find a kill quickly onto this Weaver. They have the Boundless, and they got him. Munkushi able to bring him down. I'm telling you, brother, Disruptor. If I see Disruptor, I spam Weaver as well. I do not ever, 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 under any circumstances, want to play that hero into a Disruptor.
That doesn't feel great. It's a situational pick. And then also in a bad matchup. Now Ray's getting a little bit low here. Kira
Does
needs
have
to
help
be
coming
careful
in. They
too,
have
though.
the Cold Snap. They have a Blood Grenade drawn down. Chiro Jr. is dead. There's no way out of this one for him. He's used up all his spells. They make sure that they get the vision, and dutifully, the supports make sure they don't throw out any right clicks. Rai is able to clean that one up. He was going a little bit behind the Pango in the CS department, but that's going to normalize things quite drastically there.
And it looks like the rest of Quantum's lanes are also not really suffering too much. And in fact, Fishman is...
He's still alive!
Fishman! Fishman!
Oh, he's still alive! Dude,
What
actually,
was that
this is
right click range?
Worth. Yes, there was a 7,000 range right click that came from the Night Stalker, but still, ultimately worth. Munkushi is able to clean that up, get some experience, remove Night Stalker from the fray yet again.
That was crazy. He has like a scope on his hand or something. But yeah, 1 win. Still getting the... How do you say it? Better end of the stick? Is that a thing people say? It's been
That is indeed a thing.
a reasonably long day of casting, so all of these sayings are mixing together in my head. I hope some of the stuff I say is still cohesive. Once I start
isn't
ranting
English-
about Venomancer, Snare, I need you to stop me, okay?
No, I hate the hero too, so I'm not going to stop you. Fishman, yet again, demonstrating some value with this Raptor. They glimpse back on these heroes on the Night Stalker. Should still end up dead, but at the same time, Takizawa's not going to enjoy how much damage he takes. Sunstrike, that'll be what gets the kill. Rise. Now even putting himself in a better position. He's really struggling in the CS department, but his team is helping him out get something on the map when he can't survive on his own.
Dire are scanning.
I miss seeing Sunstrikes. They're so nice.
You're gonna miss them for a while because Rise is gonna be dead here, unfortunately. He goes down. The rotation from Fezor took a little bit too long to connect. And it is an Exort Invoker right now, so you're not playing with the absurd amount of movement speed and regen that he used to have.
So, Snare, how did you come to the conclusion that is Rise? Isn't it just Revises or something?
No, it reminds me, the reason I come to the conclusion that it's Rise is because there's an old video game made by Crysis called Rise, Son of Rome. And within the game itself, there are some places where they spell out that word, and it looks sort of like this with the V as a Y. So,
You think it's a reference to that? Because I was like, a V is basically an upside down A without the horizontal line. That's like raise.
you know, as we discussed earlier, I don't know much Cyrillic, so I don't know how people are messing with the alphabet to make this happen. In the meantime, though, raise, rise, whatever you want to call him, my man is dead. Rolled upon right now. They do at least claim Fishman in the opposite direction, and they want more. Chiro Jr., no! Weaver, what have you done? He decided to throw the blood grenade instead of just running for the Sakuchi damage and misses out on the kill entirely. Sometimes you need to be more greedy, Wingblade, not less.
Oh, that is rough. Bad trade now for Quantum, and 1 win looking quite good right now. This is exactly what they want to achieve with this lineup. Get this early lead in the laning stage and then roll from there. Get another kill as well. Munkushi, this safe lane Monkey King, is doing so well, Snare.
But the proof is in the pudding. We're not there yet for the Monkey, right? Monkey, safe lane. I need to see the mid game to become convinced. We'll see how this fight goes, though, as they're trying to invade for this Wisdom. Fezzo, gonna be able to get it? No. Sweet and Strong will then steal away the Shrine of Wisdom. Free gold for Munkushi. And so far, so good. Like I said, I still need to see a bit more to be convinced, but this is certainly the path you need to follow to have a very effective Monkey King carry game.
So what about the build he's gonna
Radiant's
go
bottom
for?
tower is under
Currently, he
attack.
just has Phase Boots, Orb of Corrosion, so he hasn't committed to anything, but he has 1,000 gold, so I'm expecting something soon. You said you don't like the Mage Slayer, so what do you like, Snare?
I would not be too mad at either Maelstrom or Echo in this game. Echo because you can eventually build into having the MKB as well to deal with this PA. If you go Maelstrom, you just hard farm in a different route. You know,
Hey,
get
Snare,
the
guess
earlier
what?
BKB.
Dire's middle tower
What?
is under attack.
Guess what's in the queue?
Alright. Well, I don't like it, but it could still be effective. We'll see. I kind of hope he dies here so he changes his mind as they glimpse back. Takizawa. And there's no way this Night Stalker gets out of here. Even with the level 1 Boundless Strike, it should be easy going for them.
Easy prey, Night Stalker. You're a fairy
I mean,
tale.
to be fair to Mage Slayer, there is quite an important mage that needs to be slayed this game. And so far, they're not really struggling with it, as we can see here with Kira Jr. just taking him out so easily. But maybe in the future, he'll
Dire's
become a
bottom
problem, and
tower
then
is under attack.
when mages need slaying, it's nice to have a Mage Slayer.
No, bro. Listen. Remember, like you were mentioning, Invoker's build has changed now. This hero is not nearly as tanky and unkillable as he was. He's actually not easy to kill, but okay to kill now. So I don't think
Yeah, but
you
he's a
need to like
mage.
have the magics, the Mage Slayer. We'll see what they do middle because they got a swarm out onto Chira Jr. Here comes this Invoker right back in. Riser throws in the cold snap, but it does nothing, and now they glimpse back onto Kolya. Invoke. Oh man, why would you pick Weaver into Disrupted, dude? I'm still going back to this point in the draft. Like, this is just impossible gameplay, especially since you know that the Weaver is going to be support.
It hasn't really paid off right now, but we're still waiting for the Aghanim so we can have the back and forth thing.
Bottom. They're running onto Takizawa, but they don't have level 6 on the bounty, so you can't get the additional track for that young movement speed for yourself. Gotta just let him go. Okay, but
Phaser.
like, bro, please convince me, right?
Go
Like,
ahead.
why would, if you went Echo or Maelstrom, right? Why would that be worse than Mage Slayer this game?
Well, because there is a mage that needs slaying. Didn't I already talk about this there?
Okay. What if you went Echo Orchid and then you just silence him? Kill him that way.
Yeah, but then you just silence him, you don't slay him.
Rolling Thunder, mid lane. Looks like this Night Stalker is dead too, right? Nothing you can do about this one. There was a Doxia wall on the far side of this fight, and Lucas jumped into the wall? Lucas? The hell is going on here? He needs to get out. Does manage to Phantom Strike onto the high ground. They would love to chase him. Fortunately for him, they only now grabbed the level 6. So they didn't have the track to keep a beat on him. That was a very surprising jump coming in from the PA. It didn't achieve anything, and it does end up with one wing getting